There's a strategy in competitive Pokemon that I adore more than anything else. If I had my way, I would bring it to almost every tournament. But the problem is, it's so unbelievably difficult to actually pull off that in the 13 years that I've been competing, it has only ever won 2 official tournaments. And those 2 wins were 8 years apart. So, question, if it's so hard to pull it off, why on earth do I love it so much? Because this strategy completely warps the way that Pokemon is played, in a way that's unlike anything else that the game can offer. Most of the established strategies in competitive Pokemon do one of 2 things: make your team faster or cause your Pokemon to hit harder. These are just the tip of the iceberg. There are so many strategies that you can pull off by combining specific Pokemon moves, items, and abilities, but most of the good ones fall into one of these 2 general broad categories. But that's not the case for my personal favorite strategy of all time, Perish Trap. You win a Pokemon battle by knocking out all of your opponent's Pokemon. Normally, you do this by doing damage, but Perish Trap changes the very nature of the battle itself. It shifts your goal from do damage to stay alive, and if you're able to pull it off, you'll reap one of the most powerful rewards in the entire game. Perish Trap has 2 main components. First, the move Perish Song. When a Pokemon uses Perish Song, all Pokemon currently on the field have a timer put on them that begins at 3, including the Pokemon who use the move and its own partner. At the end of every turn, that timer drops by 1, and when a Pokemon's Perish counter hits 0, it faints. This sounds very powerful, but the move has counterplay that comes built into every Pokemon in the game. All you need to do to get rid of this Perish timer is simply switch your Pokemon out. This is where the trap component of Perish Trap comes in, with the ability Shadow Tag. Shadow Tag prevents your opponent's Pokemon from switching out as long as the user is on the field. Of course, Shadow Tag only prevents your opponents from switching out. Your Pokemon are free to leave as they please. This probably sounds completely broken, but unlike my fishing trips, there are many catches. First, Ghost-type Pokemon are immune to all forms of trapping, meaning no matter what you do, you can't force them to stay on the field. Second, Perish Song doesn't do any damage until the counter hits 0. So if your opponent breaks out of the trap, you've accomplished nothing. This means that if your Shadow Tag user faints at any point, you'll likely lose the game on the spot immediately. Third, Shadow Tag only applies to Pokemon switching out the old-fashioned way. Moves that cause a Pokemon to switch, such as U-Turn, Parting Shot, Volt Switch, and Flip Turn, all still work as usual. And fourth, Perish Song is learned by very few Pokemon, and Shadow Tag is even harder to come by. And that's why Perish Trap has the least amount of success out of any established strategy. It's kinda sad. A strategy as fun and rewarding and different as this one feels like it deserves more time in the spotlight. Of course, this isn't to say that it's completely devoid of success. Perish Trap does have 2 tournament wins, one in 2015 and another 8 years later in 2023. And funnily enough, both tournaments were won by the same player, me. I am the only player to have ever won an official live tournament with a team fully dedicated to Perish Trap, and I did it twice. Funnily enough, I had to beat the same player in the finals both times. Sorry about that, Ashton. My Perish Trapping success is probably partly because I'm one of the only players delusional enough to believe that it can actually win. But it's also because I have spent more time trying to get this strategy to work than any other player on the planet. And that's because I love Perish Trap. I love how heavily you need to prioritize positioning your Pokemon, how much the future board states influence the current one. I love the inevitability of the timer counting down, knowing that there's a certainty to the KO at the end of the timer if I can just make it there. I even love how hard it is to pull it off, how small the margin for error is, because when I do make it work, it feels that much more satisfying.
I know that my Landorus is slower than these two because rip. So he rage quit. So sorry about that, guys. This is a good game. I wasn't expecting that, but yeah, I guess he didn't like facing Perish Song. So
winning in competitive Pokemon can sometimes feel like a science, but winning with Perish Trap feels much more like an art. Every single year, I try and build a Perish Trap team. And that's probably why I've been able to correctly identify the times where winning with it hasn't felt as impossible as usual. The last time I won a tournament with Perish Trap was 2 years ago, at the beginning of Scarlet and Violet. I decided to give it a shot for the first time in 8 years because Generation 9 added not 1, but 2 new Perish song users, and extremely strong ones at that. Singing Badly must be popular in the distant past because both of them are ancient Paradox Pokemon, Fluttermane and Screamtail. For context, Generations 5 and 6 added 0 new Perish song users that were tournament legal, and Generations 7 and 8 added only 1 each, neither of which were especially good at using the strategy. So getting 2 users in the same generation and having them be actual good Pokemon felt like I'd somehow found a way to bribe someone at Pokemon headquarters. To be clear, I didn't. There was no bribing involved. I don't even know how to do that. Screamtail and Fluttermane are incredible Pokemon, but this is the last time I'm going to talk about them because the current rules that competitive Pokemon uses bans every single legendary and Paradox Pokemon. Now, usually I have a Perish Trap team on the back burner no matter what else I'm currently cooking. It's my comfort food. But for the past few months, the stovetop's been totally empty. With the best singers out of the picture, there's just no way that I'll be able to make it work. That's what I thought, at least. Until I started trying to make one of the stupidest strategies ever work for a YouTube video. The general idea was to try and make the one-hit KO move Sheer Cold 100% accurate in order to appease Dua Lipa. Now, I'm still waiting to hear back from her, probably because she's just speechless at the masterpiece that I created, but Dua, feel free to reach out. The strategy I used revolved around Lapras as it's the bulkiest Sheer Cold user, but in a best of 3 tournament setting, I needed a backup plan since pulling off the Sheer Cold sweep was going to be difficult even once, let alone after the opponent had already seen it. So I needed a secondary strategy, and it had to work with the 4 Pokemon that I already had on the team. I was looking at my limited options, sifting through Lapras's move pool, and one move in particular jumped out. My brain told me no, Lapras has better options, but my heart knew what it wanted. I am nothing if not a sucker for Perish Trap's Siren Song, so I threw it on the team, and it felt, well, not great, but way better than I expected. I ended up doing shockingly well in the tournament, and I pulled off way more Perish Traps than I would have thought possible with this little gimmicky team that I'd thrown together. I had just been listening to my heart, but now my head was on board too. What if, instead of being a secondary option, I built a team that was completely dedicated to Perish Trap? Now I've got some ideas cooking. I'm feeling like that pot in the back burner is moving to the front, and stuff is really starting to simmer. A chance to make Perish work is just about the most tempting thing you can offer me. There's just one problem. I don't have any tournaments left before the rules for competitive play change. See, it's late October, and I made a promise to myself earlier that I wasn't going to any more tournaments this year. The last year has been really hectic. I had a super busy summer that culminated in the World Championships, which is always exhausting, and while I'd planned to get some rest during the fall, I ended up being out of town for 11 out of 12 weekends in a row. After my last tournament in October in Louisville, Kentucky, I made the decision to take some time off. And since the rule set changes again just as we head into 2025, there's no time left to indulge in my Perish Trap desires, much as I want to. Since the opportunities to make Perish work are just so rare, I can't deny that, more than anything, I want to give this team a real stage. Okay, technically, there is one more in-person tournament that I could, in theory, attend. It's Toronto Regionals, and it's the final tournament before the rules change. But unless something crazy happens, I'm not going. Why did you do that? I'm serious. I'm not going. I'm tired. Stop doing that! Anyway, after getting control of whatever my editor is doing, I have a realization. There's a different venue I can use to make this strategy work. In-person tournaments aren't the only official tournaments that matter this year. There's also special official online tournaments called Grand Challenges that are happening once per month, most months. These Grand Challenges award points that are needed to qualify for the World Championships, and qualifying is much harder this year. They also use a different format than in-person events. Rather than being best of 3, each match is best of 1. And you're given way less information about your opponent's teams than you get during an in-person event. With less information shared and no chance to adapt between games, these tournaments heavily incentivize catching your opponent off guard with wacky team-building choices. It is the perfect environment for Perish Trap, and I can pull off this dastardly strategy from the comfort of my own home, all the while giving it the chance it deserves. So I start building. First, I need a Pokemon that can actually use Perish Song. And again, the pickings are slim. In the current format, there are only 12 fully evolved Pokemon that can even learn the move. And some of these Pokemon are definitely interesting options, but that's just part of the deal with using Perish Song. I'm used to working with limited options. Many of these overlooked Pokemon have become familiar friends, especially the first Pokemon I choose, Politoed. It is one of my all-time favorite Pokemon to use, and the first time I won a tournament with Perish Trap, Politoed was one of the singers I employed. It's a pure water-type Pokemon with the Drizzle ability, which sets up the rain weather condition every time it switches in. Drizzle not only lets me counter my opponent's weather, it also gives me access to some rain-based strategies of my own. Weather is huge in the current format, so having a way of disrupting my opponent's strategies can be crucial to buy me the time I need while the Perish counter ticks down. Next, I need a Shadow Tag user. And this choice is actually very easy because there is literally only one Pokemon in the game that even gets access to this ability, Gothitelle. If Gothitelle's on a team, it's always for Shadow Tag. But don't let that exclusive label fool you. Gothitelle can support my team in more ways than just keeping the opponent stuck on the field. If I'm going to pull this strategy off, I think these are the two Pokemon that are irreplaceable, which unfortunately raises some red flags. I might have a long history with these guys, but both Politoed and Gothitelle are not currently considered to be very good Pokemon. In fact, not only has neither one won a tournament in this format, they haven't even made it to the final bracket a single time. The size of the final bracket varies depending on how many players show up, but it's typically close to the top 20 players at any given event. And Politoed and Gothitelle have a whopping 0 appearances combined. The most surprising thing about this is that rain is actually currently the most popular weather condition, but the Pokemon dampening the battlefields in most games isn't Politoed, it's Pelipper. Despite Pelipper having almost exclusively worse stats than Politoed, its flying typing allowing it to hit grass types, and its access to valuable supporting moves like Wide Guard and Tailwind have made it the de facto rain setter. Pelipper got access to Drizzle in 2017. Politoed's last major win was in 2018. You can do the cause and effect for yourself. But here's the thing, I hate Pelipper. I had a whole saga with it earlier this year, and that only deepened my dislike for it. Again, it has almost exclusively worse stats than Politoed, it looks like a toilet seat, and most importantly, it doesn't get access to Perish Song. Last time I bet on Pelipper, it kept showing up in my nightmares. Last time I bet on the Frog, we came up big together. I know he's got my back, and this time I've got his. When I've made Perish Trap work in the past, I always had 2 different Perish Song users on the team. That way, if something happened to the first one, the second one could still close out the game. Here, I'm gonna have to break this tradition, because not one of the other Perish Song users are even close to good enough. I messed around with Gengar for a little bit, but it just can't keep up without its Mega Evolution. So Politoed's gonna have to make this performance a solo. Remember earlier when I listed all of the things that make Perish Trap the most difficult strategy to use? Well, I must confess, I left off arguably the single biggest roadblock. Remember how I said it felt like somebody at Game Freak was looking out for me personally when they added these great Perish Song Pokemon into the game? Well, it turns out there is a Wario to this Mario, because Generation 9 also added a Pokemon that seems to have been designed to be the single biggest counter to Perish Song imaginable, Goldengo. Goldengo is being used by over half of the field. Goldengo is a Ghost and Steel type, and as a Ghost type, it can't be trapped no matter how hard I try. On top of this, Ghost types are immune to the move Fake Out, which is one of the main attacks I'll rely on to stop my opponent from moving and buy time for the Perish counter to tick down. Far worse though is its stupid ability, Good as Gold. Should be called Good as Garbage. This ability makes the user immune to all moves that don't do direct damage, which means not only will Perish Song not work, but all the other disruptive moves I have on this team that can weaken or incapacitate my foes also have no effect on this ridiculous surfing cheese string. Any team that has Goldengo has an all-in-one counter to the strategy that I've built my entire team around. Keep in mind, Perish Trap has almost no success, even though it's technically been viable for many, many years before Goldengo was released. And that's because even without a complete hard counter dominating the game, the strategy is unbelievably difficult to pull off. With Goldengo around, it should be impossible. but I've made it work in Scarlet and Violet before, albeit with better Perish Song users and opponents that had to use weaker Pokemon. So before I finish the Perish Trap mode, I need to make sure I can get past Gholdengo. For my beloved strategy to succeed, I must first destroy its greatest enemy. Fortunately, I have some direction already for a secondary strategy that I can rely on when Perish won't be enough. Rain. More specifically, I need a water-type Pokemon that can use the rain to power up their attacks, because the only way to beat Gholdengo is to knock it out the old-fashioned way. When it comes to rain-abusing water-type Pokemon, there's really only one good option. A new addition from the Hisui region, Basculegion. Basculegion is a water and ghost-type Pokemon with a Swift Swim ability, which doubles its speed in the rain, and the rain also boosts the power of its water-type moves. For a lot of offensive Pokemon, attacking first is really important, as with worse defenses, they have to rely on knocking out their foes before they can attack in order to stay alive themselves. Basculegion is also absurdly powerful in the rain. With an offensive item, it can KO almost any Pokemon that doesn't resist it with its powerful Wave Crash attack. Basculegion can even hit Ghost-type Pokemon for super effective damage with its move Last Respects. A move that starts out pretty feeble, but gets way stronger every time one of your Pokemon faints. But although it's super effective, Basculegion doesn't even need to rely on Last Respects to knock out Gholdengo. Wave Crash in the rain is so powerful that I can still do it in the early game before any of my Pokemon have fainted. So, I try out the only real water-type rain abuser that I have available, and Basculegion feels awful? It's the only Swift Swim user seeing any play. Why does it not work? I sit down to try and figure out where I went wrong, and the answer is, unfortunately, very logical. The thing is, the way that Basculegion plays is completely at odds with the goal of my team. Yes, it does have ridiculous burst damage, but Wave Crash also does recoil damage to the user, meaning the more damage Basculegion does, the more damage it takes. Even though this team needs some offense to deal with Gholdengo, the core strategy is still Perish Song, a strategy that relies on staying alive while the timer ticks down. So helping your opponent knock out your Pokemon is completely counterintuitive. And maybe you're thinking, well, just use Last Respects. But that doesn't work either. Last Respects only really gets online once your own Pokemon have fainted, meaning to really bring out its full potential, I'd want to use Perish Trap early and then finish up with Basculegion. But if Perish Trap works early, I don't need Basculegion in the first place. To really drive home the point, Basculegion is also weak to some of the most common priority moves like Grassy Glide and Sucker Punch, which can knock it out before it can attack. I can't afford to dedicate resources to support Basculegion, since Basculegion itself is supposed to be the one supporting my Perish Trap mode. My gut is telling me that an offensive Swift Swim user is part of the answer to beating Gholdengo, but the only Swift Swim user seeing any play isn't gonna work. So I guess I need to start looking at Swift Swim users that aren't seeing any play. There is one Pokemon that I think might work. A Pokemon that dominated play during Black and White, but has since completely disappeared. A king who's lost its crown. Kingdra. Kingdra is a water and dragon type Pokemon that was the main Swift Swim user during Black and White. But things were different back then. Fairy types didn't exist, weather lasted forever once you set it up rather than the measly 5 turns it does now, Draco Meteor did even more damage, and overall, the Pokemon Kingdra had to beat were weaker. Kingdra's stats are totally respectable, but let's be honest with ourselves, this does not look like a Pokemon that was released in Generation 9, does it? But I think Kingdra can take back its crown. It's faster than Basculegion, and its moves don't have any recoil. It isn't weak to any of the common priority moves, and it doesn't need its teammates to faint in order to do damage. If I can just pick my moves, item, and Terra type right, it can output huge damage that sometimes even exceeds what Basculegion is capable of. But if Politoed and Gothitelle raise some red flags, then Kingdra's setting off the entire alarm system. Kingdra, like Politoed and Gothitelle, has not won a tournament this season. It also has not made it to the top cut a single time. But that's actually not the worst of it. The last time Kingdra won a major event was in 2013, over a full decade ago. In other words, since the fairy type was added to the game, Kingdra has not managed to win a single tournament. But even knowing this, I'm still gonna bet on Kingdra. Kingdra might not be great in general when paired with the Pokemon that other people are using, but my instincts are telling me that on this team, it's the right choice. I have never been afraid to bet on a Pokemon that other people don't see the potential of. Though I must admit, It has been a while since I've bet on so many of them at once. That being said, Kingdra on its own is not going to be enough to get past every Gholdengo. While some of them are using an offensive Terra type of Steel, giving them no protection against my powerful Water type attacks, many others are choosing to use a defensive Terra type of Water. Kingdra doesn't have spectacular bulk, so launching a Water move as they Terrastalize, or even worse, launching a Dragon move predicting a Terrastalization that doesn't happen, will often be enough to lose me the game on the spot. So while Kingdra can deal with some Gholdengo, it can't beat them all. I need more help. There's another offensive Pokemon commonly used on rain teams. A new Pokemon added in the DLC of Scarlet and Violet, Archaludon. Archaludon is a Steel and Dragon type Pokemon with absurd natural bulk and good offenses. It's mainly used as a setup Pokemon that can boost both its defense and special attack stats, becoming much harder to get rid of and much stronger at the same time. It does this with its ability Stamina, which gives it a defense boost every time it gets hit, and its signature move Electro Shot, which is an absurdly powerful electric type move that gives it a special attack boost every time it's used, but normally takes 2 turns before firing. I say normally because in the rain, the charging turn is skipped. Archaludon almost always runs the Assault Vest item on rain teams, which increases its special bulk by 50%. Meaning it's able to significantly increase literally half of its stats that were already as good as these Pokemon to begin with. Archaludon and Kingdra are the 2 Pokemon on this team that all rely on to get rid of Gholdengo. Kingdra, the dragon that ruled the past, and Archaludon, the dragon that's reigning over the future. I put it on the team and it feels fine. Not great. Something is definitely wrong. But I can figure that out later. I'm really just trying to find the right Pokemon right now. Now I need to go back and finish the Perish Trap mode. Gothitelle and Politoed are the stars of the show, but they're not going to be able to bring down the house without the right supporting cast. Supporting Pokemon on a Perish Trap team don't need to worry about making their partners faster or giving them a damage boost. Their only job is to keep Politoed and Gothitelle alive. So I need Pokemon that can reduce my opponent's damage, slow down their strategies, and draw attention away from their more crucial teammates. Fortunately, there are some clear standout picks. First, Amoonguss. It's one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the game and it fits perfectly here. Amoonguss can protect my team with the move Rage Powder, which forces my opponents to target Amoonguss instead of its partner. It can also put my enemies to sleep with the move Spore, a move that never misses and will take whatever it hits out of commission for 1 to 3 turns. Amoonguss can even heal itself with its Regenerator ability, which recovers 1/3 of its maximum health every time it switches out. And Amoonguss can also heal its partners for half of their max health with its attack Pollen Puff, which works as a damaging move if aimed at your opponent, but a healing move if aimed at your partner. For a team whose only goal is to stay alive, Amoonguss is the perfect pick. Now there's just 1 Pokemon slot left on the team, and I needed to work with both the Rain mode and the Perish Trap mode. The good news is that there is a clear standout Pokemon, but the bad news is it's that stupid cat that I hate. The Pokemon that, in my opinion, is the best one ever made, Incineroar. I don't like Incineroar because I personally think that it is way too powerful. It has literally everything that a support Pokemon could want. Incredible typing of Fire and Dark, one of the single best abilities in the entire game, which lowers both of your opponent's attack stats every time it switches in, an incredible move pool including Fake Out to stop your opponent from moving, Knock Off to take away your opponent's items, and Parting Shot to lower both attacking stats of whatever it hits while also letting Incineroar switch out. It really has it all. In the past, on both of my Perish Trap tournament winning teams, I used Arcanine as an intimidating fire type, but that is truthfully only because Incineroar wasn't around. Look, you've all heard me rant about Incineroar before, once or twice, but here's the surprising thing. Other competitive players don't feel the same way that I do about Incineroar. It might be because Scarlet and Violet added a bunch of anti-Incineroar tools, but the field isn't treating Incineroar with the reverence that I know it deserves. In fact, many competitive players are disrespecting Incineroar, not just with their words, but with their teams. At my first event this year in Baltimore, Incineroar didn't even make it onto a quarter of the teams. You might think this was because the format had just begun and people were still figuring out what the strong Pokemon were, but at my last event in Louisville, Incineroar only barely performed better. And the story is the same in Europe. Incineroar is being used less than Dondozo? Less than Volcaronia? It seems like players just really don't believe in Incineroar this format. Now, I do not like Incineroar at all, but I do respect it. I think that Incineroar is the best Pokemon ever, and if I need to literally win with it in order to prove it, then that's what I intend to do. These 6 Pokemon should work well together in theory, but theory only gets you so far on the battlefield. It's time to hop on the ladder and start testing. After about a week spent grinding, I can confidently say that it feels okay. Look, I've built a lot of Perish Trap teams in my time, and while pulling it off at all makes me smile, that also means that I've got high standards when I'm trying to make it work. I've really only bet on the strategy when I am very confident that I can pull it off. The team's really gotta sing or it's just not worth playing, and unfortunately right now, it's just not quite charting high enough. But I think that I can remedy the problems that the team is having. There's a few things that I've noticed already. First, even if the Pokemon themselves are correct, I don't have the proper sets on them yet. The moves, items, and stats all need a lot of refinement. Second, I've been playing best of 1, and it's really hard. I'm not the only person trying to catch my opponents off guard with wacky team building choices. Third, there are some Pokemon that are really hard to beat. I already knew that Gholdengo was going to be a problem, but the other ghost types of the format are giving me trouble too. Annihilate not only can't be trapped, it's also often paired with a faster Pokemon like Whimsicott or Mousehold who can attack it multiple times, powering up its Rage Fist attack to the point where I can one-shot almost every Pokemon on my team. I also never know which Annihilates have Final Gambit, the move that works as a delete button on almost all of my Pokemon. Normally, I would rely on Incineroar to intimidate a strong physical attacker such as Annihilate, but Annihilate has the Defiant ability, giving it multiple attack boosts every time one of its stats is lowered. There's also Basculegion. The Pokemon that I thought would bring me to victory is actually one of the biggest obstacles that I'll need to overcome. Basculegion combines a few of the Nightmare tools for Perish Trap. It's got that pesky ghost typing, a built-in pivoting tool that does damage with the move Flip Turn, and worst of all, it's really good at KOing all of my Pokemon, especially by turning my own rain against me. If I lose too many resources while pulling off an early game Perish, I won't be able to stop Last Respects from KOing all of my Pokemon in the late game. But then again, if I don't take any KOs, I can't win. Some non-ghost type Pokemon are giving me trouble too. Opposing Archaludon can also turn my own rain against me, letting them power up their Electro Shot without even needing to bring Pelipper to the battle. Now, Archaludon isn't that strong outside of the rain, but the problem is, I really only have one way of getting rid of opposing Archaludon: Perish Song. My one Perish Song user? Politoed. And what does Politoed do as soon as it hits the field? You can see the issue. Last of the major threats is another familiar Pokemon, Amoonguss. Like Archaludon, I can't really get rid of it outside of Perish Song, and if it puts my Pokemon to sleep, they won't be able to protect themselves. The bad news is that these are some of the most common Pokemon in the format. The good news is they actually aren't the only difficult matchups, they're just the especially bad ones. Wait, that's not good news at all. I really want this team to work, but for now, the initial giddy feeling that I had when messing around with that Lapras team is gone. I need to recapture that joy to know that this can work, and as luck would have it, I have an opportunity coming up. Remember how I said that I was out of town 11 out of 12 weekends this fall? Well, the one weekend that I was around wasn't exactly restful. I'm hosting a Halloween party, and I'm also hosting a tournament for my friends. The tournament is using some unusual rules though. Everyone's given a starting budget of 1,000 fake Pokédollars. Okay, Pikachu, don't yell at me. And we use those fake dollars to bid on Pokemon auction style. I'm not only hosting the tournament, I'm also playing in it. But because I've been so swamped, I haven't even really had a chance to think about which Pokemon I want to draft. You know what? I'm just going to try and use a modified version of this team. Politoed, Gothitelle, and Kingdra I should be able to get really cheap. So I'll plan on spending big money on Archaludon.
400?
I want the bridge. And then find some substitutes for Incineroar and Amoonguss. This will give me experience against some of the best players in the world. If the concept works here, then it really might have potential. I actually ended up making a whole video about this tournament, which you can go watch if you're interested. I ended up going 3 wins and 1 loss to finish in the top 4. But more importantly, the team felt pretty good. Of course, my 1 loss was the only player who had Gholdengo, but he also had Alola Ninetales, which made both Kingdra and Archaludon basically worthless. Plus, his Magmortar gave me trouble too. I definitely need to refine the team some more, but this has convinced me that there really is potential here. With my confidence bolstered, I begin to really sink my teeth into the team. Perish Trap is so unbelievably difficult to pull off that I can't afford to make a single lazy choice. Every move, every item, every individual stat point has to have a reason for being there. I begin to play more and more games on the best of 1 ladder. learning how to use this particular flavor of Perish Trap, my skill as a player increasing side by side with the completeness of the team. The Grand Challenge is coming up in 2 weeks. The true test for my Perish team will be here before I know it. To prepare, I hop on Pokemon Showdown. I choose the alt name Trevinator because I think that's what Trevin and his friends would call him in high school. Now normally, I don't care very much about the latter because it's just not a great representation of real life tournaments, but for the Grand Challenge, it's a much more useful testing ground. Usually, I try not to ladder for too long because I think that it can negatively impact my play. But here, there's 2 things challenging that. 1, I'm winning. A lot. 2, I'm playing Perish and I'm actually having just so much fun. So I figure, what the heck? Why don't I try and make it to rank number 1? Before I know it, I break into the top 10. But I want more. More Perish, more upside down notes sealing my opponent's fate. I climb to rank 6, then rank 2, but I am 50 points behind rank 1, and I'm getting less than 10 for winning most of the time. I get closer and closer until finally I hit rank 1. I am the number 1 ranked player on Showdown with the single hardest strategy, with a ranking of 1950. Time to stop, right? I did what I set out to do, but I don't want to stop. Hitting rank 1 hasn't stopped me from having fun. I look at my ranking and I realize I'm not that far from 2,000 points, a number that's almost never hit in VGC. And yeah, it's fun to climb, bigger number feel good, and I want to keep winning. But really, I just want to keep Perish trapping. I'm getting like 5 points a win, but I've got a fever, and the only prescription is more Perish. 1960, 1970, I'm climbing higher and higher, not losing. 1980, a single loss will cost me 30 points now. 1988, and I'm paired against a high-ranked opponent. If I win here, this might be it. I beat Basculegion into terastallizing, take 2 Perish KOs, and clean up with a second Perish. I gain 13 points, putting me at a rating of 2001, 60 points above the rank 2 player. I am just so happy that I decided to bet on Perish again. Me and my assortment of Misfit Mons have proven something. Not only does the strategy clearly work, it works well. There's now only 1 week until the December Grand Challenge, the tournament that I've been building for. My friend John is attempting to break the world record for most shinies caught in 24 hours, and invites me to be a part of the event. I try and find a shiny Poliwag so I can use it in the tournament, but instead I get 3 shiny Magikarp and a shiny Corphish. No cotton candy Politoed for me. Unfortunately, at this point, I am super behind on the Worlds video, so I can't afford to be spending much more time on this team. I normally like to go looking for rare marks for my Pokemon, but I just don't have the time. Fortunately, getting a full competitive team in Scarlet and Violet is really quick if you already have the resources built up. And this team was especially easy because I don't even need any legendaries. After less than 4 hours, I have the team in game. And with that, it is finally time for the Grand Challenge. The format for the Grand Challenge is a bit unusual. Every player starts with a ranking of 1500, and that rating goes up or down depending on if you win or lose. The higher ranked you are compared to your opponent, the fewer points you get for a win, and the more points you lose for a loss. So it becomes harder to climb the higher up you get. Each day you unlock 15 games, but any games you don't play roll over. So you could play 15 games Friday, 15 games Saturday, and 15 games Sunday, or you could play all 45 games Sunday if you're a masochist. This is it. This is what all of this work has been for. Grand Challenge Day 1. Until now, I've been focused on doing right by my favorite strategy, but succeeding here is important. My goal is to win, but truthfully, the important milestone I want to hit is finishing in the top 32. There is a huge jump in the amount of championship points you get between 32nd and 33rd, as big a difference as the one between 32nd and 2nd. I start out strong, 2 wins in a row, before taking a narrow loss. I've uploaded all of the Grand Challenge games to Patreon if you're curious about watching them for yourself. After a break, I come back refocused. Win, 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 win. Politoed's putting opponents to an eternal sleep. Gothitelle's locking opponents down like it's Shikamaru in the Chunin exams. And Kingdra is warming the bench. Okay, well, that's not great, but I'm sure it'll be able to shine soon. And I don't even need it. I'm in my element. I've got 7 wins and only 1 loss, meaning I'm currently the 101st best player in the tournament. I still haven't actually brought Kingdra yet, but my next opponent looks kind of weak to it. It's time to prove that Kingdra can still keep up. I lead with Kingdra and it misses Draco Meteor on the first turn, its first attack of the tournament. and it cost me the game. Back to the bench for you, Kingdra. I win another game quickly, earning me back most of the points that I lost. I'm now 8 wins and 2 losses, ranked 142nd with 5 games left in day 1. But many of the strongest players in the world are playing in this tournament. And while I haven't recognized any of my opponents thus far, that's about to change. There is only one player who uses this in-game name, Marco Silva from Italy. Marco has been on an incredible tear over this format, so much so that many players are saying that he is currently the best player in the world. He finished top 4 in the previous Grand Challenge, then went on to finish second at a regional event. Not content with second place, he then flew to Brazil for the Latin American International Championships, where he won the entire thing using a team featuring Torkoal and Jumpluff, as well as giving base form Charizard its first ever tournament win. Marco is using a different team here, and it looks, well, unbeatable. Not only does he have Gholdengo, he also has a second Ghost type in Basculegion, as well as a second Steel type in Archaludon and Amoonguss to keep them all safe. 4 of the strongest Pokemon against my team. But despite the favorable matchup, Marco is worried. I know this because after the match, a friend sent me a clip that went viral from his stream. This is how he reacted when we saw we were paired.
Ok, tolto subito l'avversario, attenzione. Wolfey! Wolfey con Perish. No. No.
My reputation precedes me. Though, as you can see, this fear-stricken reaction has less to do with me generally, and more to do with the fact that I'm using Perish Trap. I very well may lose this match, but I still gotta say thank you to Marco, because having a clip like this go viral is just unbelievable aura farming. When you're the only player who can use a strategy as terrifying and complicated as this one, you develop a bit of an aura whenever you do decide to break it out. I got dozens of DMs saying, Wolfey con Perish, no. And that made me realize that other people were excited to see Perish Trap too. Obviously, I love the strategy, but at least I get to see it whenever I want because I can try and make it work. For almost every other player and viewer, the only time that they get to see Perish Trap is when I decide to break it out. And it's funny, you know, I've only used the strategy twice in 8 years, but it still provokes such a strong reaction from those in the know. But back to the match at hand. I gotta lock in.
Voglio perdere. Devo toccare in, ragazzi.
The aura farming is nice, thank you Marco, but really what I'm after is those points. There's another threat in Marco's team that I find out about as the battle begins. Marco's Incineroar comes out, a Pokemon that I've seen once or twice, but this one has a few tricks. As I bring in Gothitelle, I'm horrified to see it terrastalize to Ghost, letting it escape the Shadow tag. And when I go all in on Perish Trap to try and get rid of Archaludon, he reads it and reveals his second tool, a super fast taunt that totally shuts down my Perish attempt. Despite the horrible positioning, I claw back into the game. Perish might not be able to handle Gholdengo, but it can take down the other Steel menace. I stall out my own Rain and bring Politoed back in, where it shows what it's here for, getting a Perish Song off on Archaludon. Now I have to deal with the Gholdengo, but there's too many turns left in the Perish Song. I decide to make a huge read, leaving Gothitelle open for one crucial turn, and it pays off. With the extra turn I bought, I'm able to stall out both Perish Song and my own Trick Room, and finish the game with Archaludon. I'm really happy, and not just because I won. Beating a player as strong as Marco with the team really solidifies that my instincts were right. Even though it's hard, Perish Trap can work right now. Not only that, Politoed's Perish Song was essential to beating the Archaludon. This isn't just a rain team with a Perish mode tacked on. My favorite Pokemon are putting in the work to get me wins that would otherwise be out of reach. Also, getting a chance to compete against the player that people are saying is the current best in the world is exciting. Especially since Marco is an Italian player, we're only ever competing at the same events a few times a year. We very well might not play again for the rest of the season, and I definitely won't have a chance to go up against him with this team. I win all 4 of my remaining games and finish day 1 with a record of 13 wins and 2 losses, putting me at 5th in the tournament at the moment. 2 days left. Day 2 starts off the same as day 1, 2 wins and a loss. Once again, I lock in. Win, 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 win. And at the end of it, I'm sitting at rank 1 with a record of 19 wins and 3 losses. Rank 1, the place that I want to finish the tournament. That means that the team doesn't just work, it's shining. But it's still early in the day and other players haven't played all of their games yet. Before I know it, I've been passed. I'm rank 2. So I play again and win, but I'm still rank 2. One more game. It's tough, but I win again, and I'm back to rank 1. 21 wins and 3 losses overall. I'm really doing it. Parish is paying off. I'm ecstatic. But I get passed again, and this time I lose. Once again thanks to Kingdra missing a move. Then I win twice, then lose again, and at the end of the day, I'm sitting in 5th in the standings. The last day rolls around. This is my last chance to push for the win, or at the very least, top 32. However, I've got a choice to make. My birthday was on Friday, and when I wasn't tormenting people on the ladder, I was celebrating with my friends. But my girlfriend has planned something else to celebrate, a trip to a nice spa around where we live, and we'll plan on being there for a full day. Unfortunately, today is really the only day that we'll both be free until a month from now. But I won't be able to bring my Switch because, believe it or not, playing Pokemon and relaxing don't go hand in hand for me. So I need to choose. Finish the grand challenge but delay this trip my girlfriend planned, or give up on the tournament and go enjoy myself in the spa. I choose the latter. My general rule is that whenever I can, I choose people over Pokemon. And while I want to win the grand challenge, it's just a want. I should get some championship points regardless, and as long as I do well enough at my future events, I'll be well on pace to qualify for Worlds. I get my fix of a few Parish games in the morning before we leave, and as usual, the team's just schmoving. When it's time to go, I'm ranked 4th. It's hard to say goodbye to my team now, but we head to the spa. And you know what? I don't regret it a bit. I'm able to fully relax for the first time in ages. So much so that it's completely dark out by the time we head home. When we get back, the tournament standings are already up. I take a look and I finished just outside of the top 32, just a few points short. And oh, I guess that's just the end of this team? I gotta say, it feels a little anticlimactic. I worked so hard to make my favorite strategy work, and I did. The team has proven that it's able to win against the best, but in the end, I just didn't have the time to get it the finish that I wanted, that I think it deserves. The format ends in a week, and we're going back to a rule set with Urshifu and Calyrex and Fluttermane. There's just no way I'll be able to make Perish Trap work against these Pokemon. It's okay, I guess I just wish I could have given this team a real, proper chance. Okay, well, there is something that I haven't told you. Remember how I said there is technically one more tournament left this format in Toronto, Canada? Well, I haven't booked a flight or gotten a hotel, but I did register for the tournament. And the reason why is because of a creator named Ludwig. In November, Ludwig hosted an event titled World's Greatest Gamer, where several players who are titans of their respective games came together to compete in a variety of classic video games to determine who among them is the best in the world. Ludwig, not knowing better, invited me. But that was a mistake. I am one of the best in the world at Pokemon, but I am not a gamer. I do not play nearly any other games, and the very, very few that I do play require little to no mechanical skill, such as Balatro, which I definitely wasn't playing instead of working on this script. I came in dead last in every single game I played, except for Flappy Bird. Here's me playing golf with friends and stroking out on the very first hole.
No. Don't go for this. Don't go for this.
This is bad.
Just to hit it behind a little bit.
That's going out of the map.
Where do you
no,
think
that
that's
one's
going to go?
That'll go up.
Oh, that was so
Oh, dude.
No, you're hugging the wall. He's going to stroke out. He's literally going to stroke out on the first one. Is he trying to go home? He's one of the better TF2 players here, TFT players.
He's getting some encouragement in the chat in the top left, though. That's nice.
Why? Why that? Oh,
Dude.
it worked.
Oh,
it didn't
my
work.
God. Well, hold on. He could do the loop. It was all strategic.
A little higher. Little higher. Oh, my God. 20 seconds left. He's going to stroke out regardless.
This is insane.
He is one of the best Pokemon players of all time.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and he scored 14.
14!
So if you stroke out or you pass time, you get a stroke out penalty.
So he's dead.
Flying across the country just to get repeatedly beaten down by actual gamers lit a fire in me. It made me want to experience winning again in a game that I actually know how to play. My intention was to take a break from tournaments. I was burnt out and tired after how busy the summer and the fall have been. But like any good gamer, I know that sometimes you have to pivot. Am I still drained? Yeah, unfortunately. But I just have this feeling that the looks of terror on the faces of my opponents as they see a frog who is certainly not classically trained weigh lace to their team will feel almost as rejuvenating as my trip to the spa. So when registration opened, I signed up for Toronto. And now, for the first time, I am actually considering going. My friend Gio, who is an editor on this channel and is actually working on this video, is going to be there, and it's his last tournament before he moves to Japan. If I don't go, I won't be able to see him for, at the earliest, probably Worlds, and who even knows if we'll both qualify and make it there. But if I'm actually thinking about going to Toronto, I need to look at the team with a much more critical eye. It was one thing when I just wanted to play some games online from home, but if I'm going to be flying out of the country and giving up a weekend that I wanted to be resting, I need to make sure it'll be worth it. And there are some problems. First, I built this team for the best of one closed team sheet format that the Grand Challenge uses. I know that it works well enough there, but will the team hold up in the open team sheet best of 3 format that's used in person? Second, there's the issue of the Pokemon. Half of my team has practically 0 usage in the current format. That should be enough to give anyone pause. It's one thing to take a long shot bet on a team, but to do it when the Pokemon on it haven't been proven in the slightest makes already slim odds even slimmer. Third, there's the logistical piece. I haven't got a flight and I don't have a hotel room. Considering all these issues together, logically, I know that I should probably stay home. That if I go, the most likely outcome is that I'll leave Toronto disappointed and exhausted. And fourth, there is my record. I told you earlier that I was the only player to ever win a tournament with a dedicated Parish Trap team. What I didn't tell you was that the 2 tournaments I won were the only 2 times I ever tried. I currently have a 100% win rate with teams dedicated to the strategy, and going to Toronto is almost certainly gonna mess that up. I just named a whole host of problems, of reasons why I should stay home. But you know what? Parish Trap is my favorite strategy of all time. Playing with the strategy is the absolute peak of competitive Pokemon for me, and it's by far the most fun I have playing the game. So I'm trying to decide what to do when it hits me. I'm probably not going to be able to use Parish Trap again for the rest of Scarlet and Violet. The current format removed all of the legendaries, but that is extremely rare. Normally, new formats only add stronger and stronger Pokemon rather than removing ones that were previously legal. Once the legendaries come back, I just won't be able to make Parish Trap work. Urshifu itself is an even harder counter to the strategy than Goldango. This is probably my last chance to pull it off for the entirety of Generation 9. And also, there's no guarantee that it'll work in Generation 10 either. If there isn't a good Shadow Tag user in the game, the strategy cannot work no matter how hard you try. If I don't go to Toronto, I might be saying goodbye to my favorite strategy for, well, who knows how long? Months? Years? Who knows when I'll have a chance like this again? Sure, there are problems, but then again, when it comes to Parish, when have there not been? Sure, there are things to be worried about. Politoed and Gothitelle don't have any results, but you know what? I don't care, because these are some of my favorite Pokemon ever, and even if they don't have any results to show right now, they still feel strong when I use them. In this tournament, they'll be my signature Pokemon, and that's good enough for me. And yeah, I didn't build the team for best of 3, nor do I have any time to practice this week since I still need to finish the Worlds video. But the team feels great in best of 1, and even if the opponents do have more information about my team, that'll go both ways. Even without any best of 3 games played, I believe in myself. I can make it work. As for the logistics, my friend Yotam has space in his hotel room, and Toronto is closer than I realized, so the flight actually isn't that expensive. I'll plan on flying home Sunday afternoon to make the trip shorter and less tiring. I should be fine to leave Sunday unless I'm like literally in the finals. Okay, but what about the last thing? What about messing up my perfect Parish record? Well, actually, this is the easiest one to overcome. Caring about what titles or records you hold are for people who don't believe that they can win more. Not entering a tournament because I'm scared of losing a title would simply mean I'm not the greatest player of all time, and I would rather lose the record in pursuit of a height that no one else has ever dreamed of, rather than stop climbing because I'm currently ahead of those around me. If I truly want to be the best, I need to take risks that I know will likely end in failure. There's no shortcuts to becoming the world champion. I know that better than anyone. Deciding to go to the tournament means that I have another chance to win a regional and achieve a goal that I've been chasing for years. Winning regionals wins you prize money, but more importantly, it gives you an automatic invitation to the Pokemon World Championships, something I absolutely cannot take for granted this year, given how much harder it is. But I have another reason for wanting to win. Many years ago, I became the player with the most regional wins. At the time, that number was 5. I'd managed to do something that no other player had done, and won 5 regional championships. And so, I decided to set a goal that I knew I would probably never reach. I wanted to become the first player to win 10 regional championships. Since then, one other player has managed to win 6 regionals, and one more has 5. I have won 9. Coming into Scarlet and Violet, that number was 6. I've been on a hot streak, and this regional could be the one where I finally win my 10th. Being honest, even though I'm at 9, 10 regionals just feels impossible. Some of the best players in the world never win a single one. Aiming for 10, especially nowadays when the field is not only so competitive but so large, and you have to beat so many other players to win with so little room for error, it's possible that I never win another regional again. But that doesn't mean I won't try. And if there was one that I would love to become my 10th, it's this one with my favorite strategy. But I do have a problem with my team itself, and it's not even on the Perish side of the team. It is, however, another Pokemon who I am trying to revive, Kingdra. It was by far my least used Pokemon in the Grand Challenge, and when I did bring it, it ended up missing most of its moves. I think in the end, my Draco Meteor accuracy was around 50% rather than the 90% that the game advertises. So I have to answer a hard question. Should I replace Kingdra? Basculegion felt really bad in testing, but I mean, at least I know that it's a good Pokemon. You know what? No. I'm gonna bet on Kingdra. Maybe it didn't do great in the Grand Challenge, but the more I think about it, the more I realize that I need it not necessarily in general, but to deal with really specific Pokemon in specific matchups where otherwise I just wouldn't have tools. These matchups, like specific Annihilate teams and the combination of Jumpluff and Torkoal together, they just won't be possible if I have Basculegion. Also, in a best of 3, it should be a little bit stronger, as I'll know already which Pokemon don't have the Focus Sash, which Pokemon don't have defensive terrors that resist water, and which Pokemon can't protect. This way, I can be at least a little bit more calculated with the Pokemon that I target to make Kingdra's attacks really count. So, with 0 best of 3s under my belt and a team of Pokemon overlooked by every other player, I decide to go to Toronto. I've thought up all these problems, things giving me hesitation about pursuing what I know I really want. There are so many logical reasons why this team shouldn't work. Why going to Toronto is the wrong decision. There are even emotional reasons to not go, letting me stay unbeaten in my special relationship with my favorite strategy, letting me have another restful weekend at home rather than flying out of the country. But then I think about what happened when I played Marco, and the fear that just seeing me with Perish Trap inspired. And you know what? That's a little motivating, because if you thought that players were scared of me using Perish Song before, just wait. I don't care what logic says I should do. I am the best Pokemon player in the world, and I intend to remind anyone who thought that they could forget it. So, here's every detail of the team that I'll be using. A team that I spent hours and hours agonizing over, making sure that every minute decision was correct. You already know the Pokemon and why I chose to use them, but the real magic of the team is here, in the items, moves, Terra types, and stats. Let's start by talking about the Pokemon that I brought to literally every single game that I played with the team. The Pokemon crucial to both strategies, Politoed. Since every Pokemon can only learn 4 moves, I always start by selecting the moves that I can't go without. On Politoed, there are 2, Perish Song and Protect. Perish Song is obviously the entire point of the team, and Protect is one of the best moves in the game, but it's especially important on a Perish Trap team. Because you're often just waiting for the Perish counter to tick down, being able to not take any damage for a turn is a huge asset. It is my opinion that on a dedicated Perish Trap team, every single Pokemon should have Protect. But that still leaves me with 2 move slots. I know I want one of them to be a water move. I want Politoed to be able to do some damage, especially versus Goldengo, who it can't perish. Now, back in the day, the water move that Politoed would use was Scald, an incredible move that never misses and has a high chance to burn. But in Scarlet and Violet, Scald was removed from Politoed's move pool, so I'm gonna have to use something else. These are the options that I'm considering, and every single one of them has some kind of downside. Hydro Pump is the strongest, but it misses 20% of the time. Weather Ball is 100% accurate, and it's only barely weaker than Hydro Pump, but it requires the rain to be up in order to work. And Muddy Water is the weakest of the 3 and misses 15% of the time, but it hits both your opponent's Pokemon and has a chance to lower the accuracy of anything that it hits. In the end, I settle on Weather Ball. I hate missing, and I'm confident that with Shadow Tag, I'll be able to keep the rain up for most of the battle. But that still leaves one more move, and picking the right one's gonna be really important. This final move will either significantly increase my team's offense, or give me another way of abusing Shadow Tag. I've narrowed the choice down to Helping Hand, which can allow Kingdra and Archaludon to pick up surprising KOs that they otherwise wouldn't get, but is mostly useless for the other 3 Pokemon, and Encore, a move that forces a Pokemon to continue using their last used move for 3 turns in a row. It's a tough choice and there are pros and cons to both, but ultimately I settle on Encore. With Shadow Tag preventing switches, it can effectively turn the battle into a 2 against 1 if your opponent uses a non-damaging move at the wrong time. Plus, I can always use it somewhat offensively to prevent my opponent's Pokemon from protecting by encoring them into an attacking move. My thought process here is basically that Encore can always be valuable no matter what's going on in the game, whereas Helping Hand only ever is going to work if it's next to Kingdra or Archaludon. It took me some time and a good deal of testing to figure out Politoed's moves, but in the end, I do think that I found the best ones. Now I have a problem. Through my testing, I have also figured out what Politoed's best item is, but I'm not able to use it. Politoed would like to hold the Citrus Berry, an item that restores a quarter of its HP when it drops to half health, but in competitive play, each item can only be used once per team. 3 or 4 of my Pokemon would like to hold the Citrus Berry, but that's just not possible. I'm going to need to find some substitutes. The first thing I try is the Mental Herb item, which will let Politoed use Perish Song even in the face of an opponent with Taunt. But in practice, nobody ever taunts Politoed, right? And even when they do try to do it, I'm able to protect it most of the time thanks to Incineroar and Amoonguss. My next thought is the Covert Cloak item, which prevents the secondary effects of damaging moves. This works to stop the flinching effect of Fake Out and would also make Politoed immune to the nasty secondary effects of Sneasler's Dire Claw. But like Mental Herb, the situations where Covert Cloak actually does something just aren't coming up in practice. There's another item that restores HP that I normally don't like very much, despite being one of the most iconic items in the game. It's Leftovers, and at the end of every turn, it restores a measly 1/16 of the holder's health. Most competitive Pokemon battles don't last much longer than like 8 to 10 turns, and in order for Leftovers to be better than Citrus Berry, you need to be healing the full amount for 5 turns. I personally consider it to be an inconsistent item that I would rather avoid. But in this specific instance, I think that Leftovers can actually work. Unlike most teams who, have the goal of doing damage, my only goal here is to stay alive for as long as I can. There's a lot of protecting, switching, pivoting in and out, and generally just trying to smoke and mirror my way through battles that slows the pace down dramatically compared to a more traditional team. I actually basically can't win games any faster than 8 turns either, since in a perfect setup, I would need to Perish Song, wait for 4 turns, take 2 KOs, then Perish Song again and wait for 4 more turns. In practice, I rarely have a game take less than 10 turns, and many of them go even longer. In extremely rare cases, games have even gone to timer, though I'm sure in Toronto that's not going to happen. On this team specifically, it's possible for Leftovers to eclipse the healing even Citrus Berry provides just because of how long the games take. With moves and items secured, I now need to figure out my stats. The easiest stat to figure out is Special Attack. I'm just going to put one itty bitty little stat point there because otherwise it would be wasted. The next easiest is HP. I'm going to max it out as that's the most efficient way of increasing Politoed's bulk. But then comes a harder question. How fast am I supposed to make my little frog here? There's a couple reasons that I'd want to be the slowest frog possible. First, when Pokemon are sent out at the start of the battle, the slowest Pokemon is the one who gets to keep their weather on the field because abilities activate in turn order. Against opposing Tyranitar, I could intentionally lower my speed stat to be confident that I could lead Politoed and start the battle in the rain. The other reason why being slower is good here is because of one of the quirks of Perish Song. Something that may have occurred to you at some point while you've been watching this is, wait, what happens if every Pokemon faints due to Perish Song? Who wins? Well, Perish Song affects Pokemon in turn order, meaning the slowest Pokemon faints last. If Perish Song KOs all Pokemon to end the battle, it's the slowest Pokemon that wins. But I've hit you with a little bit of a YouTuber bait and switch. Because of all the reasons that I just listed why being slower is good, I want my Politoed to actually be a little bit fast. There's advantages to having Politoed be faster. I can catch people off guard with Encore, as most of my opponents are going to expect Politoed to be slow. This is especially important versus Incineroar, who I can Encore into Fake Out or just Weather Ball before it can switch out with Parting Shot. Of course, since Politoed is naturally 10 points faster than Incineroar, I could probably do this without investing too many of my stat points into speed. But I've chosen to be exactly this fast for one specific reason. Ursaluna Blood Moon is one of the strongest Pokemon in the format, and with Terra Normal and a Life Orb, it can one-shot every single Pokemon on my team. I think I've got to have Politoed outspeed it, so I can either hit it with a Weather Ball, potentially KOing it if it doesn't Terra, or Encore it into an attack that won't KO me back. Of course, I would need to be even faster if I wanted to outspeed Ursaluna that we're using a speed boosting nature, but special attack boosting natures are by far the most common ones right now, and I truthfully don't expect to see any speed boosting ones. Okay, so I've got HP, special attack, and speed figured out. Now I just need to figure out my defenses. On the physical side, I decided to give Politoed enough defense that it can survive 2 Sneasler close combats if I've intimidated it thanks to the leftovers, which leaves me exactly enough left over in special defense to gain a bonus stat point for my special defense boosting nature. While not necessarily guaranteed, running this amount of special bulk gives me good odds to survive Archaludon Electro Shot if I need to, assuming that they haven't invested that many stat points in their special attack. This might seem like a huge gamble, but given how my testing has gone, I actually think that most Archaludon are focusing their stats on staying alive right now rather than maximizing damage. In fact, Archaludon has actually never one-shot my Politoed in all of my testing. The only thing left to figure out now is my Terra type, and frankly, there's one easy choice. I'm going with Grass. It not only resists both of Politoed's weaknesses in Grass and Electric, but it also gives me an immunity to Spore, Sleep Powder, and Rage Powder, giving me another defensive option against the ever-frustrating Amoonguss. Grass also has good synergy with Politoed specifically, as the fire weakness that you normally have to worry about is much less important in the rain. The other Pokemon crucial to the strategy is, of course, Gothitelle. Just like Politoed, Gothitelle has 2 moves that I know I can't go without. First is Protect. I've already explained how important this move is on a Perish Trap team. The second is a move that Gothitelle only got access to in Sword and Shield. Fake Out. Fake Out is so important because it stops the target from moving for a single turn. That one turn matters quite a bit when it comes to Perish Trap because it changes the amount of turns that Gothitelle is truly vulnerable. If you manage to switch Gothitelle in the same turn that you set Perish Song up, the counter will be at 3. You can then use Fake Out on the more threatening Pokemon, allowing the counter to fall to 2 while you only had to take at most 1 attack. Now you can safely protect both your Pokemon and let the counter fall to 1, which means all you have to do now is switch out, letting your opponent's counters drop to 0. This specific flow is only possible because of Fake Out. Otherwise, Gothitelle would need to be vulnerable for an additional turn. Also, like Politoed, I want a damaging move on Gothitelle. This probably seems a little counterintuitive because Gothitelle is mostly just here to trap my opponents on the field, but in my experience, even on a team like this one where the primary goal is to stall, I personally never want to end up in a position where it's easy for my opponents to ignore one of my Pokemon. I want a move that can do damage just to make it so that they can never truly ignore Gothitelle. I'll choose Psychic here just because it's the strongest move that Gothitelle can learn. 2 years ago, when I last won with Perish Trap, the 4th move that I used on Gothitelle was Heal Pulse, to help keep my teammates alive while the Perish counter ticked down. Heal Pulse is one of a few good options on Gothitelle for the final move. Taunt can help stop Incineroar from switching out with Parting Shot, as well as Amoonguss from sporing, and Helping Hand can be used in conjunction with Kingdra and Archaludon to pick up some surprising KOs. But there's another move that I would rather have than any of these options. One of the most famous moves in the entire game, Trick Room. Trick Room reverses the speed order for 5 turns, causing slow Pokemon to move before fast ones. It probably seems a little bit strange here, as most teams built around Trick Room tend to lean heavily into slow, powerful attackers that aim to end the game before the Twisted Dimensions return to normal. And my powerful Pokemon also happen to be the fastest ones on my team. But despite my lack of damage, Trick Room still has some really valuable uses here. Against teams that are able to outspeed even Kingdra in the rain, such as Tailwind teams or teams using Sneasler's Unburden ability, Trick Room gives me a solid response. Against frail Pokemon, even my relatively weak attackers in Gothitelle, Politoed, and Kingdra can still work together to get some KOs. And every KO I take means that much less work that I have to do with Perish Song. Lastly, sometimes Politoed will take a lot of damage during the first Perish Song, and it'll be really hard to set up a second one safely. In these cases, I can use Trick Room to allow Politoed to sing one final song before getting knocked out, which, if I've already taken 2 KOs, means I can then win the game by just stalling out the counter. With my moves figured out, it's time to give Gothitelle an item. And it is clear to me that of all the Pokemon who want it, Gothitelle is the one who most needs the Citrus Berry. That's because while Politoed technically only needs to survive long enough to get 1 or 2 Parasongs off in order for the strategy to work, if Gothitelle faints at any point before the strategy is executed, I'm gonna lose right then and there. As such, it is most important that it can survive more concentrated burst damage compared to any other Pokemon on the team. Gothitelle also tends to be less valuable in the late game than Politoed, as once you've taken 2 KOs, your opponent can no longer switch, not because of Shadow Tag, but instead because they have no more Pokemon left to switch into. For all these reasons and more, Gothitelle requires the consistent, reliable healing from Citrus Berry. Now for the stats. Unlike Politoed, there's actually only 3 stats that I care about on Gothitelle: HP, defense, and special defense. This is probably somewhat intuitive because the only thing that I really care about with Gothitelle is that it stays alive. So first, I max out Gothitelle's HP stat to increase its overall bulk. Next, I decide to focus on my defense. The biggest physical attacks that I'm worried about are the ones that I can't intimidate that are also super effective. And the 2 main threats here are Annihilate and Kingambit. I give Gothitelle enough defense to survive Annihilape's Rage Fist, assuming a speed boosting nature and 1 stack on the Rage Fist. At the moment, nearly all Annihilape are running max speed, and with Kingdra available, I should be able to deny multiple Rage Fist stacks most of the time, since Kingdra can knock out Mousehold before it can move. This way, if I need to, I can launch an attack into Annihilate without fear of putting my Gothitelle into KO range later. For Kingambit, I train Gothitelle to survive a Kowtow Cleave from a Kingambit that doesn't have any additional boosts. For a while, most Kingambit were running an item that boosted their Dark type attacks, but lately, it feels like Safety Goggles and Assault Vest have become much more popular. These are both specific metagame calculations, but I feel confident that my read on what other people are going to use is correct. I put all my remaining stat points into Gothitelle's Special Bulk, because on the special side, there's one Pokemon I need to take hits from more than any other: Gholdengo. This much Special Bulk gives me good odds of surviving a Choice Spec Shadow Ball from timid Gholdengo, which I expect to be the norm, as well as a Life Orb Shadow Ball from modest ones. It also gives me very good odds to survive 2 Choice Specs Terra Steel Make It Rains if I have to. Gothitelle naturally has very high special defense, so if I can take these powerful moves, I should be able to survive the strong, non-super effective attacks pretty handily, such as Archaludon Electro Shot and Ursaluna Blood Moon Life Orb Blood Moon. That's a mouthful. But even though I've now used all of my stat points, I actually haven't figured out everything about Gothitelle's stats. I still need to figure out how fast I want to go. Gothitelle without any training in its speed is naturally 85 speed stat, and that's exactly how fast my Gothitelle was 2 years ago. But Gothitelle will only be 85 speed stat, assuming you're using a perfectly optimal Gothitelle. By intentionally using a worse Gothitelle, I can give up some of those speed points and go even slower. And after extensive testing, that's exactly what I decide to do. I'm going to use the absolute slowest Gothitelle possible, sitting at 63 speed stat, 22 points below the baseline. There's a couple reasons why I think that this is the right choice. First, like I mentioned earlier, inside of Perish Song, the slowest Pokemon faints last. Having Gothitelle be as slow as possible gives me another win condition in tricky endgames that a faster Gothitelle wouldn't. Second, I have Trickermon Gothitelle, where being slower is an advantage. Inside of the Twisted Dimensions, I would rather be slower most of the time. And third, there's a disadvantage to being slower that I'm actually going to turn into an advantage. This is one of a few special traps that I've laid out for my opponents, not on the battlefield, but in the team builder. Gothitelle has the move Fake Out. You already know what this does. But what you might not know is that there is an interesting dynamic when multiple Pokemon have Fake Out active on the same turn. Whoever has the faster Fake Out Pokemon has an inherent advantage. They can choose to Fake Out either the opponent's Fake Out Pokemon or that Pokemon's partner. However, as the slower Fake Out user, you're pretty much only able to Fake Out the partner. That's because if the turn plays out and the faster Fake Out Pokemon Fake Out your partner, and then you Fake Out their Fake Out user, you've effectively wasted the attack. This is relevant to Gothitelle because it's naturally 5 points faster than Incineroar, the main Fake Out user in the format. However, many Incineroar are choosing to train themselves in speed in order to get the jump on opposing Incineroar, giving them the faster Fake Out. If I choose to run Gothitelle at its starting 85 speed stat, I'll have no idea whether I'm faster or slower than opposing Incineroar, whereas they'll have a pretty decent idea because Gothitelle rarely runs any speed investment. It's a guessing game, but my opponent will have way more information than I do. So I'm not gonna bother playing. Instead of gambling that I'll be able to guess correctly whether I'm faster or slower every time, I'm opting out, and I'm gonna assume that I'm always slower. By doing this, I'm able to flip the game back into my favor. If my opponent has an Incineroar around the 80 to 85 speed stat range, they might assume that they're actually slower and choose not to launch Fake Out in spots when they're actually safe. They also might assume that they're faster inside of Trick Room and plan according to this bad information. It is extremely uncommon for Incineroar to intentionally lower their own speed stat. So, by making my Gothitelle slower, I give myself access to perfect information while my opponent has to scramble to put together the pieces before it's too late. Now I need to figure out Gothitelle's Terra type. Last time I used Terra Water to improve my matchup against Torkoal, but I think I have enough for Torkoal this time. I'm going to use Terra Dark. It resists the Ghost and Dark moves that hit Gothitelle for super effective damage, and it makes me immune to Prankster moves like Whimsicott's Encore and Murkrow's Taunt. Dark is partially a metagame call as well. Kingambit is a bit of a difficult matchup for my team, but most Kingambit nowadays are using exclusively Dark type attacks. Without a steal or a fighting move, Terra Dark is amazing here. Terra Dark also works as an emergency button against an Annihilate that successfully got multiple Rage Fist stacks off, and I can also use it against a Dragapult that I wasn't able to deal with before it got into position. Now let's talk about Kingdra, the first of my offensive Pokemon. Starting with the moves, I know that I want Protect on Kingdra, leaving me with 3 more choices to make. The next easiest move to select is, surprisingly, Draco Meteor. I say surprisingly because, as regular viewers of this channel know, I really hate missing moves. So much so that most of my teams over the past year have not included a single move with accuracy below 100%. I believe I am the best player in the entire world, so I want to leave as little of a chance as I can. However, Kingdra needs Draco Meteor. For the specific Pokemon that I need this move to do huge damage to, like Jumpluff, Amoonguss, Archaludon, and Terra Water Goldengo, the more consistent option of Dragon Pulse just doesn't hit hard enough. If I'm going to use Kingdra, I'll need to make peace with its accuracy problem. Arguably more important than its Dragon move, though, is Kingdra's Water move. Since all water moves become 50% stronger in the rain, and because Draco Meteor cuts Kingdra's damage in half after it lands, this will be my main attacking move on Kingdra. Kingdra has the same choice of 3 water moves that Politoed had, but it also has access to that very water move that Politoed lost, the move that I would absolutely choose if it still had it. Scald. A reasonably strong, 100% accurate move with no drawback and a 30% chance to burn should at the very least be considered. But ultimately, my choice is the same as before. Weather Ball will be my go-to attack. The reasoning for choosing it here, though, is a bit different than it was on Politoed. Weather Ball is a consistent option that uses the high base power of the move in the rain to compensate for Politoed's lack of natural offense, averaging out to be a respectable attack. On Kingdra, Weather Ball is the last thing that your opponent's Pokemon will see until Nurse Joy wakes them up. Weather Ball is only barely weaker than Hydro Pump, without the downside of missing 20% of the time. By stacking additional multipliers on Kingdra, this damage can quickly get out of hand. It one-shots Pokemon like Goldengo and Mousehold without even needing to commit its terrestrialization. Weather Ball's main downside is that it doesn't work outside of rain, but it is easier to keep the rain up for Kingdra than it is for Politoed, since Kingdra can stay on the field while Politoed dances in and out, and I can use Shadow Tag to trap my opponent's weather setters on the field, preventing them from doing the same. Scald is a great move, but Scald excels on a Pokemon that's going to stick around for a while, hitting things for 30%. You use it not only for the damage, but for the burn chance. Here, Kingdra doesn't need to burn its targets because it can simply knock them out. With 1 move slot left, my initial thought is to use Hurricane. With Helping Hand, Hurricane KOs Amoonguss in 1 shot. However, when I took Helping Hand off of Politoed, I found myself almost never using Hurricane, given that even super effective Hurricane is actually weaker than a neutral Weather Ball in the rain. My next thought is to use a move to combo with Gothitelle, like Disable or Yawn. With both Encore on Politoed and Disable on Kingdra, I could force any Pokemon not named Goldengo to struggle, but this feels like a waste. Kingdra's main reason for being here is to do damage. Using a turn that it could be picking up a KO to like click Yawn just feels bad. As I'm trying to figure out what to do, I run into a matchup that is really hard. Electabuzz paired with Blood Moon Ursaluna. Electabuzz can use Taunt to stop my Perish Trap, and use Follow Me to keep Ursaluna safe from Weather Ball. Ursaluna can then KO all of my Pokemon with Life Orb Blood Moon. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that against a smart opponent with these two Pokemon, the battle would be absurdly uphill. And at this point, the only thing on the team that wasn't set in stone was this final move on Kingdra. And since I don't seem to need it for anything else, I decide to use it to beat this specific duo. The move I choose to do this is Muddy Water, a second water type move. While it is only 85% accurate, it hits both opponents and gets powered up by the rain. Ursaluna is weak to water, though they can terrestrialize to normal to turn off that weakness. However, most Ursaluna Blood Moon right now are actually being used with close to max speed and max special attack. So it's actually possible for Kingdra to one-hit KO Ursaluna Blood Moon if they lack bulk, even if they've terrestrialized. The item choice on Kingdra is easy. I want the most power that an item can provide while still allowing me to switch moves so I can protect if I have to. The item that does this best is the Life Orb, a held item that provides a 30% damage boost at the cost of 10% of your HP every time you land an attack. Kingdra has decent natural bulk and good defensive typing, so losing 10 or 20% of my health really doesn't change which attacks I'll survive for the most part. But getting an extra 30% damage boost turns moves that otherwise would never KO into one-hit knockouts. The stats are simple too: max speed, max special attack, 1 point in HP. The special attack is self-explanatory. Kingdra doesn't naturally have a very high special attack stat, so you really can't afford to lose any points here. As for the speed, that's a bit more complicated. Kingdra certainly has to at least be faster than Adamant Basculegion, which means that at most, I can get 6 points of bulk by taking those points out of speed. But I don't see any important calculations that this would change. Now, maybe they're worth it anyway because Kingdra outspeeds pretty much everything in the rain, but what about if my opponent has speed control? Or if the rain isn't up? Max speed Modest Goldango is exactly 1 point slower than Kingdra, so if I go any slower, I'm opening myself up to being outsped by Goldango inside of Tailwind or outside of Rain. Given that I would only get a couple points of bulk out of this, I figured that I'd rather have the speed points because if this Goldango interaction ever comes up, it'll be super high impact to outspeed it. Now the only thing left is the Terra type, and here I choose a type that I actually made a whole video saying was bad: Stellar. This is a super weird Terra type. The way that it works in this case is that defensively, it doesn't do anything, but it'll work offensively as both Terra Water and Terra Dragon, though only for the first move I connect of each type. Because Kingdra isn't really expected to stick around for very long, I value the offense I get from the Stellar Terra more than the defense I'd get from a Terra like Steel or Fairy. Stellar specifically allows me to pick up KOs on Pokemon that are really annoying, such as Max HP Annihilate, who I can now KO with Weather Ball, and Jumpluff, who I can now KO with Draco Meteor. This Jumpluff knockout is actually one of the main reasons that I decided to keep using Kingdra over something like Basculegion. With Kingdra, I have a good matchup against Jumpluff Sun teams, whereas without it, I think it'd be a bit dicey. I'm probably not going to play any Jumpluff, but I want to be prepared just in case. Next up is my other offensive Pokemon and my main Goldango counter, Archaludon. Now, I should warn you, this is where things start to get weird. Up until this point, the team building choices that I've been making have been really smart, good choices, but in terms of how people expect Politoed, Gothitelle, and Kingdra to be used, I've mostly stayed within convention. From here on out, I'm breaking the rules. Weird Pokemon, standard sets. Standard Pokemon, weird sets. Good luck feeling comfortable against this team. I told you earlier about how Archaludon have traditionally been used on rain teams for the entire format. Ability Stamina, Item Assault Vest, Defensive Terra type. The primary goal of Archaludon on these teams is to work as a setup sweeper, boosting both its offense and defense at the same time, and gradually turning into an unbreakable, unrelenting threat, like a snowball that's rolling downhill, gradually reaching a critical mass, becoming unstoppable. But this type of Archaludon cannot work here, for 3 reasons. First, I don't have the support to really get this type of Archaludon online. In order to bring out its full potential, you really want some way of attacking your own Archaludon to give yourself stamina boosts when your opponent won't do it for you. Second, all stat boosts are removed when your Pokemon switches out, and Parasong forces me to switch out or faint. Third, the Assault Vest prevents the use of all non-damaging moves, including Protect. Moreover, I don't need a setup sweeper here. What I really need is a Pokemon that can deal with Gholdengo consistently, and it became clear very quickly that a Solfest Archaludon just isn't that. But even though basically every successful Archaludon has used the Assault Vest when it's being used on rain teams for the entire format, that doesn't mean that it's the only option. As usual, the first thing that I have to figure out is the moves. In order for Archaludon to work on this team in particular, I think that it needs Protect. This is not only because of Perish Song and allowing me to stall out the timer, but also to help me get around opposing fake outs. Electroshot is a given. It's my most dangerous attack, it powers up all my future moves, and it's the move that one-hit KOs Gholdengo if I give it a little help. Next, I need a Dragon move, and here, I can actually use Dragon Pulse. I'll be using this move mostly to deal with Dragon types, where I don't need the extra power from Draco Meteor. If I need a stronger option, I'll rely on Electroshot. Lastly, I choose Flash Cannon. Whimsicott and Alolan Ninetales are both somewhat difficult matchups, and Flash Cannon gives me a solid way to hit them. Also, Archaludon doesn't really have a better move for me to run. I had Thunderbolt for a while, but it was just really redundant since I already had Electroshot and the Rain. Now I need to figure out the item, and this is where things get really hard. I don't want to use Assault Vest, but Archaludon is literally only using 2 items no matter the weather. And the other one is Power Herb. This is a strong item, and I used it myself in Louisville because it allows Archaludon to skip the charging turn required for Electroshot 1 time. But you only ever see it on non-rain-based Archaludon teams, because of course, this charging turn doesn't apply if the rain is up, making it effectively worthless here. I consider using an item like Magnet to give me a slight power boost on Electroshot, but it doesn't seem to change any important damage rolls. Archaludon is either getting a KO or it isn't. I cannot remember the last time I couldn't find a single good item for a Pokemon. And then it hits me. I hadn't considered it because it goes so against conventional logic, but then again, none of my choices on this team have been conventional. I'm going to use the Power Herb and Rain. This probably seems like a total waste. After all, if the rain is up, Power Herb is useless. But that's the thing. Without Power Herb, all my opponent will need to do to fully stop Electroshot is turn off the weather. That's part of the reason that Yuki was able to beat me in the auction tournament. He had both Alolan Ninetales and Gholdengo, and I couldn't get a foothold. Kingdra is already basically unusable if the rain isn't up. If I don't have Power Herb, Archaludon will easily fall too. And with Power Herb, it is way easier to position Archaludon. Without it, I would need to lead both Politoed and Archaludon if I wanted to have the threat of Electroshot active right away. But now, I can use the more balanced leads of Incineroar Archaludon and Amoonguss Archaludon instead. This also means I can threaten a huge Electroshot even in matches where my opponent has Archaludon without setting the rain up, like against teams like the one Marco had with both Gholdengo and Archaludon. Truthfully, I think that very, very few players would even consider Power Herb here, but after testing it extensively, the flexibility it's provided has convinced me that it's the right item, no matter how stupid it may seem. Just like Kingdra, I train Archaludon to be as fast and as strong as possible. I need literally max speed and a speed boosting nature to guarantee that I outspeed every Gholdengo. This bridge can move. Of course, I keep talking about Archaludon KOing Gholdengo in one hit, but that's only possible with one specific Terra, Electric. It has very limited defensive use, but turns Electroshot into an unbelievably powerful move. A move strong enough to one-shot almost every Gholdengo I play. Now, for the first time, I have a new choice to make. Archaludon has 3 good abilities: Stamina, Sturdy, and Stalwart. Me when I'm a snake. As you know, Stamina is the default on rain teams, but I've already ruled it out for the reasons that we talked about. It doesn't work here. At the last tournament I attended, I used Power Herb, Terra Electric Electroshot Archaludon with Stalwart, an ability that ignores redirection. However, I was only able to do this because I had both Tailwind support and a ton of bulk on Archaludon. Here, I have neither, which is fine because the third ability of Sturdy is an incredible option. Sturdy is effectively just the Focus Sash item in ability form, ensuring that Archaludon will survive any attack with 1 HP, as long as it had full HP beforehand. With this, I can afford to run no bulk at all, because I'll always survive 1 hit anyway. This is another reason why Protect is so important here. Fake Out would otherwise not only prevent me from moving for a turn, but also break Sturdy. Now let's talk about Amoonguss, who for the most part is pretty conventional. Well, that's a lie, but the moves are at least standard. As you know, Protect is a given. Rage Powder helps protect Gothitelle, Politoed, Archaludon, and Kingdra. Spore can put enemies to sleep and is generally just a broken move against any teams that don't respect Amoonguss in the team builder. And Pollen Puff can work both as an offensive move or as a way to heal Amoonguss's partners. But then there's the item. Like Politoed and Gothitelle, Amoonguss would love to use the Citrus Berry. Not an option. And here's where things get interesting. The next best item on Amoonguss is kind of up for debate at the moment, but there's two main contenders. First, the Rocky Helmet, an item that does a non-trivial amount of chip damage to any Pokemon that hits Amoonguss with a contact move. This is useful against fast and frail attackers who hold the Focus Sash item, as Amoonguss can passively damage them while also protecting its partners. The other option is the Covert Cloak, which can be used to not only prevent Amoonguss from flinching from Fake Out, but also as a way to protect my entire team from Dire Claw's nasty secondary effects, thanks to Rage Powder's redirection. There's also a third option, which isn't seeing any play at all right now, but I think I should still consider, which is the item that I used on my last Perish Trap team on Amoonguss, Mental Herb. This item removes the Taunt effect one time, and Taunt is a pretty hard counter to both Perish Trap and Amoonguss generally. I try out all three items, and after extensive testing, I have my answer. None of them are gonna work. Rocky Helmet was by far the worst of the three. I'm not focused on doing damage the conventional way most of the time, so the little bit of additional chip isn't really helpful. Covert Cloak is good in theory, but between Shadow Tag and all the protects, my team is naturally very insulated against Fake Out. And my Sneasler matchup is great, so I rarely need to worry about Dire Claw. Mental Herb then should be my best bet, but it's never activating, because almost no Pokemon in the current format are even running Taunt, so it's effectively like Amoonguss isn't holding an item at all. Just like Archaludon, there seems to be no good item for Amoonguss. I did use Mental Herb on my last Perish Trap Amoonguss 2 years ago, but the first time that I tried to win with Perish Trap back in 2015, I had a different item on the Mushroom. An item that's not been used on any Pokemon on this team thus far. However, this is an item I personally classify as a forbidden item. An item with almost no success, because it comes with an enormous drawback. An item that has only won the World Championships a single time, when I used it in 2016. The eject button. To understand why this item is so rarely seen, we need to understand how it's different from almost every other item in the game. Most items are balanced around two factors: how often they activate and how powerful their effect is. The more often an item activates, the lower the power it provides should be. As an example, the Safety Goggles item won't activate in every battle, but preventing sleep and ignoring redirection is very powerful, so it's considered to be a good item. Citrus Berry, on the other hand, should activate in almost every game, and while it doesn't provide a game-breaking effect, the healing that you do get is really helpful, which is why it's considered one of the best items in the game. On the other hand, items like the Absorb Bulb or the Adrenaline Orb are both very difficult to activate consistently and don't provide a ton of value for giving up your item slot and needing to meet a specific condition. Some of the strongest items come with a drawback, like how the Life Orb gives you a 30% power boost at the cost of tacking on recoil damage whenever you hit something, or how the choice items provide a massive 50% boost to a stat, but don't allow you to change attacks until you switch out. Items with drawbacks are considered strong when the benefits outweigh the costs. The important thing to note about almost every item in the game is that they only make your Pokemon stronger. Whether that's through healing, taking less damage, or giving your Pokemon a damage boost, items are meant to be a way to power up your Pokemon. Normally, an item is considered bad when it either doesn't activate often enough or doesn't provide enough power when it does activate. But very few items actively make your Pokemon worse, which is why the eject button has seen such little play. Because unless you're very careful, it'll be more of a hindrance than a help. The eject button's effect is simple. After a Pokemon takes damage, the item activates, is consumed, and switches the holder out. This might sound simple enough, but there's actually a lot going on here. First, if your Pokemon is hit before they move for the turn, their attack gets cancelled. It's like you've wasted your move. Second, your opponent gets to choose whether or not to activate the button. If they don't hit you, you don't get to switch. Third, smart opponents can choose to attack with both their Pokemon into an eject button user, with the first attack forcing the switch out and the second attack hitting the newly switched in Pokemon. All these risks just to switch out, something that every Pokemon in the game can do naturally. Why? Eject button is one of the single hardest items to use, and I think because of that, it tends to be underestimated as an item. For all of the drawbacks, there are benefits too. For example, let's say I have Perish Song up, but Gothitelle just protected, and is now vulnerable to being knocked out. Normally, I would have no choice but to give up my Perish Trap lock, letting my opponent switch out, or I could risk a double protect, a move that will fail 2/3 of the time. But now, imagine that I have Eject button Amoonguss in the back. I can switch Gothitelle out, take the attack with Amoonguss, and in the same turn, switch back into Gothitelle, maintaining my Shadow Tag lock without ever giving my opponent the chance to switch out. Or imagine that I have Politoed and Amoonguss in the lead, but I don't want to switch Gothitelle into a big attack. Instead, I can Rage Powder, force my opponent to target Amoonguss, and use the Eject button to bring Gothitelle in safely while Politoed Perish Songs. These examples are just the tip of the iceberg. Because mid-turn switches aren't something that's normally available to a majority of Pokemon in the game, there are so many new situations that show up when they're introduced. And Amoonguss is an especially good holder of the Eject button because not only does it have the Rage Powder attack to better control when the button is activated, but it also has the Regenerator ability, which heals it every time it switches out. This lets you take an attack, activate Eject button, switch out, and immediately heal. There is also a very niche mechanic that I expect that most of my opponents won't know about that shows up whenever Eject button is involved. If my opponent uses a move that both does damage and switches their Pokemon out, and they hit my Eject button user, their switch will be cancelled. For example, in the Grand Challenge, I KO'd a Basculegion who used Flip Turn on my Amoonguss. Eject button activated, canceled their switch, I switched out Amoonguss, and then Archaludon picked up a one-hit KO. The Eject button is risky, and it's really hard to use, but it also adds an entirely new dimension to my Perish Trap mode, eliminating safe plays that my opponent could otherwise make to break the trap or to take KOs. It is so hard to use, but I've won more tournaments with this item than any other player alive. I think that I can make it work here. This item changes the way that my Amoonguss will play dramatically. Normally when you think of Amoonguss, you think about Spore, but I won't be able to reliably use Spore when my opponents can force me to switch just by attacking. Instead, if I lead with Amoonguss, I'll be using it as a Rage Powder attacker. If I want to Spore anything, it'll have to be later in the game, once the Eject button has been pushed. I also have the ability to bring Amoonguss in the back, switching it in to sponge a big attack intended for my more important Pokemon. I give Amoonguss enough HP to survive Final Gambit from Annihilate, and then train it heavily in its defense stat to ensure that I can live a Rage Fist after 4 stacks from a speed boosting Annihilate. This might be overkill, but I'm worried about the monkey. With no need for speed or special attack, I put the remaining points in Amoonguss's special defense stat. I do need to figure out how slow to make Amoonguss, though this one is a bit easier. There's no real reason why I'd want to be faster than other Amoonguss, so like Gothitelle, I use one with imperfect stats in order to be as slow as possible. This will give me the edge over other Amoonguss in Perish Trap endgames, and can also allow my own Amoonguss to work as a thorn in the side of opposing dedicated Trick Room teams. I experiment with a couple different Terra types. Steel, Water, and Fire all have some merit, but there's 2 Pokemon that are giving me some trouble, Dragapult and Dragonite. These Dragon-type attackers can abuse the fact that I have no natural Dragon-type resistances on my team, and their ability to consistently output huge damage is threatening my Perish Trap's defensive rhythm. So I decide to dedicate Amoonguss's Terra type to these 2 threats, and use Terra Fairy to completely shut them down. Which means there's just one Pokemon left, Incineroar. The Pokemon players are disrespecting, despite the fact that they really should have learned better by now. My specific Incineroar is unusual for 3 main reasons. The first has to do with its moves. Not the first 3 moves. I'm using Fake Out to stop my opponent from moving, Knock Off as a damaging option that also has the utility of removing the item of whatever it hits, and Parting Shot as a way to switch out in the middle of the turn while weakening my opponents. Parting Shot is especially strong here as, similar to Eject button, I can use it to switch Gothitelle out and bring it back in again in the same turn, maintaining the lock. All of these moves are standard, but the regular 4th move at present is Flare Blitz, a powerful fire type attack. But I intend to be in the rain most of the time, so Flare Blitz seems out of place. In past formats, when players would drop a move on Incineroar, they'd choose to replace it with a supporting move like Will-O-Wisp, Taunt, or Helping Hand. But I'm not interested in these moves. Instead, I'm going to use a move that's almost never seen on Incineroar, despite being one of the best moves in the entire game. A move that I want on every single Pokemon on this team, Protect. Protect? That's Wolfe's big surprise? The move on almost every Pokemon in the game? Well, yeah, because almost actually doesn't include the best Pokemon in the game. It's really rare to see Protect on Incineroar, because most of the time, it's actually not that useful. Incineroar is naturally so bulky that it doesn't need the shielding that Protect provides against most attacks. And when it is legitimately threatened, players typically prefer to switch Incineroar out to reset Fake Out and Intimidate for later in the battle. But I told you earlier that on a dedicated Perish Trap team, every single Pokemon should have Protect. That's because it is actually possible to set up mathematically guaranteed wins with Perish Song, provided all of the Pokemon you have left can Protect. One important situation that I'll end up in often is when I have 3 Pokemon left against 2 of my opponents and I've just set Perish Song up. With 3 turns left on the Perish counter, if I can just survive for 3 turns, I'll win. However, if my Pokemon are low on HP, this can quickly get dicey, unless every Pokemon left has Protect. By protecting both my current Pokemon, the timer will fall to 2. Then I can do anything with the 2 Pokemon on the board, even let them both faint, as the timer falls to 1. On the last turn, as long as my final Pokemon can Protect, I'll win. Incineroar is one of the most crucial Pokemon in pulling off the Perish Trap, and if I don't give it Protect, I'll be playing with one hand tied behind my back. Yes, it breaks the rules of convention. Yes, it isn't a good move on Incineroar in 99% of situations, but this is the 1%. Incineroar's item is, for me, an easy choice. I always like to have at least 2 Pokemon on my team be immune to Spore and Sleep Powder, to ensure that I always have decent tools against Amoonguss and Chlorophyll Pokemon. My Amoonguss is naturally immune as a grass type, but right now, that's it. So I'll give Incineroar the safety goggles to bring my total immunities up to 2. I told you that my Incineroar was unique for 3 main reasons. One is that it has Protect. The other 2 reasons have to do with its stats. Starting off standard, I max out my Incineroar's HP stat to increase its overall bulk. Now though, things get tougher. Incineroar's speed stat matters quite a bit. Since it's a popular Pokemon with Fake Out, most players would like to outspeed other Incineroar. But if you want to go even faster, you can consistently outspeed faster Saluna and even some slow Goldengo. Being fast especially makes sense on teams that have Trick Room. In general, you want to have the faster Fake Out but the slower Parting Shot. With Trick Room, if you're faster than your opponent's Incineroar, you can Fake Out the turn that you twist the dimensions before they attack, then Parting Shot the following turn after they attack, getting the best of both worlds. So conventional wisdom says that I should be using a fast Incineroar, aiming to outspeed the majority of other cats. But once again, I'm bucking convention. Not only am I not going to invest a single point in Incineroar's speed stat, I'm also going to do what I did with Gothitelle and Amoonguss and intentionally make Incineroar as slow as possible. There's a couple reasons why I think this makes sense. First, it gives my Incineroar the advantage in a Perish Song endgame, as I'll be the last one to faint. Second, it allows me to opt out of speed guessing games. Kingambit, Porygon 2, both Ursalunas, Primarina, and more all tend to be around where Incineroar starts out. And assuming that I'm faster erroneously or thinking that my Incineroar will be safe in Trick Room when it isn't can be extremely costly. By going all the way down to minimum speed, I can safely assume that I'll be slower outside of Trick Room and faster within. Another case of sacrificing a stat to give myself better information. Third, Incineroar is naturally 5 points slower than Gothitelle. So by going as slow as possible, Incineroar is able to combo with Gothitelle inside of Trick Room. I can use Knockoff to attack first, removing a target's item such as the Citrus Berry or the Assault Vest, and then hit them right after with Psychic. If the order was reversed, I would be forced to use Psychic first, risking activating the Citrus Berry, which would not only heal my opponent, but power down Incineroar's Knockoff in the process. Because there aren't a lot of other Pokemon around this speed range, I can also use Gothitelle to check if Incineroar will be faster than a foe, and vice versa. And there's a fourth advantage to not training Incineroar in its speed, and it's relevant to the last thing that sets my Incineroar apart. Every single point that you put into one stat is a point you're losing in another. So by not training Incineroar at all in either speed or attack, I'm able to completely max out its bulk. Normally, Incineroar is trained to have a good balance of special defense and defense, but that's not what I'm doing here. Instead, this Incineroar is almost entirely trained to survive powerful special attacks. This is all because of one Pokemon. Ursaluna Blood Moon. I mentioned earlier that it can KO all of my Pokemon in a single hit, but that's only with Life Orb Terranormal Blood Moon, a move that both requires Terastallization and has the restriction of not being able to be used twice in a row. If I can Parting Shot Ursaluna, my other Pokemon can handle it, but Incineroar is weak to Earth Power, Ursaluna's next strongest attack. So, I decide to focus entirely on surviving this specific attack, something that no Ursaluna player would ever expect. I'm able to survive it 75% of the time, and Life Orb Terranormal Blood Moon 50% of the time. These odds aren't great, but in a pinch, I'm willing to gamble on them, especially as there's nothing else on my team that can take a hit from Ursaluna. Having this much special bulk is also just useful across the board. When I played Marco in the Grand Challenge, I was only able to win because my Incineroar survived Pelipra's Weather Ball in the rain, something that normally wouldn't be possible. With Intimidate effectively increasing Incineroar's physical defense, I'm comfortable training it to be mostly specially bulky. As I close out Incineroar's EVs, I can mention one last Wolf's trick hidden within this team. In fact, it's hidden in almost every Pokemon on it. This team is built in such a way that against all combinations of Pokemon that I plan to have on the field, Porygon 2 will always get an attack boost from the download ability compared to the more threatening special attack boost. In fact, in the hundreds of practice games and 50+ tournament games that I've played with this team, I never once allowed Porygon 2 to get the special attack boost. I pack a bag and hop on the plane to Toronto, ready to perform what will likely be the Scarlet and Violet swan song for my favorite strategy. Part of the reason I even decided to go to Toronto in the first place was so that I could spend more time with my friend Gio before he moves. And as luck would have it, we actually ended up on the same flight there. We picked our seats so we could sit together, so even if the tournament goes poorly, I'm at least glad I'm getting to spend some more time with my friend. Now, Gio actually isn't the only editor on this channel who is going to Toronto. Wit, who is the lead editor of this video, decided to go too. Most of the footage you'll see of the behind the scenes moments come from him. But hey, Wit, why did you decide to go to Toronto in the first place?
So my wife and I wanted to go to Toronto originally to like go see friends and hang out and stuff, but we were both really busy. She just started a new job and so I was like, I don't know if I can take time off. And she was like, I don't think I can take time off. And then about 4 or 5 days before Toronto Regional started, we both like at the same exact times looked at each other and went, we have to go to Toronto because if we don't go, something crazy is going to happen and we're going to miss it. So we were like, that night we booked the flight to Toronto and yeah, we ended up going.
Anyway, Gio and I land in Toronto and we're like, okay, well, I guess we should go to our hotel, right? Now the plan was for my friends Gio, Tom, and Courtney to come pick us up, but when we land, they're like, hey, let us know when you landed. So I said, okay, I landed. And they said, it'll take us an hour to get there because the traffic is just unbelievable. So Gio and I are like, okay, well, I guess we're gonna call an Uber then because we're not gonna make them drive for, 2 hours and then we don't wanna wait for an hour in the first place. So we call a ride and then we sit in the car for, like an hour because traffic is just unbelievable. Toronto, I don't know if that's normal, but it shouldn't be. Anyway, so I get to the hotel and I go in and I'm like, okay, finally, I'm in a different country. Like I had all this transit. I'm excited to finally be here. And I go to the front desk, which is, if you've never been to a hotel before, that's what you do. And I'm like, hey, I want to check in. And they're like, okay, what's your name? And I tell them, and they're like, you're not coming up. And I go, uh-oh. And I go, okay, can you try my friend Yotam's name? Can you put his name in? And they're like, yeah, his name isn't showing up either. So I go, uh-oh. And I'm trying to figure it out because Yotam has already gotten here. So I know that there is a room for us and I'm just trying to get the key. And then I go, what's the name of the hotel? And they tell me. And then I look at my phone and I see from Yotam where I'm supposed to be and it's not here. So I kind of just grab my backpack, which is pretty heavy and makes me sweaty because there's a lot of stuff in it. And I panic. And so I go to the front desk guy and I'm like, okay, thanks for your help. I got to go. I'm at the wrong place. And I just book it. I start walking, right? So I go outside and it's freezing, but it's the horrible kind of freezing where because I'm wearing this backpack, I have all this heat trapped. So it's super cold outside, but I start sweating anyway. Anyway, I walk for a couple minutes and I'm like, man, this sucks. How long is it going to take? And I pull up my phone and it's 30-minute walk. And I go, that's longer than I thought. So I turn around and I do the walk of shame back to the hotel that I've just, been walking away from. And I go back in and I make awkward eye contact with the guy at the front desk. And then I call another Uber and I eventually make it to the hotel where I was supposed to be, which has, I kid you not, a window that looks into a full indoor baseball stadium. Something that you might not know about me is that not only do I really love sneaking into empty stadiums, but I would also say that I have something of a natural gift for it. Virginia Tech, if you're watching, Lane Stadium is not safe from me. Honestly, neither is Castle Coliseum. That's for all my Hokies. Anyway, in that moment, I decide that if I have the time, I'm going to try and sneak into the baseball stadium that is calling to me through the hotel window like the Green Goblin mask. With my mission self-assigned, I head to dinner with friends. I've never been to Toronto before, but it seems really nice from what I can tell, though it is truthfully already pretty dark by the time that we're walking to dinner. By the time we finish, it's getting late. I'm staying with Yotam and Yuki, and the three of us head back to the hotel to get a good night's sleep. I wake up the next morning feeling pretty good. I slept well. A common trend in these tournament videos that you may or may not have noticed is that I tend to have trouble sleeping the night before these big events, which always leads to a bunch of comments of people telling me that I should just sleep better. Thanks for all of your advice. So, me and the boys roll on over to the venue, check in, and wait for the games to begin. I'm feeling, well, actually different than normal. I realized last season that I've been experiencing a lot more pressure and stress than I thought I was during these tournaments. And so, starting with Worlds, I've gone into every event trying something new to help me stay calm. The new method that I'm trying this time, well, it makes me feel a little bit different, but different isn't always better. Okay, I realize that you're probably wondering, like, what is he talking about? What is this new method? I'm not telling, that's a secret. I will tell you if I win Worlds, otherwise I'm not talking. A lot of a Pokemon tournament is waiting. Waiting for the pairings to go up, waiting for the round to start, waiting for your friends to finish, waiting for the next round to go up, waiting for the final standings. It probably doesn't sound like a big deal to those of you who have never experienced it, but the pressure, anticipation, and weight of every game you've played thus far build and build throughout the tournament, and not having any outlet for them in a game as mental as Pokemon is a far larger challenge than you might expect. When you're playing, at least you feel like you can, do something, but for me, the waiting is often the worst part. The closest feeling that I have personally experienced to this is when I was a kid and I confessed to my crush over text, waiting for them to text me back without knowing what they'd say. Imagine that feeling, but stretched over the course of hours over the entire day. While I'm waiting, I remind myself what I need to do. This tournament has 3 phases. The first phase takes place over the course of the first day, and the second 2 phases are both on day 2. In order to make it through day 1, I'll need to win 6 of my 8 games today. If I do that, I'll play 3 more games in day 2 tomorrow. At the end of these 11 games, if I've managed to win at least 9, I'll advance to the top cut, which is a single elimination bracket that's played until only the champion remains. So I need 6 wins today, but every extra game that I win today means 1 more game I can afford to lose tomorrow. Finally, the pairings go up. I say goodbye to my friends and head to my seat to see what I'll be playing against. As the battle starts and we exchange the team sheets that separate these tournaments from the best of 1 ones that I played in the Grand Challenge, I have to do a double take. What kind of round 1 is this? The good news is that this team is very unusual, which means it's using Pokemon not commonly thought to be as strong. But the bad news is that this team has some of the most specific anti-perish tools that I've seen throughout all of my testing. So much so that it feels like a team built specifically to shut me down. Tyranitar, an anti-rain Pokemon, sure, but why does this one have Taunt? Ursaluna Blood Moon as one of the largest offensive threats to my team, sure. Mimikyu? A ghost-type Pokemon that I'll need to hit at least twice, if not 3 times to get rid of, and it has Mental Herb, so I can't even Encore it if it goes for Trick Room. Hitmontop and Metagross I can handle, but Alolan Golem? A slow, physical attacking Pokemon with an electric type double edge? This team doesn't have a water resistance to start, and Muddy Water is very threatening in the rain. Game 1 starts off with my Kingdra and Incineroar against their Tyranitar and Mimikyu. I switch Incineroar to Politoed, and Kingdra misses the very first attack of the tournament, as Muddy Water goes wide on the Mimikyu. Thankfully, it does connect on Tyranitar, who is by far the more important target, but that lets Mimikyu set up Trick Room for free. Good news, Tyranitar is down. Bad news, the rock is out. I decide to play it slow, switching Kingdra to Incineroar. Golem terastallizes to grass to turn off its water weakness, but I protect Politoed, blocking a double attack of Double Edge and Play Rough. I need to stall at the Trick Room, so I fake out the Golem and Weather Ball the Mimikyu to break their disguise, as Play Rough misses Incineroar. Now, with Golem at -1 attack, they're feeling pressure to switch, so they bring out Ursaluna as I switch Incineroar to Gothitelle. I terastallize Politoed just in case, and Play Rough does almost nothing to Gothitelle as a Weather Ball hits Mimikyu. Now it's the last turn of Trick Room. And I have a pretty safe play of Fake Out into the Ursaluna and Weather Ball into Mimikyu for the KO. However, they have that grass type Golem in the back, and that means that Ursaluna can't Terastallize. I realized that they could just switch Mimikyu to Golem, which would cause my Weather Ball to do nothing, but Ursaluna can't switch because of Shadow Tag. Of course, it could protect, but with Trick Room ending, that would leave it vulnerable to Encore the next turn. The turn starts and Mimikyu stays in, but Fake Out hits Ursaluna, who doesn't protect. Politoed moves next, and Weather Ball KOs Ursaluna in one hit, as Mimikyu goes for a Trick Room, returning the Twisted Dimensions to normal. Finally, my opponent only has 2 Pokemon left, and I can Perish Song and win the game. Now, obviously, I came into this tournament hoping to win the whole thing, so you might not think that winning just a game would mean all that much. But the truth is, every time I enter a tournament, I know that things can go south at any point. And in the past, when I've lost game 1 of a tournament, it typically isn't a very good sign of things to come. So here, it's not that it's a huge shot, but it is still a small victory nonetheless. But every set is best 2 out of 3. I need to win another game to win round 1, and now my opponent knows what I'm going for. So I decide to switch it up. No way are they going to lead with Tyranitar again, right? This time, I'll leave Kingdra behind and focus entirely on my Perish mode. The game begins with Mimikyu and Hitmontop against my Politoed and Incineroar. I realize that by leading Hitmontop, my opponent has given me a huge opportunity. If I can trap it on the field, I might be able to turn this battle into a 1 against 2. I switch Incineroar to Gothitelle, but unfortunately, Hitmontop Fake Out's Politoed, meaning I can't do anything as Mimikyu sets Trick Room. But this Fake Out hurts them more than it hurts me, as I'm able to use my own Fake Out to stop the Hitmontop from moving, and then Encore from Politoed to force Hitmontop to use Fake Out again for the next 3 turns. A move that, as you probably know, only works on the first turn your Pokemon hits the field. Shadow Claw does come out and do super effective damage to my Gothitelle, but thanks to the Intimidate, it barely does 40%. I protect Gothitelle and block another Shadow Claw as Politoed Weather Balls Mimikyu to break its disguise, while poor Hitmontop is forced to Fake Out again, failing the move that once seemed so helpful. My plan here is to whittle down the Mimikyu with another Weather Ball so I can finish it off with a move from Gothitelle, Politoed, or Incineroar. Once I do, my opponent won't be able to switch, and I can use Perish Song to take 2 more KOs before finishing the game. Of course, Gothitelle is in some danger here. Shadow Claw is not supposed to KO, but it will if it crits, and the move has a heightened crit rate which makes it happen 1 out of every 8 times. I do not want to risk a crit, but I also don't want to break my Shadow Tag lock. What should I do? Well, my last Pokemon this game isn't Kingdra, but Amoonguss. I can use Eject button to switch Gothitelle out, take the Shadow Claw, crit or otherwise, and bring Gothitelle in to keep Hitmontop trapped on the field. So I switch Gothitelle out, but to my surprise, Mimikyu switches too, into Tyranitar, turning off my Rain and turning my Weather Ball to a Rock type move, which does effectively nothing to Tyranitar. That is bad, but the good news is that I have Amoonguss inside of Trick Room. Hitmontop switches out into Ursaluna Blood Moon, as I Spore Tyranitar and go for a Perish Song. Shadow Tag isn't active yet, but if my opponent keeps playing defensive by switching out, they're not going to be gaining any ground. Unfortunately, Trick Room ends this turn, so my Spore pressure is off the table. I switch Politoed to Gothitelle and go for a Rage Powder, as Tyranitar wakes up after just 1 turn and goes for Knockoff, which is redirected into Amoonguss, removing its eject button before it can activate. Blood Moon KOs Amoonguss, but this is effectively a 1-for-2 trade as the Perish counter falls to 2. I go back into Politoed. I already know that Weather Ball KOs Ursaluna, so I can Fake Out Tyranitar and try and KO Ursaluna, but it protects. But that means that the Perish counter has fallen to 1 and I didn't take any damage. Protecting both my Pokemon will now result in a double KO as the Perish counter hits 0. And there's no way that Hitmontop and Mimikyu can do enough damage to break my 3 defensive Pokemon left before Perish ends them too. With a score in the set of 2 wins and 0 losses, I win round 1. Oh yeah, right, I should probably say that unless a battle took place on stream, by the way, all the battles that you'll be seeing here are recreations. At the moment, there is no way of actually recording the games that take place during the tournament, and so we have to do everything after the fact. We're able to do this because after most of my rounds, I take the time to write down, turn by turn, everything that happened. This is what that looks like for round 1. I've seen a lot of people say over the years that the notes that I'm taking in my notebook when I'm playing are to remember what happens for the video, But actually, that's not the case. When I take notes during a match, it's just for my own sake of trying to win the game. Everything about the battle comes directly from my memory. Anyway, sometimes I will say that a move does 40% because it did 40% in the battle, but on the screen, you'll see it do closer to 50%. That's just because these recreations already take up a lot more time than you would think, and trying to get things to line up 100% perfectly is really tough, especially when factoring in misses and critical hits and stuff. Even though that round 1 was only a 2-game set, because Perish Trap takes so long to win, I don't have a lot of time to rest before the next round goes up. And when I sit down and take a look at my opponent's team, I groan. Ursaluna, Blood Moon, plus Electabuzz. I knew this was going to be a tough matchup, but this specific one also has Goldengo, Incineroar, and Dragonite. Worse, this Electabuzz has Taunt. The matchup is already hard enough without it, but with it, it just becomes awful. And even worse still, this Electabuzz has Terra Water, meaning it'll be able to resist my best attempts at getting rid of it quickly if I try and blow it up with Kingdra. So I need to decide what to do. The Goldengo is holding the choice specs, so it can't protect. And frankly, I just can't imagine my opponent is going to lead with Ursaluna into a potential Kingdra lead. More than that, the thought of needing to rely on Muddy Water to hit in order for me to win just doesn't feel super appealing to me right now after the Grand Challenge and with Kingdra currently sitting at about a 50% connection rate this tournament. So in game 1, I'm going to play with Archaludon as my focus, not Kingdra. I send out Incineroar and Archaludon as they lead with Electabuzz and Ursaluna. Uh-oh. My only way out here is to take advantage of my fake out pressure. I switch both my Pokemon out to Politoed and Gothitelle as Ursaluna protects, and Electabuzz taunts Gothitelle. Not a bad turn at all, because now I've turned this abysmal lead into something that I can actually play around. I can fake out Electabuzz and Encore Ursaluna, forcing it to protect again and buying me time to get rid of it. Something that's only possible because my Politoed is faster than all Ursaluna who aren't running a speed boosting nature. Ursaluna terastallizes to start the turn, but I'm not worried about that. Terra Normal Protect doesn't do anything special. I fake out Electabuzz, Ursaluna Blood Moon, Blood Moons. Ursaluna Blood Moon, Blood Moons? This thing is timid! Well, so much for my perfect plan, except that my Gothitelle survives. Because the downside of boosting your speed is you lose out on a lot of special attack points. Unfortunately, my Politoed's Encore lands not on Ursaluna's Protect, but on Blood Moon. But hold on a second. Blood Moon isn't allowed to be used twice in a row. But how does that work with Encore? This is an extremely niche mechanic. But I need to know what Ursaluna is going to do here in order to plan out my turn. If it'll struggle, then I should attack. But if it can Blood Moon again, then I need to protect. What should I do? With my time ticking down, I suddenly hear a voice in my head like Professor Oak telling you you're not allowed to do a sick kickflip off of Nurse Joy's desk.
Use the Force, Wolf. I mean, don't forget what I taught you, Wolf.
See, one of my good friends is Dwobblefett, who knows more about Pokemon mechanics than anyone else I know. He helped me prepare for this tournament, and before I left, he took the time to explain several extremely niche mechanics that I personally thought would never come up, but he wanted me to know about. I remember now. Ursaluna is gonna struggle. The turn starts. Electabuzz Electrowebs, and Ursaluna struggles. And I double into Ursaluna for the KO. I've lost a lot of resources, but I'm still in this game. Now, Dragonite comes out. I switch Gothitelle to Incineroar and protect Politoed as they launch Electroweb and Scale Shot into the Protect. Now this gets tricky. Electabuzz and Dragonite will certainly win a damage race against my team, but I might not be able to pull off a Perish Trap because my Gothitelle has such low HP. That being said, there might be another way for me to win with Perish Song here, with one of my advanced techniques. I've talked a lot about how much I love Perish Trap and how much I've tried to make it work over the years. One side effect of this is that I have developed a number of advanced techniques, moves that you would never go for normally, but I'm able to spot when they can work because of the sheer level of mastery I have over Perish Trap. Here, I'll unveil the first of my advanced techniques, Overcrowded Anthem. This technique is only possible when your opponent has exactly 3 Pokemon left and is threatening a KO on your Shadow Tag user that is currently in the back. It'll be easier to understand with an example. For example, This game, I fake out Electabuzz, denying taunt, and take a scale shot with Politoed, who uses Perish Song. Now, neither of my opponent's Pokemon are trapped on the field. They are both free to leave, but if one of them switches out and the other one fails to KO a Gothitelle that switches in, that'll result in the Pokemon that stayed behind getting KO'd. My opponent, realizing this, decides that their safest play is to attack with both of their Pokemon to increase the odds of hitting Gothitelle as it switches in by trying to cover for both slots. But I don't switch Gothitelle in. Instead, I protect both of my Pokemon. A completely bizarre play out of context because Perish Song is ticking down and the opponent still isn't trapped. But my play does exactly what I was hoping, as the situation is now the same as the turn before with the Perish counter one turn lower. However, both my opponent's Pokemon are still not trapped. Gothitelle has to switch in this turn and my opponent has to call which Pokemon it's coming in for. I switch Politoed to Gothitelle, and the opponent doubles it with Scale Shot and Electroweb, resulting in the KO. My Perish Trap is broken, as Incineroar knocks off Dragonite. But is my Perish Trap broken? Shadow Tag is gone, but the Perish counter is at 1. And this is the true goal of Overcrowded Anthem. Both of my opponent's Pokemon are free to leave, but with only one Pokemon in the back still remaining, only one of them has a Pokemon to switch into. I've accomplished my true goal. I've gotten my opponent down to their final 2 Pokemon. The only question is, which Pokemon will they allow to faint to Perish Song? I send out Archaludon to replace the fainted Gothitelle and wait to see which Pokemon they're going to sacrifice. They save Dragonite, switching out to Whimsicott. I was truthfully expecting Gholdengo to be their final Pokemon, as I switch Incineroar into Politoed, resetting the rain. Unfortunately, they taunt Politoed, preventing me from using Perish Song next turn. Electabuzz faints to Perish Song, and Dragonite is forced back in. I switch Politoed to Incineroar as they protect Dragonite and set Light Screen, and I predict that, calling that they're not going to use Encore, and instead of switching out Archaludon, attacking with Flash Cannon, which Whimsicott survives. Unfortunately for them, Archaludon outspeeds Whimsicott, and Flash Cannon finishes it off as Incineroar stops Dragonite from moving. Up 3 against 1, I win game 1. But that was a little bit close for comfort. I definitely need to bring Kingdra in game 2. I do not want to have to deal with that Electabuzz Ursaluna lead again without it, as game 2 begins with my Incineroar and Kingdra against their Dragonite and Incineroar. 2 Pokemon that can be trapped. I double switch to Politoed and Gothitelle, as they go for Fake Out and Scale Shot into Goth. I Fake Out Dragonite and Encore Incineroar, forcing it to sit in the field and use Fake Out once more. I figure that here they're going to Scale Shot Politoed, but instead they aim at Gothitelle, leaving it with around 50% of its HP after the Citrus Berry, as I go for Perish Song and Psychic into Dragonite. Perish counter at 3. Now, I would love to switch Politoed to Incineroar and protect with Gothitelle, but I need to keep Politoed on the field so that I can Encore their Incineroar again to make sure that it goes down to Perish. I could protect both of my Pokemon, which seems super safe, but this Dragonite has Haze, and after a Haze, they could KO Gothitelle with another Scale Shot. So, to cover for everything that I can see, I decide to use Encore preemptively. The turn starts with Gothitelle's Protect and Incineroar's Wasted Fake Out, but Dragonite just launches another Scale Shot, and thanks to a critical hit, Politoed loses about half of its health as Incineroar's Encore ends. Protecting both my Pokemon that turn would have been huge, because now I've lost a lot of HP. Encore ends, so I'm forced to Encore again into Incineroar as Politoed barely survives the Scale Shot and Gothitelle sets up Trick Room. I switch both my Pokemon out, which is a huge risk because if Dragonite attacks Kingdra, Scale Shot will KO. But the Scale Shot hits Incineroar, dealing only about a third of my HP. Perish counter hits 0. And my opponent sends out their final 2 Pokemon, Whimsicott and Ursaluna. For the second game in a row, they've left Gholdengo behind. I switch Kingdra to Gothitelle as they Terra Normal Ursaluna, who I promptly Fake Out as Whimsicott sets up Light Screen. Now it's my turn to Fake Out for a second time in a row, which buys space for Incineroar to Parting Shot the Whimsicott. I send out my 36 HP Politoed. Wait, what? With only 36 HP, Politoed will surely go down if my opponent attacked it. And they did! Whimsicott uses Moonblast, but Politoed survives with exactly 2 HP, thanks to the Parting Shot, all according to plan. But now, I think I probably should lose this, because Ursaluna can just KO Politoed before I can set up a Perish Song. Except, that it can't, because I went for this exact sequence of plays knowing that Politoed is slower than Ursaluna, meaning they have no way of stopping my Parasong inside the twisted dimensions. I protect Gothitelle and Parasong as they KO Politoed, but the damage is done. I go into Incineroar. Fake out into Ursaluna means that they cannot take a KO this turn, and though they do encore me into Protect, they don't have the damage to win the game as the Perish counter hits 2. Protecting both my Pokemon puts the counter at 1, and with Kingdra still at full HP in the back, this game is over. I win round 2 with a score in the set of 2 wins and 0 losses, putting me at the same score in the tournament. But once again, there isn't much time before the next round. I meet up with my friends and hear how everyone is doing, but then it's time to play again. Unfortunately, my round 3 opponent also has Taunt Electabuzz, as well as Focus Sash Annihilate, Dragonite, and Terra Water Life Orb Goldengo. I'm not sure that this is a harder matchup than the last round, but it certainly isn't much easier. But in game 1, I'm able to get off to a huge early lead. My opponent leads with both ghost types against my 2 water types. And somehow, Kingdra hits both Pokemon with Muddy Water, letting Politoed KO Annihilate with Weather Ball. Even though Goldengo set up a nasty plot, it's lost so much health, and I'm able to keep the pressure on and set Parasong up. I trade Kingdra for Goldengo, and then it's just a matter of waiting for Dragonite's Perish counter to hit 0. At which point, Politoed and Gothitelle can easily clean up against Arcanine in Trick Room. I feel like they're going to switch to Primarina because it's just like one of the best Pokemon possible against my Kingdra. So game 2, I open up with Amoonguss and Archaludon, and I am met with Electabuzz and Goldengo. That is probably the worst case scenario. And this Electabuzz has Taunt. But here's the thing, Follow Me would basically invalidate 100% of my moves, and so I think my opponent's gonna expect me to expect them to go for Follow Me. And because of that, they probably don't really feel the pressure to go for it because against a defensive play, it won't really do anything. This Electabuzz has Taunt, so they actually have something valuable they could do instead. It's risky, but I'm going to call that they're not going to go for Follow Me. I Terrastallize Archaludon and Rage Powder as Electabuzz goes for Taunt. And Electro Shot one-hit KOs Goldengo. I've now eliminated the #1 threat to my team, and I am not going to let that chance go to waste. Annihilate comes out, and I protect Archaludon as they Follow Me and Rage Fist into the Protect, letting Amoonguss use Pollen Puff into Electabuzz for a little bit of chip. I don't really want to switch out Amoonguss since I have the eject button, so I decide to just stay in and continue Pollen Puffing. They switch Electabuzz to Primarina and go for a Protect, taking no damage from my Dragon Pulse as my side Pollen Puff does nothing. Now, I feel like Primarina is going to tear up, and I want to scout for it. They do, but I protect Archaludon and block 2 attacks as Amoonguss's Pollen Puff does almost no damage to the poison type Primarina. Somehow, Amoonguss has been on the field for 4 turns and still has the eject button active. Except that now, Taunt has finally ended. Primarina switches back into Electabuzz, but I go for a Rage Powder, redirecting Annihilate's Rage Fist, and finally activating Eject Button. I bring out Politoed, setting the rain and immediately letting me use Electro Shot, which drops Electabuzz below half HP. Now, I see a way to win. Electabuzz uses Follow Me while Close Combat drops my Archaludon below half health, but Electro Shot KOs Electabuzz, and I set up Perish Song. Even though it's affecting 2 of my Pokemon and only 1 of theirs, that 1 Pokemon can't switch now that there's nothing left to switch into. I protect both of my Pokemon, letting Annihilate's Perish counter fall to 2. And now I see a guaranteed win. I can use Electro Shot into Primarina. This is Choice Specs Primarina, so the only way that my opponent can keep it alive is to KO my Archaludon before it can move with Close Combat. But doing that would mean that Politoed gets to go for another Perish Song, putting the final timer on Primarina, my opponent's last hope. They Close Combat Archaludon for the knockout, and Primarina outspeeds Politoed and lands a huge Hyper Voice. Perish Song goes up, and Annihilate's Perish counter drops to 1, while Primarina's goes to 3. The game is over. Protecting Amoonguss lets Politoed and Annihilate feint the Perish Song, while Primarina's Perish counter falls to 2, and I can bring in Incineroar, which leads to a safe Fake Out and Spore as their timer hits 1, which finally ends with Protect and Protect as the timer hits 0. 2 wins, 0 losses in the set. 3 wins, 0 losses in the tournament. I'm feeling good. I've had to deal with 3 really difficult matchups, but I haven't even dropped a game yet. Each of my opponents had multiple Pokemon that gave them great options against my strategy, but it still wasn't enough. There is still a lot of Pokemon yet to be played, but to be honest, this is the start that I've been hoping for. But as round 4 begins, my matchups aren't getting any easier. This opponent has the combination of Life Orb, Terra Water Goldango, with both Dragonite and Assault Vest Archaludon, not to mention Terra Ghost on both Grimmsnarl and Mousehold. The problem with matchups where the opponent has both Archaludon and Goldango is I would like to lead with Politoed to be able to get Perish on Archaludon right away, but that doesn't work versus Terra Water Goldango. If I can get rid of the Archaludon quickly though, it'll be much easier to handle Goldango later on. Game 1 begins with their Grimmsnarl and Goldango against my Politoed and Archaludon. I try to get rid of their Goldango early with Terra Electric Electroshot, but they protect and set up Light Screen as I Encore, predicting them to go for this Light Screen. We reposition a bit, and eventually I end up in a good position where I have 3 special attack boosts on my Archaludon and I'm poised to win the game. Or so I think, until I lose a speed tie that I didn't even realize was happening. Despite being Assault Vest, my opponent's Archaludon is also max speed, and them winning this crucial 50% chance knocks out my Archaludon, and with it my chances of beating Goldango. I lose game 1, my first game loss of the tournament. Game 2, I stick with the same Pokemon, but this time my opponent leads with Mousehold and Goldango, showing off a new Pokemon that they didn't bring to game 1. I predict the Goldango to protect and KO Mousehold with Terra Electric Electroshot, but not before it takes half of my Archaludon's health with Super Fang. They send out their Archaludon. And now things are really awkward. I can protect my Archaludon and switch into a Fake Out Pokemon, which would allow me to go for Fake Out and Electroshot on the next turn, but then Goldango can just protect again. The problem is, while I can reposition turn after turn, their Goldango can always protect on the Fake Out turn. And so eventually, I'm gonna need to risk a speed tie. And the more I delay and chancing this tie, the riskier it becomes, as Goldango can start doing tons of damage after it nasty plots, and Archaludon can start going for Electroshots, boosting itself up while I play defensive. And this actually isn't a true 50-50. First, my opponent might not want to risk the entire game on a speed tie. If they lose the tie, they will lose the game on the spot. Maybe they'll switch out here, not wanting to risk it, especially because the only move that they can use that will KO my Archaludon is Draco Meteor, which is not 100% accurate, as Kingdra has been doing its best to prove. So I win if I win the tie, or if they miss Draco Meteor, or if they predict me to make a different move. They risk the speed tie, lock into Draco Meteor, and both outspeed and connect. And with Archaludon down, I cannot beat Terra Water Goldango. I lose game 2. Putting me at a score in the tournament of 3 wins and 1 loss. But honestly, I don't feel that bad. It was a difficult matchup and my opponent played super risky. Not to mention that the odds were way in my favor to win at least one of the 2 ties, which would have sent us to a game 3. Of course, ideally, I would like to play in a way that doesn't risk any chance of losing, but without knowing going in that it was max speed Archaludon, that would have been pretty tough here. I also feel like I learned something from this set. Getting rid of Goldango is priority number 1, but I need to be very mindful about giving Archaludon the rain for free. Letting them get multiple Electroshots off without needing to bring out their Pelipper was not the best strategy I've ever used. In hindsight, I think that the lead of Incineroar and Archaludon would have worked a lot better here, so I could reposition easier without needing to watch out for Electroshot. So even though I lost, I learned something, and I'm sure that it'll help me out at some point during this tournament, especially because rain-based teams are so popular. Next up is round 5, and wouldn't you know it, it's against another rain team. Though thankfully, this one doesn't have Goldango. However, no Goldango does not mean that I'm safe here. This team has 5 of the Pokemon that I was pretty worried about coming into this tournament. Basculegion, Amoonguss, Archaludon, Kingambit, and Rillaboom. But at least there's no Goldango! In game 1, I decided to play around Archaludon. I focused on taking out Rillaboom early, and then focused down Pelipper, ignoring their Archaludon. I'm forced to give up Amoonguss, but I stall out the rain and use Archaludon to KO their Basculegion while Politoed sets up Perish Song. I win game 1. Game 2, I switch to Politoed and Amoonguss against Rillaboom and Kingambit. I use eject button to get Gothitelle in safely, then use Fake Out to set Perish Song up. Incineroar comes in as Gothitelle protects, blocking a double attack as the Perish counter hits 2. I then do one of my favorite moves and switch Gothitelle out into Amoonguss, who survives the double attack, while Parting Shot lets me bring Gothitelle back in safely in the middle of the turn, as the timer hits 1. Protecting both Pokemon lets me wait out the last turn of Perish, and now I'm up 4 against 2 against Archaludon and Pelipper. From here, it's just a bit of repositioning to let me get Trick Room up safely, and then one last Perish to close out the game. 4 wins and 1 loss in the tournament, with 3 rounds left on day 1. I'm starting to get nervous now. My start is good, but these next few rounds could really make or break the tournament. If I lose another round, I'll be 1 set away from being eliminated from the tournament until it's over. And with so many games left to play, I don't want to lose my extra life this early. I'm having so much fun playing Perish. Even though the matchups are hard, even though there are so many Gholdengo, I am still having a blast. But I would be lying if I said that the only thing I cared about is having fun. I also want to do well. I want to prove that I am a force to be reckoned with when I'm using Perish Trap, even when it isn't matching up well into the field. Speaking of, round 6 goes up. And wouldn't you know it, it is yet another terrible matchup. And it's familiar. It's super similar to what Yuki used to beat me in the Auction Invitational, with the core of Alolan Ninetales, Terra Water Gholdengo, and Assault Fest, Terra Ghost, Ursaluna, Blood Moon. Unfortunately, this team is even harder than Yuki's, as it also has both Annihilate and Dragonite, with Rillaboom rounding out the team. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually would have been happier to see Yuki's stupid Magmortar here instead. I lead with Gothitelle and Archaludon to try and set Trick Room up while I'm still threatening Gholdengo. They lead with Gholdengo and Annihilate, rendering my Shadow Tag completely useless. I Terrastalize Archaludon. Gholdengo protects and Annihilate goes for a bulk up, as I Electroshot into the Protect and set up Trick Room. My hunch was correct that the Annihilate is max speed and therefore faster than Archaludon. Otherwise, this Trick Room would have been disastrous. Gholdengo is the only Pokemon that I care about right now. I switch Gothitelle to Politoed as they switch Annihilate to Rillaboom. And even though Shadow Ball drops Archaludon to red HP, Electroshot KOs Gholdengo. My arch nemesis has been defeated, at least for this game. Annihilate comes back out. Now the position is tricky, but I realize something. This is Terra Grass Miracle Seed Rillaboom, so it can easily KO both of my Pokemon, even through Intimidate. The only upside is that it doesn't have U-turn, but Protect. The thing is, if Rillaboom doesn't go after Archaludon here, I'll be free to get another attack off. And since I'm at +2 already, that's gonna hurt. Of course, leaving Politoed vulnerable is scary, but I have a way around this, with Protect and Perish Song. If they attack into Archaludon, that's great. But if they KO Politoed, I get to go into Gothitelle and trap their Rillaboom immediately. In both cases, I get something valuable. I protect Archaludon and Perish Song, and Rillaboom uses Wood Hammer into Archaludon's Protect. Annihilate goes for a bulk up, and the Perish counter hits 3. I switch Gothitelle in for Archaludon and Encore Annihilate, forcing it to use bulk up again, and Rillaboom uses Wood Hammer into Gothitelle, not getting the KO. Counter at 2. And now, I see an opportunity for another advanced technique, Desynchronized Song. Normally, when you're using Perish Trap, you want to set it up so that your Perish Song is able to KO 2 of your opponent's Pokemon every time you use it. However, with all the counterplay to Shadow Tag that exists right now, that isn't always possible. The main way that you get around this is using your Pokemon to either KO or force out the Pokemon that can't be trapped, and then to go for the Perish Song afterwards, but that's not the only way. With advanced technique Desynchronized Song, the conditions are simple. First, you have to be in a position where you can pull off a Perish Trap setup, but only one of your opponent's Pokemon can be trapped. For example, in this battle, where both Rillaboom and Annihilate are affected by the Perish Song. Second, you need to predict when the Pokemon that can switch will switch. In this battle, that's right now. Annihilate switches to Ninetales, revealing their last Pokemon. But I go for a Fake Out to stop Rillaboom from moving, and another Perish Song, setting up a new counter on Ninetales. This is the power of Desynchronized Song, because while Annihilate couldn't be trapped, it was forced to switch eventually, exposing my opponent's final Pokemon to another Perish Song. Trick Room ends, but I switch in Incineroar, correctly predicting a double attack, and reset the Trick Room as Rillaboom faints to the Perish Song, and Ninetales counter hits 2. Annihilate comes back in, but inside of Trick Room, I have the advantage against the ape. I launch Knockoff and Psychic into Annihilate, but it survives and KOs Gothitelle with Rage Fist. To my shock, Ninetales launches Icicle Spear into their own Annihilate, and it picks up the KO. They assumed that I would play defensive and tried to boost up their own Rage Fist while I protected, but unfortunately for them, they end up sealing Annihilate's fate instead. With Ninetales on a perish counter of 1 and 3 of my Pokemon still left alive, I win game 1. That worked, but I'm not so sure that the lead that I tried is like actually good. Looking back, there were more than a couple of ways that it could have backfired. So in game 2, I switch it up with Politoed and Archaludon lead, facing off against their Assault Vest Ursaluna and Rillaboom. I protect both of my Pokemon as they switch Rillaboom to Annihilate and Terrastallize Ursaluna to Ghost, launching an Earth Power that I block. I figure this is as good a spot as any to try and get rid of this Ghost type Ursaluna. So I Terrastallize to Electric, shrugging off Annihilate's Drain Punch, and prepare for a KO with a double attack, but to my shock, Terra Electric Electro Shot and Weather Ball in the Rain don't KO this Ursaluna. Uh-oh. Earth Power KOs Archaludon, and I'm forced to send out Gothitelle. This is really bad, but here's the thing. I know what play my opponent wants to go for. Because their Ursaluna is Assault Vest, it has an unusual 4th move in place of Protect, Vacuum Wave, a very weak fighting type move that almost always moves first. And Ursaluna's ability lets its normal and fighting type moves hit Ghost type Pokemon. And Annihilate's Rage Fist gets stronger every time that it gets hit. From my opponent's perspective, they know that Ursaluna is probably going to get knocked out this turn before it can attack. So why not use Vacuum Wave as a little parting shot? It's not like it'll do any real damage to Politoed or Gothitelle, but if it hits Annihilate, it'll double the power of its Rage Fist. But I've trained my Gothitelle to survive a Rage Fist even after 1 stack, assuming that Annihilate has a speed boosting nature. But what if it's got an attack boosting nature? Then it can KO. Well, I know that it doesn't, because in game 1, it showed that it outsped my Archaludon. I make a call to punish specifically Vacuum Wave into the partner Annihilate and Rage Fist. The turn starts and Vacuum Wave hits Annihilate, followed up by a Rage Fist, which Gothitelle survives. Instead of going after Ursaluna, I ignore it and launch a Weather Ball, then Psychic into Annihilate, knocking it out and keeping the Pokemon score even at 3 apiece. But Rillaboom comes out, and I have already Terrastalized my Archaludon, who is currently taking a long rest inside of its Pokeball. I protect Politoed and switch Gothitelle to Incineroar, but although Politoed does block a Wood Hammer, Ursaluna uses Blood Moon for a huge chunk of Incineroar's health. I want to KO Ursaluna, but it switches to Goldango, as I fake out Rillaboom and Weather Ball into the Cheese String, dealing about half of its health. And now I'm once again on the back foot. Politoed is in range of Rillaboom, and if it goes down here, I'm not going to be able to beat Ursaluna. But the thing is, Incineroar is actually really annoying here. If I go for a parting shot into Rillaboom, I'll reset my fake out pressure. They really don't want to use Wood Hammer into a Protect again, so they find a way of stalling for a turn to hopefully waste my Protect. The turn starts, Rillaboom protects, Goldango protects, but Politoed uses Perish Song. This probably looks super strange. Why would I Perish Song in front of a Goldango, especially without Gothitelle on the field? Well, I was pretty sure that Rillaboom would protect this turn, and by getting this prediction right, Perish can set me up to win the game. See, the Ursaluna in the back is a Ghost type, and both it and Goldango are heavily damaged. If I'm right and Rillaboom goes for Protect this turn, then I can guarantee I get a KO in the other slot with Knockoff, whether this turn or next. And then Rillaboom won't be able to switch out and cleanse its Perish counter. In order for me to win this, I do need to get rid of Rillaboom somehow, and this is my best way of doing that. Perish Song doesn't seem like it makes much sense right now with no real threat of Shadow Tag, but if you just wait for 1 turn, I think you'll see the vision. So with Perish Song up and Rillaboom's counter at 3, I protect Politoed, blocking both Wood Hammer and Make It Rain. And I use Incineroar to KO Goldango. Perish counter at 2. I switch Politoed to Gothitelle as they double Incineroar for the KO, but Rillaboom's Perish counter hits 1. I bring Politoed back in and protect both of my Pokemon. And suddenly, I'm up 2 against 1. Against a very low HP Ursaluna that is slower than my Politoed. Weather Ball ends the game. 5 wins and 1 loss in the tournament. I think what's really standing out to me about this tournament is that not only is every round very difficult, but somehow they've all been difficult in different ways thanks to different Pokemon. I had to beat 3 different Ghost type Pokemon that last game while managing the threat of Weather Control and Rillaboom along the way. And that's a totally different set of threats than the other rounds of this tournament, even though some of the Pokemon have overlap. And on the one hand, I'm happy that I've been doing so well despite these really bad matchups. But on the other hand, Holy cow, can I catch a break over here? Is every matchup I play in this tournament gonna be just abysmal? I knew going in it was gonna be an uphill battle to win with Perish Trap, but this is a little bit much even for me. Round 7 goes up, and once again, I'm up against an unfortunately familiar set of Pokemon, including Goldengo, Ursaluna Blood Moon, Annihilate, Dragonite, Incineroar, and Porygon 2. Actually, you know what? Porygon 2 is okay. I would like to play more of those, please. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to take notes on the set beyond writing down that was really hard. So I can't tell you what exactly happened, except that somehow I managed to win again. 2 wins to 0 in the set. And so, despite my nightmare schedule, I am now guaranteed to advance to day 2, going into the final round of the day. I am really happy. I know better than anyone that there are no guarantees in Pokemon. Yes, I believed in this team. Yes, I thought that it could do well, but I also knew that there was a chance that I'd show up to Toronto and be eliminated well before the first day concluded. There is a lot of volatility in Pokemon, and while I do my best to control as much of it as I can, at the end of the day, I would be lying if I acted like my success was a given from the get-go. That's even more true when using a team like this one. With much less offensive power at my disposal, it is way harder for me to outplay opponents when I need to. My reads have to be way more subtle and often involve spotting weird times to use Parasong more than anything else. Of course, the day isn't over yet. There's 1 round left and it is extremely important. Winning here means I'll have an extra life tomorrow, whereas a loss will mean that I'll have to win all of my first 3 games against competitors with records as good as mine. I am pretty tired from stressful game after stressful game, but now is not the time to throw in the towel. No matter who I'm up against, I've got to win. So imagine my surprise when the pairings go up and I see the name of maybe the last player that I expected to see in attendance. Marco Silva, the player I faced in the Grand Challenge, the player whose clip went viral, the player who just won a 3rd international title, and the person many players are currently saying is the best in the world. Why is he here? He's from Italy. And look, I'm not a geography expert, but I don't think that Italy and Canada are exactly neighbors. As I head to my seat, Marco is already there, along with a judge who tells us that we'll be playing on stream. I ask Marco why he decided to come, and he tells me that he booked the flight before winning the Latin American International Championships last month. But before we know it, we're led to the stage. And I feel weird. Well, I guess it's not very descriptive. Let's see. I've got a few minutes before the match starts while the casters go over the teams and break down the matchup, so I try to figure out what exactly it is that I'm feeling. I don't particularly feel scared or nervous or anxious. It's nothing like that. And yet, this feeling is familiar, which is also weird because I certainly haven't felt it recently enough to tell what it is. What is going on with me? Wait, I know exactly what this is. And I know why it feels so unfamiliar. When I was a kid, well, 15 to be exact, I entered my first official Pokemon tournament. Things were a little bit different back then. The scene was way smaller. Information was much harder to come by. There were no YouTubers playing the game. Tournaments weren't even live streamed. And yet, there were still top players. In fact, because the scene was so much smaller and so much harder to get into, almost every tournament was won by members of the same group, who called themselves the Mighty Psyducks. At least in the US, if you went to a tournament, the expectation was that it would be a duck ultimately taking home the crown. And I wasn't a part of that group. So when I made it to the finals of my first tournament, a regional in the DC area, everyone assumed that I would lose, that it wouldn't be close. But I won, and I qualified for US Nationals where I ended up in the finals against a duck. And it was the same deal once again, but I won nonetheless. And I loved feeling like the underdog. There's so much less pressure when you're expected to lose. You can give it your all, and if you do fall short, well, that's what everybody thought was going to happen anyway. Even more, being underestimated tends to light a fire in me. I really hate being looked down on, and knowing that people think that a match is a foregone conclusion brings out some of that fire. When I was younger, I wanted to make a statement. I wanted to make people feel silly for ever writing me off. But by the time that I was 16, nobody would consider me the underdog. In fact, for the past 13 years, I've had to deal with the opposite problem. Since I'm always expected to win, there's a lot of pressure, and other people get to feel that wonderful feeling of being the underdog when they're playing against me. If I win, well, that's expected. But if I lose, it's a huge upset. It feels like a lose-lose situation for me. But people have been saying that Marco is the best player in the world right now. It's a totally fair conclusion. Top 4 in a grand challenge, 2nd at a regional, and then 1st at an international. It is a crazy string of results, and Marco deserves all of the praise that he's been getting. But this praise has had an unintended side effect, because for the first time in 13 years, in this match, I feel like I'm the underdog. I feel like I'm being underestimated. I feel like people are looking down on me. And I want to remind them that there's another name to consider when it comes to best in the world. Finally, we get the go-ahead. We can exchange team sheets and start the match. Marco is using, as best that I can tell, the team that he used to win LAIC, a Sun team. This team features 3 fire types in Incineroar, Torkoal, and Charizard, as well as a Trick Room mode with Porygon 2 and Archaludon normal for me, with Jumpluff to support the Sun Pokemon and add a Tailwind mode to the team. This is an unbelievably negative matchup for Marco. I've been fighting uphill battle after uphill battle, but here, to pretend that this is anywhere close to even a neutral matchup would be in pretty bad taste. Why? Well, Marco has 4 water-weak Pokemon. Normally, he's able to get around this because Torkoal sets the Sun up and can switch in when it's needed to weaken water moves. Except that Gothitelle prevents switching. Of course, there is also Jumpluff. In the sun, Jumpluff outspeeds every water Pokemon and can sleep powder them. And in the rain, it can use Sunny Day to reclaim the weather, or Rage Powder to redirect the only popular Swift Swim users' water type attacks, being Basculegions, Wave Crash, Flip Turn, and Aqua Jet. But not only do I have Rain on this team, but I don't have Basculegion, I have Kingdra, a Pokemon that can not only ignore Rage Powder thanks to Muddy Water, a Pokemon that you might recall I felt like I needed just in case I played against Jumpluff. Because not only does Muddy Water completely ignore Rage Powder, but Terra Stellar Draco Meteor one-shots Jumpluff, a Pokemon that also happens to never run Protect. And that's just talking about the Rain part of the team. It's not even mentioning the Perish mode. Marco does not have a single Ghost-type Pokemon. While he does have a few Ghost Terras on the team, he only gets one of those per match. And while Torkoal can manually switch out with Eject Pack, that's only once per battle, and it needs to launch an overheat to pull off that maneuver. Not to act like this battle is won before it even begins. There's plenty that Marco can do to make my life harder, especially with that dang Jumpluff. But when it comes to looking at the matchup in a vacuum, the advantage is undoubtedly mine. I have a plan for this type of team. Kingdra and Gothitelle in the lead, with Politoed and Incineroar in the back. By leading Gothitelle, I'm able to ensure that I get the weather control from turn 1 if I want it, by switching in Politoed while denying my opponent the ability to switch. During my practice when I played against this type of team, this worked. Now let's see how it does against the best. Game 1 starts with Marco's Jumpluff and Torkoal against my Gothitelle and Kingdra. My number 1 goal right now is to get rid of Jumpluff. Not only does it not have Protect, but it's the only Pokemon on Marco's team that resists my water type moves. Moreover, I hate Sleep Powder, and in a good matchup, I want to limit as much of the variance as possible. So I make the play that'll get rid of Jumpluff before it can get up to any shenanigan, provided that Kingdra lands its move. Politoed switches in, Kingdra terastallizes, and Draco Meteor connects. Torkoal gets itself out of there thanks to the Eject Pack, bringing Ursaluna out, which activates its Flame Orb immediately. Torkoal switches in to replace Jumpluff, turning the sun back on. Now I need to reposition. I've lost my weather and my Kingdra is at -2. Kingdra can absolutely pop off here, but I need to get it back unhindered in the rain. I switch both my Pokemon out, bringing in Gothitelle and Incineroar, landing an Intimidate on Ursaluna as Marco switches Torkoal out into Charizard. Earthquake comes out, but Incineroar hangs on thanks to the Intimidate. Marco's Pokemon are scary offensively, but this battle isn't about what's currently happening on the field. It's about what's going to happen the next time Kingdra comes out in the rain. I need to respect Marco's offense, and that means that I need to sacrifice a Pokemon in order to get Kingdra in safely. Incineroar is the most expendable. It's already taken so much damage. Marco terastallizes Ursaluna to Ghost as I protect Gothitelle, and Incineroar goes down to an Air Slash. The Pokemon count is now even at 3 apiece, but as I send out Kingdra, the advantage is heavily in my favor. Probably. I say it's in my favor because I can switch Gothitelle to Politoed, get the rain up, and launch Muddy Water. KOing Charizard and coming close on Ursaluna. The first reason that this isn't guaranteed is because Muddy Water can miss, and if it does, I could lose. But the second reason is more subtle. See, Gothitelle can switch to bring in Politoed, but this Ursaluna is a ghost type now, meaning it's not trapped by Shadow Tag. It could switch as well and bring in Torkoal. If both Pokemon switch out, which weather will be up? Well, it depends on whichever of the Pokemon switching out is slower. Pokemon switch in turn order, so the question of Rain versus Sun here is actually a question about who's faster between Ursaluna and Gothitelle. Ursaluna is naturally 15 points slower than Gothitelle, so you would expect Marco to have the advantage here. However, remember that my Gothitelle is as slow as possible. And while Marco does have Trick Room on his team, which would give him a reason to be as slow as possible, he also has Tailwind on his Jumpluff. Oh, huh. In Louisville, the team that I brought had Ursaluna on the team, and I had both Trick Room and Tailwind. And I trained Ursaluna to have at least a little bit of speed, as I recall. I think I'm going to bet that Marco did the same. And if I'm right, then the only risk of switching to Politoed is Kingdra's accuracy. The turn begins, and my heart sinks. Gothitelle is the first to switch. But Kingdra's the next to move. Marco didn't risk switching his Torkoal in. Muddy Water comes out, and misses Charizard. Uh-oh. Air Slash hits Politoed, and Facade KOs Kingdra. Well, that's not good. If Muddy Water connected, the game was instantly over. But now, it's looking kinda doomed. I could have gone for a Weather Ball, but I wasn't sure if Ursaluna would protect or switch, and my gamble backfired. Now, down 2 against 3, I have lost the Weather War. Marco has 2 healthy fire types left, and my only attacks are Gothitelle Psychic and a soon-to-be fire type Weather Ball. This is probably lost, but I'm not going to give up until the game itself tells me that it's over. Ursaluna will go down to 1 more turn of burn. Can I use that? I realize that I still have a trick up my sleeve. With Gothitelle in the field, I have Fake Out active for just this turn. I can go for Fake Out and Weather Ball into Charizard. If Marco stays in with Ursaluna, he'll be able to KO one of my Pokemon. But then I at least might have a chance in a 1 versus 1 with whatever I have left. Of course, Marco could switch Ursaluna to Torkoal, which would save Charizard from Weather Ball, but my best play against that is still to double Charizard here. It's not a good position, but I'm not giving up. Ursaluna does switch to Torkoal. But between Fake Out, Weather Ball, and Solar Power Chip, Charizard's getting kind of low. Now, I was kind of thinking that I'd be able to protect both my Pokemon to let Charizard go down, but Weather Ball did a lot less than I had hoped. I can't really do anything to reduce the damage from Torkoal's Eruption, and Choice Specs Solar Power boosted Air Slash in the Sun might just KO one of my Pokemon straight up. However, Air Slash can only hit one of my Pokemon. If I can just call which one Marco's going to attack, then I can protect with the other. Given that Eruption will KO Gothitelle, I think he's going to aim an Air Slash at Politoed. I lock in my gamble. The turn begins. Politoed protects and blocks Air Slash. Charizard goes down to Psychic, but Torkoal launches an Eruption and KOs Gothitelle. Now I'm down 1 against 2 with the sun still up. Ursaluna comes back in, and because I just protected, I have no choice but to hit it with a Weather Ball to KO it, giving Torkoal the chance to launch a full power sun-boosted Eruption. But Politoed tanks the attack, sticking around with about 40% left, and then begins to heal. When I was building this team, I talked about how I would have preferred to have Citrus Berry on Politoed, but so far in this match, Leftovers has already activated 5 times, healing a total of 30%, and with another Protect, that climbs to 36%. It looks like Politoed's gonna lose this fight, but there's more going on here than meets the eye. First, Sun only lasts for 5 turns total, and when it ends, Torkoal's damage will drop by 1/3. Second, Eruption starts out with a whopping 150 base power, but becomes weaker and weaker the lower Torkoal's HP gets. Torkoal has another fire type option with Overheat, but using it even once will drop its special attack by 2 stages. At a glance, it seems like Politoed will lose, but is it possible that I could turn this around? Weather Ball unfortunately does only a little bit to Torkoal, as Eruption drops Politoed even lower. But the sun finally ends, and Leftovers heals Politoed once again, and once more after another Protect. But something strange is going on. Marco doesn't really have much to consider in terms of what he's going to do here. He'll click Eruption as long as he can, and then he'll click Overheat. Why then is he taking so long to pick his move? Because he's got another win condition. The timer. Each Pokemon battle will only last for 20 minutes. At the end, the player with the most Pokemon left wins. And barring that, the player with the most HP percentage left on their team overall wins. Even if Politoed could win this in the long run, it might not get the chance because of the timer. I'm not just battling Torkoal, I'm battling the clock. Some of you watching this are probably mad that he was running the clock, but I've got something to say about it, okay? It's a totally legitimate strategy. I respect it, and I used to do it all the time myself when I was a wee little lad. The issue is that him going for this timer win adds a lot of pressure to an already tense situation. I Weather Ball again, and it actually does less than before, because even though it's a neutral hit compared to the not very effective, Weather Ball only has that big 100 base power when a weather is active. Otherwise, it's a measly 50. Torkoal fires another eruption, but it's lost enough HP that Politoed shrugs it off without going into the red. Another Protect heals even more, as Leftovers activates for the 10th time this battle. One more Weather Ball drops Torkoal to just above half HP, and Politoed heals almost all of the damage it just took thanks to another Protect. But again, Marco has another fire-type move. It's time for Overheat. A critical hit would certainly KO, and even without a crit, it might be close. Weather Ball finally gets Torkoal to yellow, and Overheat connects and leaves Politoed with just red HP, maybe about 10% left. Now, Politoed should win, but it's not that simple. A critical hit Overheat would ignore the special attack drops and KO even after another 2 turns of Leftovers. But there's also the timer to worry about. One more Weather Ball. Torkoal's in the red now, but it connects with another Overheat, and Politoed barely survives once more. A crit at any point would have ended this, but Politoed is still standing. I just need 2 more Weather Balls. I protect for Leftovers, as Marco protects to save his final Overheat PP, and I heal a little bit more. But then text appears on the screen. 3 minutes until the battle ends. Do I have enough time to close this out? Our HP is close right now. Will I even win if the timer runs out? I Encore Torkoal. I do not want to risk an Overheat crit, and this guarantees that Politoed won't take any more damage. But only 2 minutes are left in the battle. Then suddenly the match ends. Okay, but there were still 2 minutes left in the battle and Marco didn't forfeit, so what happened? So, in addition to the overall 20-minute timer, each player only has 7 minutes of their own personal timer to make all of their moves throughout the battle. And if that ever hits 0, you lose. Towards the end, Marco realized that he was going to lose, whether to the timer or to Weather Ball, and just took the full extent of his time to think about his plan for the next game. Many players would have just forfeited, but it's a mark of Marco's expertise that he used every second that he could to figure out what to do in this abysmal matchup. But that means that I won game 1, despite Kingdra missing a crucial attack. If it had connected, the game would have probably just ended then and there. I'm proud of myself for bringing it back by finding the perfect play turn after turn, but I gotta wonder, is there a safer way that I can win game 2? I do not want to change my lead. At least in theory, it should work versus most things that Marco can throw at me. So in game 2, I lock in the same Pokemon in the same order as game 1. But Marco switches to Jumpluff and Porygon 2, and I can totally understand why he's done this. Marco's thinking that I'll go for the same Draco Meteor and Switch play that I did in game 1. So he wants to try and use the momentum of me KOing Jumpluff to get Ursaluna in, and then use it to tear through my team inside of the Twisted Dimension. But Marco probably doesn't have a lot of experience versus my team. He's trying to figure out how to approach beating it on the fly, because it certainly doesn't resemble any other team that's done well so far this format. And that means that he's just committed one of the most fatal mistakes that you could make against a Perish Trap team. He's led 2 Pokemon who can't do any damage, who also can't switch out. Marco was most likely thinking about the rain part of the team when he did this, but this game, my focus will be on Perish Trap. So I don't go for the KO on Jumpluff. Instead, I switch to Incineroar. I want a Pokemon immune to Sleep Powder, so I can use Parting Shot to bring in Politoed safely. Sleep Powder goes into the Incineroar who's immune, but I was okay with it hitting Gothitelle too, so I go for Psychic. Figuring that if I'm gonna fall asleep at some point, I would rather start burning through my sleep turns sooner rather than later. Porygon 2 goes for Trick Room, trying to give Ursaluna what it needs to win, but Ursaluna has no way to get onto the field. Now I'm threatening Fake Out and Knockoff, but I have no intention of going for either. I want to get Politoed in. The turn starts and Incineroar is the first to move inside of Trick Room. I Parting Shot Porygon 2, weakening the only Pokemon on Marco's side of the field that has an attacking move, and bringing in my Politoed. Psychic does a little more to Jumpluff, as Porygon 2 launches a Terra Blast that does just a little bit to Politoed, and Jumpluff finishes off the turn with a Sleep Powder that misses Gothitelle. That's the risk of running a 75% accurate move. And now, finally, I've got the position that I wanted from the start. Politoed and Gothitelle on the field together with my Terra still available. This is what I've been aiming for ever since I saw the leads, and I'll show you why. I terrestrialized Politoed to grass, taking another Terra Blast and setting up the Perish Song, while Jumpluff's Sleep Powder fails into my now grass-type Frog. Gothitelle reverses the Trick Room. If Porygon 2 wants the Twisted Dimensions, it's gonna have to try again. In just 3 turns, I'll knock out both of Marco's Pokemon. There is no way for Marco to KO Gothitelle, so that is 2 guaranteed knockouts. Now the question becomes, how do I lose as little ground as possible while I wait for the Perish counter to tick down? I start by switching Politoed out to Incineroar and protecting my Gothitelle. This makes sure that none of my Pokemon fall asleep this turn, as Jumpluff's Sleep Powder is blocked by Protect, and Porygon 2's Ice Beam hits Incineroar. Now, I could go for a random move with Gothitelle, allowing it to take a Sleep Powder but maintaining the lock, but I think that I can do better. I switch Gothitelle out into Politoed, breaking my Shadow Tag, but only temporarily. Sleep Powder fails into the Grass-type Politoed, and Porygon 2's Ice Beam bounces off of Incineroar again, as Parting Shot allows me to bring Gothitelle back in mid-turn, maintaining the lock and removing the Perish counter from Gothitelle altogether, as my opponent's Perish counter falls to 1. Jumpluff and Porygon 2 are going down next turn. Now I can protect both my Pokemon to let their counters hit 0, but I don't, because Marco could have Torkoal and Ursaluna in the back, and I don't want to have to deal with Trick Room if that's the case. So I protect Gothitelle as Jumpluff goes for Sunny Day, overriding the rain, and Encore Porygon 2, denying the Trick Room. Finally, the Perish counter hits 0, and Marco is forced into his final 2 Pokemon, Ursaluna and Charizard. And I still have a full HP Kingdra in the back. And this time, Marco has no way of removing the rain. I switch Politoed to Incineroar and lose it to Earthquake and Air Slash. But Gothitelle launches a Psychic into Ursaluna. While it doesn't do a ton of damage, it did enough, because now Terra Ghost Ursaluna should go down to a Weather Ball. Just to be safe, I protect with both my Pokemon, allowing Solar Power and the Burn to deal just a little bit more chip damage. Now it's time to go for a guaranteed win. I switch Gothitelle to Politoed, resetting the rain, and Ursaluna protects, but I didn't target it. Charizard can't protect, and I'm done messing around with Muddy Water. Weather Ball and its beautiful 100% accuracy hits Charizard, letting me dodge any shenanigans with Protect Ursaluna or Muddy Water accuracy this time around. Even if Ursaluna hadn't protected and Kingdra had gone down, Politoed and Gothitelle could have worked together to take down this Ursaluna. Now, down 3 against 1, with no answer to Kingdra left, Marco forfeits, and I win the set 2 wins to 0, finishing the day with a record of 7 wins and 1 loss. And with that, the day is over, and I not only made it through, I did so with room to spare. Winning 7 of my 8 games means that I can afford to lose one of the first 3 games tomorrow while still advancing to top cut, though it'll be better for me if I can win all 3. But more than what my record technically means for the rest of the tournament, it means something else to me personally. Today was really hard. I played so many matchups that truly felt like the worst case scenario, and yet I managed to play well anyway. Pokemon isn't a game where you can always control whether you win or lose, but you can always control how well you play. And today, I played well. I think it's telling that despite my bad matchups, every set today was only 2 games. I either won 2-0 or I lost 0-2, meaning my record in games is 14 wins and 2 losses. I think I've actually been feeling extra pressure to perform well because I love Perish Trap so much, and I want to do the strategy proud, as silly as that probably sounds. But now that today is over, I can hold my head high. I did what I set out to do. But the tournament isn't over yet, and tomorrow is going to be the true test. Because for over a year now, my day 1 performances have consistently been really good. My number 1 issue has been day 2. I mentioned earlier that I've been trying out this new way of thinking about the tournament, and it served me really well today, but the pressure is way higher tomorrow. That'll be the true test. Anyway, I have 3 goals for this evening. Number 1, get some food expeditiously because I'm really hungry. Number 2, my friend Jacob is in town and I want to make sure that I can see him. He is celebrating his birthday at a karaoke bar. And number 3, I want to get to bed somewhat early. Like ideally, I want to be back and ready to sleep by 10 because number 1, I'm wiped, but number 2, like I never know how long it's going to take me to fall asleep. So I would like to have a little extra time. As we're walking to dinner, we pass this random street sign. I just like look up and it's right there in front of me called Glixman Glick Way, which I mean, I don't know, that feels like a sign that something good's gonna happen tomorrow, if you ask me. However, I think the restaurant is busy, so dinner ends up taking a really long time. And so we actually don't even get our food until 8:30, which is when I wanted to leave. And even on top of that, like everything just goes really slowly. So by the time we're wrapping up dinner, it's 9:30, which is close to when I wanted to be heading home. However, I really do want to see Jacob. And so I'm like, okay, I'm going to karaoke and I'm just going to speed run. It'll be fine. So I pay for my food, I call a ride, and I kind of book it to karaoke. But by the time I get there, it's like already like 10:15-ish. So I go to the karaoke bar, which first of all, I couldn't find very easily. It was like this little, like very narrow building. And I don't know, I didn't feel like it was good things were in my future in that moment. And I show up and I'm like, I'm here for Jacob's birthday. Happy birthday, Jacob. And the guy's like, yeah, it's booth 3. So I go to booth 3 and there's like a ton of people there, more people than I expected. And I walk in and I find Jacob, we start chatting, but Jacob was like, dude, you have to sing. It's my birthday. And I was like, well, I guess I have to sing, but I didn't prepare a song. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't thinking about karaoke when I was preparing for this tournament. I was thinking about a song, but not one that I can sing. Anyway, I'm like, what am I going to sing? So I think about it and I don't have that much time. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to do My Way by Frank Sinatra. So I sing My Way by Frank Sinatra. And now it's like 10:40 at this point. So I go, Jacob, I love you, but I got to go. And I dip. In the end, I think I'm, in bed, lights off by 11:15, which is a little later than I wanted, but I'm really glad that I saw my friend. The funny thing about this, by the way, is that I think that what I did was actually my Politoed impression, right? Because I showed up, I sang my song, and then I dipped. I said, see ya, I'm out of here. So anyway, I was mostly doing this from like a logistical perspective because I was just, wanting to see my friend, but also wanting to get to bed on time. But I guess from an outside perspective, it's really funny. Here's Jacob's perspective on what happened.
He just showed up, sang, and left.
Now, thankfully, after making it back, maybe it was all the singing, but for the second night in a row, I'm actually able to get some decent rest. In my dreams, I see a sky full of stars, shaped suspiciously like upside down, slightly menacing musical notes. Sunday's another early start. I'm at the venue by 8 and the round goes up not long after. As we exchange team sheets, I groan internally. It seems like whatever cosmic matchup being I angered yesterday hasn't quite forgiven me today. At this point, I basically am taking it as a fact that every opponent's gonna have Gholdengo. But this opponent also has an Amoonguss with Covert Cloak, meaning that I can't dance around it with Fake Out. In addition, they've got Terra Ghost on both Hydreigon and Ursaluna. The Hydreigon in particular is a problem because it can outspeed my Archaludon and lower its special attack with Snarl. So my normal way of beating Gholdengo with Terra Electric Electro Shot isn't gonna fly. But unfortunately, I don't figure that out right away. In game 1, I try and get an early Perish Trap off, and while I do successfully KO Amoonguss, Hydreigon escapes with Terra Ghost. With Hydreigon and Gholdengo next to each other in the mid game, I'm not able to do enough damage with Archaludon, and I end up losing. But game 2, I have a better understanding of where I went wrong game 1. The turn starts the exact same way, but this time I know where I need to get damage, which Pokemon I need to preserve. I make a number of great plays and I manage to win, but it was close. So in game 3, I make an adjustment. I've been bringing Incineroar and Politoed in the front with Gothitelle and Archaludon in the back, using my leads to get through Amoonguss and using Archaludon to handle Gholdengo. But in this game, I'm dropping the Dragon of New for the Dragon of Old. I'll bait Hydreigon to Terastallize to Ghost, and then smack the whole team with Kingdra's powerful water-type moves. The leads are the same once again, but this time my opponent makes a different play, switching Gholdengo in for Amoonguss rather than letting me perish it, and I see my chance to bring in Kingdra. Now I have a choice. I could go for Draco Meteor into Hydreigon, which would KO if they don't Terastallize, but if they do Terra to Ghost, I'll lose my best Gholdengo answer. Alternatively, I could use Draco into Gholdengo, predicting the Water Terra, but if I'm wrong, I'll lose. I don't see a safe play, so I decide to click Muddy Water. If they Terastallize Hydreigon, I'll do a ton of damage to both Pokemon, and even if they don't, I can always get baited out by an Accuracy Drop or a Draco Meteor miss. But they Terastallize Gholdengo to Water, and Muddy Water doesn't get any accuracy drops, which means that the Draco Meteor that Hydreigon launches one-hit KOs Kingdra. With Gholdengo now at +2 and Kingdra gone, I lose game 3, putting me at a record of 7 wins and 2 losses. Now, the instant that I lose another set, my tournament is over. All my hard work, all my mastery of this team is one set away from losing any relevance forever. At my last few tournaments, this moment of finally nearing elimination is when the pressure built to a level that I wasn't able to handle, when my hands started going numb and my play became increasingly frenetic. But I'm not feeling that way here. The new secret technique I'm using to clear my head is actually working this time. Yes, I did lose, but honestly, it was a difficult matchup and my opponent played really well. Honestly, I just messed up for one turn. And while I know that with this team, I can't really afford to have bad turns, I can still have some grace with myself. I'm only human and I will make mistakes. For some reason, I find myself thinking back to my last tournament now, in Louisville, where I lost in a long, drawn-out set at the very end because I made moves that were needlessly reckless. In a way, it's a very similar way to how I just lost. So I make a resolution. I will not lose any more games this tournament by getting an aggressive prediction wrong. If I lose for other reasons, that's fine. At least they'll be new. And if I am making new mistakes, well, at least I can learn from them. So, despite the loss, my head feels clear, and I feel ready when the next round goes up. And I'm faced with a team that looks, unfortunately, familiar. It's the same 6 Pokemon that Marco was using in the Grand Challenge. A Nightmare Rain matchup packed with the bulky and powerful mons that I struggle to perish and can easily lose damage races against. The team is clearly not a one-for-one copy of the team that Marco had, as this Incineroar has Flare Blitz instead of Taunt, but it's similar enough that I know that this very well could be where my tournament ends. But I've played against quite a few Archaludon teams at this point, and I am way better prepared against them now than I was when I started this tournament. The battle begins with both of us leading Incineroar and Archaludon, denying my opponent the rain that would allow them to start boosting. I position Amoonguss in carefully and manage to put the Archaludon to sleep, then launch a Terra Electric Electroshot that one-hit KOs Gholdengo. With the 2 crucial steel types taken out of commission, I'm able to close out game 1. But in game 2, my opponent switches his Basculegion out for Amoonguss. Now he has 2 Spore immunities, not just 1. He makes a couple of great predictions, and more importantly, he plays much safer with Gholdengo. In the end, the combination of Amoonguss and Gholdengo are just too much for me, and I lose. Which means that this entire tournament could come down to this game 3. I take a second and I think about what happened. Last game, my opponent brought Safety Goggles Incineroar, Archaludon, Amoonguss, and Gholdengo. 3 Pokemon that are immune to Spore, and my Amoonguss struggled. So I decide to make an adjustment. This time, I'll leave Amoonguss behind in favor of Gothitelle. The battle starts with both of us leading Incineroar and Archaludon. Last game, he doubled Incineroar as I protected my Archaludon. Should I call that he's gonna do it again? No. I just made a resolution, and now's the time to honor it. I will not overextend my prediction. I protect Archaludon and bring in Gothitelle, and my opponent doubles into the protect. A great turn 1. And now my position is extremely threatening because I have Fake Out. If I Fake Out and Electroshot into Incineroar, I won't KO, but I will put it in range of Dragon Pulse next turn. If my opponent loses Incineroar early, all I'll need to do to win is finish Gholdengo off so I can perish. My opponent does have one play that they can make that will get them out of this, but I'm not too worried about it. The turn starts. My opponent does the only thing that they can to save Incineroar, and terastallizes to Ghost. Fake Out fails to connect, and Terra Electric Electroshot does well over half of Incineroar's health, but their Archaludon drops mine below half, and Parting Shot removes my special attack boost and lets them bring in Gholdengo. That Terra Ghost was their one play that would save Incineroar. And now, this probably looks like a 50-50. If I think that Gholdengo is going to attack, I can switch my Gothitelle into Politoed and go for an Electroshot. But if they protect, then they can just KO me with Dragon Pulse. Alternatively, I could protect Archaludon to bait out their protect, but if I do and they nasty plot, I'll have no counterplay to protect and Dragon Pulse on the next turn. What should I do? Find another play, because I do not want this game to come down to a 50-50. I am pretty sure that Gholdengo is going to protect, because my opponent has likely recognized the same thing that I did. His wins come down to how safe he can keep this Pokemon. In game 1, my opponent left it vulnerable, and I just KO'd it and he lost. While in game 2, he kept it safe and it survived and he won. It was smart. Time to turn smart and safe against him. So I switch Archaludon out into Incineroar and Gholdengo protects. This is the best case scenario, but a nasty plot would have been fine too. Archaludon launches a Dragon Pulse into Incineroar, but it doesn't even do half of my HP. And Gothitelle sets up Trick Room. Now normally, Trick Room wouldn't be super threatening against my opponent's defensive team. However, Remember that Incineroar has already terastallized into a ghost type, and that means that the combination of knockoff and psychic hits every Pokemon not named Archaludon for either a KO or something close to it. Gholdengo just protected, so it can't do it again, and it also can't terastallize into a water type. Remember how I said I wasn't worried about my opponent's play to save Incineroar? It wasn't because I didn't think that they'd find that play. It's because I was fine with them making it. Turning Incineroar into a ghost type saved Incineroar, but it has really exposed Gholdengo. So my opponent doesn't have a safe switch. And knockoff and psychic combine to knock out Gholdengo as Archaludon Dragon Pulses Gothitelle, and Amoonguss comes in to replace the fainted Gholdengo. Spore puts Gothitelle to sleep, but I go for a parting shot to weaken Archaludon, bringing in my own Archaludon as he goes for an Electro Shot. But without the Rain or the Power Herb, it needs a turn to charge. I protect, blocking a Spore, and Gothitelle wakes up and lands a Psychic on Amoonguss as Electro Shot goes into the Protect. I protect Gothitelle and switch back to Incineroar as they go for another Electro Shot and try and Spore Gothitelle. Now Trick Room is ended, and Amoonguss has taken enough damage. I focus down Amoonguss, taking the KO. I get Politoed in next to Fake Out and finally launch Perish Song. And my opponent can't break through my Pokemon in time. I win game 3 and keep myself in the tournament. Whether or not I make it into the top cut will all come down to this final round. But that's not what I'm thinking about right now. I'm reflecting on the set I just played and considering how I was able to stay away from the risky plays that cost me Louisville even in the heat of the moment game 3. Even if I go out here, I'm really proud of how I've done this tournament. But with that set taking 3 games, I was one of the last matches to finish. So the final round of phase 2 is already here. And I'll be going up against one of the best players in North America, Joe Ugarte. The bad news is that Joe is an incredibly strong player, but the good news is he has a matchup so bad that it makes Pikachu versus Groudon look winnable. Joe is using a Jumpluff and Torkoal team, with Kingambit, Hisuian Typhlosion, Garchomp, and Dragonite. Joe is something of a Sun aficionado in this format. Actually, he may have brought it to literally every event he's attended. If not, it's probably pretty close. His team is similar to Marco's, though without the Trick Room mode and with the scarier Pokemon in Kingambit. Typhlosion is also fundamentally different than Charizard as a Choice Specs Fire type, because as a Ghost type, it's able to switch out of Shadow Tag. That being said, Kingdra one-shots every Pokemon on this team except for Kingambit. I go with the same game plan that I used versus Marco. Though the teams themselves are different, they're similar enough that this general approach should still work. And it does in game 1. Kingdra in the rain pops off, and I use Politoed's Encore to lock the Kingambit into low kick, making it ineffective against Gothitelle while I finish the game with a Perish. And game 2 begins with another strong start. In fact, I find myself with a lead so big, I could probably find a guaranteed win if I had enough time. But I don't, and Joe gets a hard read right to bring himself back into the game, and with a 3-turn sleep on Politoed, I lose. Once again, this next game could be my last one in the tournament, and I decide to make a Pokemon adjustment. I've been bringing Incineroar for insurance against Garchomp and Dragonite, but Joe hasn't even been bringing them. Instead, he's been focused on Kingambit, who I have a solid answer for in Amoonguss. So I'm changing my supports this game, leaving Incineroar behind and betting on Amoonguss. The leads are the same, Typhlosion and Torkoal against my Kingdra and Gothitelle. I have a super free Muddy Water and switch to Politoed play, but Joe switches Typhlosion to Dragonite before I can bring in Politoed. He's made an adjustment too. Muddy Water KOs Torkoal but misses Dragonite, failing to break multiscale, which is a huge deal. Kingdra misses another Muddy Water on the now Fairy-type Dragonite. If I had managed to hit either one of those Muddy Waters, I'd be able to KO Dragonite with Kingdra, but now things are looking dire. I realize that the only way through now is to use Perish Song, so I reposition once more, buying my Pokemon time with Terra Fairy on Amoonguss. I go for Trick Room and start sporing Joe's Pokemon. In the endgame, my Pokemon have taken a ton of damage, but Joe's Pokemon are asleep, but this time the sleep rolls favor me, and I'm able to use Politoed to KO Typhlosion, then set up a final Perish Song. With the damage I avoided thanks to Amoonguss, I can safely stall out the final 3 turns and win the set. And with that, I've made it into the top cut. That last set could have been a bit cleaner, but Joe's a great player, so I'm not shocked that he made it so difficult. And now, this is it. Out of the 735 players who started the tournament, only 25 are left. Some players get to skip right to the round of 16 if their tiebreaker is good enough, but mine isn't. Though honestly, I can't complain since if I'd won one more game, I'd have gotten the bye regardless. Geo actually made it into the top cut and got the bye, and we're on opposite sides of the bracket, meaning that it is possible that we could play in the finals. Let's do this. My opponent does not have Gholdengo. Sure, they have Basculegion, Kingambit, Dragonite, and Rillaboom along with Sneasler and Volcarona, but you can throw as many of these other problem Pokemon you want at me, and I will still be happy as long as the team is cheese stick free. This is a team a bit reminiscent of the early format teams, with several setup Pokemon that can each become the focal point if they get a boost. But I have a plan. I can perish. There's no Gholdengo. I love Pokemon. I lead with Amoonguss and Politoed against my opponent's Rillaboom and Kingambit. This Kingambit has Swords Dance, but it's still safe to protect both my Pokemon turn 1, because if they Swords Dance, I'm just going to use Encore. Now the real battle can begin, as I block Wood Hammer and Kowtow Cleave. Now normally I could just go for Terra Grass, Perish Song, and Rage Powder, trying to get the Kingambit to hit Amoonguss so I can eject button into Gothitelle, but this Kingambit has safety goggles, making it fully immune to both Spore and Rage Powder. So this isn't going to be so simple. I Terastallize Politoed, taking a Wood Hammer and launch a Perish Song. Kingambit attacks with Kowtow Cleave, but I launch a Pollen Puff into the Frog, and between that, the Leftovers, and Grassy Terrain, Politoed ends the turn with almost full HP. Now my opponent is free to switch, and they want to switch out sooner rather than later because of the Perish Song. So I decide to predict that Rillaboom is going to switch out, given that it can't really do very much to my two grass types. I'll protect Politoed and launch a Spore into Rillaboom, and Rillaboom does switch into Sneasler. I protect, but Kingambit uses Kowtow Cleave into my Amoonguss. On the one hand, this is bad because it activates my eject button, preventing my Spore prediction from actually landing. On the other hand, this is good because it allows me to use another of my advanced techniques, Personal Concerto. Normally with Perish Trap, the goal is to KO 2 Pokemon per song. If you're going to go through the trouble of setting up the trap in the first place, it's really only going to be worth it if you can take 2 KOs. They don't necessarily have to be from the same Perish Song, but ideally that first song leads to 2 KOs in some fashion. You only have so much health on your team, and every time you try and pull off a Perish Trap, you're going to have to give at least some of it up. So you really want to make sure that you're getting enough value from the song when you do go for it. However, in certain matchups, you can afford to take just a single KO from Perish Trap. The conditions for this advanced technique are as follows. 1. The Pokemon you're attempting to trap must be especially difficult for your team to deal with. 2. You have to be able to handle your opponent's other Pokemon even if you lose a meaningful amount of HP somehow. And 3, ideally, you're able to take only one meaningful attack during the duration of the trap. Here, Rillaboom is switched out, so Kingambit is the only Pokemon that I'll be trapping. However, its Perish counter is already at 2, so bringing in Gothitelle here allows me to go for a Fake Out, leaving Kingambit with just one more turn before fainting. Especially because I didn't take any meaningful damage yet this game, this is the ideal setup for Personal Concerto. I Fake Out Kingambit and bring in Incineroar, shrugging off a Dire Claw that fails to get a status condition. Kingambit's Perish counter falls to 1. Meaning all it takes is a protect from both of my Pokemon, and suddenly I'm in the lead with one of my biggest threats taken out, and I barely took any damage from my trouble. Rillaboom comes back in, but that just means that I can safely bring in Amoonguss to help me set up Trick Room. I launch a Psychic into Sneasler, taking it out in one hit, and with just Dragonite and Rillaboom, they've got nothing for my Grass-type Politoed and Amoonguss. One Perish Song later, and I win Game 1. I stick with the same Pokemon for Game 2, but my opponent switches it up, leading with Sneasler and Basculegion. This lead threatens a lot of offensive pressure, but I have a feeling that I know what they're gonna do. And I'm right. They switch Basculegion out and go for a coaching into the newly revealed Kingambit. But I call it out and bring in Gothitelle as I go for a Perish Song. Now I can Fake Out Kingambit and bring in Incineroar. This does bring Kingambit up to +2 attack thanks to Defiance, but it's not going to have a chance to really do anything with those boosts. I Terra Ghost Incineroar and Fake Out Kingambit, making myself totally immune to close combat, and set Trick Room up with Gothitelle as the Perish counter falls to 1. Now all that's left is to protect Incineroar and switch Gothitelle to Amoonguss, who survives the +2 Kowtow Cleaves and ejects right back out. Up 4 against 2 inside a Trick Room, it's easy enough to Spore Basculegion, get Politoed in, and close out the game with one more Perish Song. I'm now into the top 16. If I can just beat 4 more players, I'll be crowned the champion. I'll win my 10th regional, and I'll do it with not only the hardest strategy, but my favorite one. But I'm getting ahead of myself. It is far too soon to celebrate when the only players left in the tournament are those who have done as well or better than me. My next round will be on stream, and unfortunately, my reprieve from Gholdengo is over. I hate this stupid stack of coins so unbelievably much. This Gholdengo is weird though. It is Terra Water, which is the norm, but rather than the Life Orb set that I've mostly been playing against, this one is actually holding an item that I've never seen this whole format. Grassy Seed, which raises Gholdengo's defense stat in the grassy terrain. It's paired with the terrain setter Rillaboom, of course, as well as a Alolan Ninetales, Dragonite, Sneasler, and Hisuian Arcanine. So, good news and bad news. The bad news is that this specific Gholdengo setup is basically an auto loss. It's naturally practically completely immune to both Amoonguss and Gothitelle, and with the Water Terra, Politoed can't damage it either. Because it has Grassy Seed, it's likely far bulkier, meaning that there's basically no chance that Kingdra's Draco Meteor will KO. And Incineroar's knockoff will be at less than half the power it would be normally, because Grassy Seed not only raises Gholdengo's defense, it also consumes the item, taking away the power buff that knockoff gets when it removes an item. Even Archaludon, who is my go-to Gholdengo answer, isn't safe. There's no guarantee that Electroshot will even KO. It really depends on how this Gholdengo is trained. And once I burn the Power Herb, Ninetales can deny me from using Electroshot again by turning off the rain if I'm not careful. Okay, well, that's pretty major bad news. But the good news is, if I can just somehow find a way through Gholdengo, the rest of this team looks pretty weak against my Perish mode. Most of the bad matchups that I fought this tournament have featured Gholdengo and a collection of other problematic Pokemon. Here, all of the trouble is concentrated in one Golden Demon. I start with Incineroar and Archaludon against Gholdengo and Rillaboom. My entire game plan has to center around getting rid of Gholdengo, and Incineroar and Archaludon are by far my best Pokemon against it. One offensively, one defensively. Obviously, I want to protect Archaludon here. I know I'm probably going to need a Fake Out, and there's no reason to risk my Sturdy for nothing. But here's the thing. I strongly suspect that Alolan Ninetales is in the back, and it has Encore. If I play defensive here, and my opponent just goes for a nasty plot and a switch, I'll have lost the game on the first turn. It might not seem like Protect is a risky play, but if my opponent calls it out, I could lose way too much ground. I don't want to risk losing even if the play itself is a bit unusual. So instead, I'm going to chance my Sturdy and step on the gas. The turn starts with my Terastallization. No switches. Whoops, overthought that one. Fake Out stops me from moving, and Gholdengo sets up a nasty plot as I Parting Shot to bring in Gothitelle, trapping Rillaboom on the field and resetting my Fake Out pressure. Now I go for Fake Out into Rillaboom and Electroshot into Gholdengo. But now the question is, will Electroshot KO? Yes! That is massive. With Gholdengo gone, this matchup goes from extremely dicey to far more doable. And I learned something surprising. The Rillaboom flinched before my Archaludon attacked, which means that this is very likely Max Speed Rillaboom. Max Speed Rillaboom and Max Speed Archaludon speed tie. And because this one has the move Drum Beating, which lowers the speed of whatever it hits, I guess that it's actually being used as a speed control Pokemon here. I've got to be really careful about that in the next few games, since if I let Archaludon get hit with a Drum Beating, Gholdengo can then outspeed it. Sneasler comes out, but neither of my Pokemon is in too much danger. Dire Claw gets a poison on Gothitelle, and Rillaboom moves next, confirming that it is max speed. Dragon Pulse gets rid of most of Sneasler's HP, and Gothitelle sets up Trick Room. Sneasler and Archaludon both protect, each blocking a move. Sneasler goes for the double protect and gets it, and it does keep itself alive by blocking a Psychic, but Dragon Pulse drops Rillaboom below half, while another high horsepower still can't get Archaludon to yellow. Sneasler fails the 1 in 9 chance at a triple protect, and I pick up a double KO. Now, with just Ninetales left and all 4 of my Pokemon still alive, and 1 turn left in Trick Room to boot, all it takes is 1 more double attack for me to close out game 1. That was a dominant win, but it was all off of the back of that one Gholdengo KO. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised that my opponent risked their Gholdengo there. I wonder if they thought that they would survive. Even though I got the KO this time, if I can, I should try and play around them surviving going forward. But I think that my overall plan was solid. I'm going to stick to the same Pokemon, and I'll lead with my best anti-Gholdengo tools, and my opponent sticks to the same leads as well. Once again, it's Rillaboom and Gholdengo against Incineroar and Archaludon. But this isn't the same situation as game 1, because now I know that Rillaboom is max speed. I have to find a way of playing this that doesn't come down to a speed tie. I'm no longer worried about Ninetales switching in. I'm confident that my opponent's going to go for the same play, Fake Out and Nasty Plot, and I'm gonna punish it. I switch Archaludon out into Gothitelle. It probably looks completely insane to bring the anti-Gholdengo Pokemon off of the field, but bear with me for a second here. Gothitelle takes the Fake Out as Gholdengo Nasty Plots, but now I can Parting Shot and bring Archaludon right back in. Wait, Archaludon's back on the field. Why did I do this in such a weird way? Well, this did two things. One, it got me Fake Out pressure on turn 2, and 2, it let me keep Sturdy on Archaludon active without needing to use Protect. Why does this matter? Well, I think that my opponent is going to gamble on winning a speed tie. See, if I'd protected Archaludon turn 1 and switched in Gothitelle, then the turn 2 would likely be Gholdengo protects, Gothitelle Fake Out Rillaboom, and Archaludon Terra Electric Electroshot is blocked by Protect. Then on the third turn, I would have to switch to Politoed, and the winner of the battle would be determined by which of Archaludon or Rillaboom moved first. But I'm pretty sure that this is what my opponent wants, because the only reason that I can see to go for this lead of Rillaboom and Gholdengo is if you're comfortable risking the speed tie. And by not using Protect, I can play around this without risking a speed tie. So instead of going for Fake Out and Electroshot, I switch Gothitelle back into Incineroar and protect Archaludon. Gholdengo protects too. And now, on the third turn, I've ended up exactly where I wanted. I have Fake Out pressure active, Archaludon is on the field, Sturdy is still active, Power Herb is still up, and Gholdengo is unable to protect. I found a way of dancing around this battle that doesn't risk a speed tie. But it might still come down to a damage roll. Rillaboom switches to Sneasler, removing the 3 attack drops before Gothitelle can come back out, and Archaludon terastallizes to Electric. Electroshock comes out.
And with Gholdengo being such a key piece of the match, no surprise to see it target down here. Gholdengo is going to hang on this time though.
Well, that's not good. Sneasler can now KO either of my Pokemon, and this Gholdengo is still at +2 special attack. Once I lose Archaludon, nothing else on my team can outspeed Gholdengo. This is looking bad. But while Sneasler can KO either of my Pokemon, it can't KO both. With Gholdengo surviving, I need to make a call here. Is Gholdengo gonna protect? And who is Sneasler gonna target? My guess is that Gholdengo won't protect, and so I can use both my Pokemon to attack it, guaranteeing a KO if I'm right. I also think that Sneasler is probably gonna take out Archaludon here, as ignoring it could lead to a devastating play of switching Incineroar to Gothitelle and attacking Gholdengo with Flash Cannon, which would then open up an amazing offensive play for me the following turn, even if Gholdengo protects this turn. The turn begins and there's no protects. Sneasler KOs Archaludon, but Gholdengo Make It Rain doesn't even do half to Incineroar, who follows up with a KO onto Gholdengo. Pokemon count even at 3 apiece. I send out Gothitelle, my opponent sends out Rillaboom, but this position is awkward for me. I've already used my Terra, and Incineroar is currently on the field. I need to switch it out in order to reset Intimidate, but my only possible switch is Politoed, who will faint to a drum beating. But despite this, I still have to switch. I bring Politoed in, but Rillaboom went for Fake Out into Gothitelle. Unfortunately, Sneasler goes for a Coaching, boosting Rillaboom's attack and defense stats. Thankfully, the grassy terrain ends this turn. And because this Rillaboom doesn't have Wood Hammer, it's not nearly as threatening even with the attack boost. I really want to bring in Incineroar here, but the Sneasler is White Herb, meaning that it'll shrug off the Intimidate. Moreover, using both Close Combat and Drum Beating into the Politoed slot will KO either Politoed or Incineroar, regardless of whether or not I switch. I've only got 45 seconds, but I'm making every second count, and I realize something. My opponent is going to be expecting Gothitelle to use Trick Room here. I went for it in game 1, and all of my Pokemon are slower than all of theirs. Knowing this, they're probably not even considering that I could go for something else. And that's my way to turn this game around. The turn starts and Politoed protects, but Sneasler's Dire Claw hits Gothitelle, though thankfully there's no status conditions. Rillaboom's Drum Beating is blocked, and Gothitelle executes my plan perfectly, launching a Psychic into Sneasler for a one-hit KO. My opponent still had their Terra available. A Terra Ghost would have completely shut this play down and probably would have cost me the game. But because I conditioned them in game 1 to believe that Gothitelle would go for Trick Room first before attacking, they didn't realize in time how devastating it would be if I just attacked instead. Ninetales comes out. my opponent's final Pokemon. The good news is that neither Ninetales or Rillaboom is great against Incineroar, but the bad news is my only real way to win this game is with Politoed, who's not exactly well positioned here. I switch Politoed to Incineroar and try and set up a Trick Room, but Encore forces Gothitelle to use Psychic again. If I had Trick Room up, I could definitely get a Perish off. Worse, Rillaboom predicts the switch out and hits Incineroar with high horsepower, dropping it to red. Suddenly, this game looks much harder. I was feeling good going into the last turn, but not so much now. It's just so hard for me to play around Encore and Rillaboom at the same time. I do some quick thinking, but my opponent has Terra Ghost available on Ninetales. Because of Encore and Terra Ghost, there's probably no way for me to safely get Politoed in next to a Fake Out user at the same time, which is the position that I actually want, right? So I need another plan. Oh, I see it. I see the song that can win me the game. I switch Gothitelle to Politoed and Fake Out Rillaboom. Blizzard comes out and misses Politoed and doesn't finish off Incineroar. This is it. This is the turn. I switch Incineroar back into Gothitelle and hold my breath. I'm betting everything on Politoed surviving a drum beating. It worked. And now, despite every one of my Pokemon having extremely low HP, my opponent's fate is sealed. Perish counter at 3. I protect both of my Pokemon. Perish counter at 2. I switch Politoed to Incineroar, who dodges a Blizzard, and Gothitelle survives the drum beating. Perish counter at 1. I switch Gothitelle back to Politoed and Fake Out Rillaboom. Perish counter at 0. I win the set and advance to the quarterfinals. Only 8 players now remain in the tournament. If I win just 3 more sets, I'll have won the entire tournament. But unfortunately, I've been here before. I've had runs that felt like they were going to be the one just to have them fizzle out so close to the end. Actually, my last tournament went that way. In Louisville, I was eliminated in this next round, in the quarterfinals. I don't know why, but I just can't stop thinking about that loss this weekend. It's honestly distracting. I just keep remembering my mistakes, letting my Ursaluna's Flame Orb get knocked off, setting Tailwind up as my opponent went for Trick Room. I just wish I understood why. My current team has almost no resemblance to my Louisville team, and it was over 2 months ago. Why do I keep thinking about it now? But I don't have time to figure out the answer, because at this point in the tournament, only 8 people are left. And that means that the rounds are rapid fire. There's not much time, but I have enough of a break to start making a plan for my next opponent. They have a team that seems to be an updated version of the team that my friend Carson won the last American regional with. It features Choice Scarf and DD Male, Sneasler with Psychic Seed, Assaultvest Tyranitar, Life Orb Ursaluna Blood Moon, Support Volcarona, and worst of all, Annihilape. It might seem weird to say that Annihilape is the biggest problem because this team also has Ursaluna, but this Annihilape has a really troublesome moveset. Normally, Annihilape either hold the Choice Scarf, making it easy to use Protect to scout out their move and then play accordingly, or they run a Bulk Up set that lacks immediate damage since they can only use Drain Punch and Rage Fist. This Annihilape is a new take on the Pokemon. It has the Safety Goggles item, making it immune to my Amoonguss, and while it does have Rage Fist, its fighting type move of choice is Close Combat, making it much harder to ignore. Worse though are the final 2 moves. Instead of Bulk Up, this Annihilape has Taunt, and instead of Protect, it's running Final Gambit, a move that will KO every Pokemon on my team except for Amoonguss. The thing about Annihilape is that if I do not deal with it with Kingdra, it can legitimately beat my entire team. With Taunt, it can also shut down both my Trick Room mode and my Perish mode. It's immune to Amoonguss, it outspeeds Archaludon, and Incineroar only makes it stronger. Add on the support from Tyranitar to turn off the weather, Indeedee to prevent me from using Fake Out, and Sneasler to outspeed Kingdra in the rain, and potentially get a status condition, and we've got a pretty scary matchup on our hands here. That being said, there is an upside. Unlike Basculegion, Kingdra completely tears through this team. It's actually the first time all tournament that Kingdra can actually one-shot every single Pokemon that my opponent has, unless they Terrastalize. Of course, getting Kingdra into position is going to be really tough, and I really need to watch out for Sneasler, who, once unburdening itself of the Psychic Seed training weights, outspeeds it even in the rain. But this matchup is probably super in my favor if I can just make it past this Annihilape. Before I know it, it's time to start. I head to my seat, chat a little with my opponent, and jump into the battle. I've got a plan. My entire strategy here revolves around Kingdra, and using my little seahorse to wash my opponent out to sea. In order to do that, I need control of the weather. But because my opponent has Tyranitar, I can't just lead with my Frog. So similar to the Sun teams that I've played, I'll bring Gothitelle and Kingdra up front with Politoed and Incineroar in the back. My opponent leads with Sneasler and Annihilate. This lead is really annoying. The problem is that Annihilate is a ghost type, so it could immediately switch to Indeedee, activating Psychic Terrain and the Psychic Seed, doubling Sneasler's speed thanks to Unburden and shutting down Fake Out. Alternatively, Annihilate could stay in and click either Taunt or Final Gambit to disable my Gothitelle. Then again, if they predict my Kingdra to not protect, and they think that I won't bring in Politoed this turn, they could attack with both fighting types into my Kingdra to KO it before it can move. I do not have a safe move here. I give it some thought. On my end, I'm threatening to switch Gothitelle to Politoed and launch a water move. I'm also threatening to try and set Trick Room up. In both cases, Final Gambit from Annihilate doesn't make all that much sense. So I make an assumption. Annihilate won't click Final Gambit here. I might not be able to perfectly predict what my opponent's gonna do, but if I can rule out some of their options, I can still make a good move. The turn starts and Annihilate switches to Indeedee. My opponent wants damage on Kingdra, and the Psychic Seed activating will let Sneasler survive a move if I do bring in Politoed. But Kingdra protects and blocks close combat, and Gothitelle doesn't go for Trick Room, but Psychic, and KOs Sneasler in one hit despite the Psychic Seed. This Sneasler is Terra Dark, so that could have really backfired if they'd gone for it, but I realized in my last set that many Sneasler players assume that I'll try to go for Trick Room first, and don't feel pressured to Terra right away. Also, as an aside, I was a little surprised that Psychic KO'd despite the Psychic Seed, and after the set was over, I told my friends this. At which point they reminded me that Psychic does quadruple damage to Sneasler because it's a fighting and a poison type, not double. Obviously, like, I know the type chart and I know that Sneasler is, quadruple weak to Psychic in theory, but I think in my head I've just been modeling it as like Urshifu, who's only double weak to Psychic, so yeah, I forgot. Anyway, I've literally spent this whole tournament being like, wow, Gothitell's way stronger than I thought. Nope, it's just that it's doing twice as much damage as I thought it was. With Sneasler down, my opponent brings Annihilate back in, but now there is no way for them to outspeed Kingdra in the rain. I switch Gothitelle to Politoed and launch a Weather Ball into Indeedee for the KO. I'm not going to risk Muddy Water here. Annihilate close combats Kingdra, but it doesn't do enough damage. My opponent is forced into their final Pokemon, Tyranitar. I protect Kingdra and switch Politoed to Gothitelle, who goes down to a double up, but that just lets me bring Politoed back in, setting the rain up for the rest of the battle. But now what? I have Kingdra, Politoed, and Incineroar in the back, but my opponent can still Terrastalize. Annihilate is Terra Fairy, which isn't super relevant here, but the Tyranitar is Terra Flying, and with the Assault Vest, I can't KO it with Weather Ball if they Terrastalize. Obviously, if I can get a Parasong off, then I can win, but I need to get rid of Annihilate in order to do that. Otherwise, Taunt just fully stops me. What should I do? This is a rhetorical question because I still have my Terra available too. I use it on Kingdra, getting a power boost, and Weather Ball picks up a one-hit KO on Annihilate. Tyranitar moves next and uses Rock Slide, which KOs Kingdra and flinches Politoed. I go into Incineroar and Parasong, counter at 3. But wait, Politoed's Perish counter appeared first and Tyranitar's second. That's only possible if they're speed tying. Hang on, if Tyranitar lands a Rock Slide critical hit on Incineroar, and if that gets a one-hit KO, I could actually lose this if I lose a speed tie with Politoed on the last turn of Perish. It's unlikely, but I start getting nervous. Will a Rock Slide critical hit KO? Probably not, right? Right? We never find out because my opponent forfeits. They may have not realized that we were speed tying, or maybe they just knew that Rock Slide critical hit wasn't going to KO, but either way, I win game 1. Okay, deep breath. I freaked myself out a little at the end there, but overall, this was a really clean win. Of course, it was only possible because I had such a great turn 1. This battle could have gone very differently if that had backfired. But I'm going to stick to the same plan for game 2, and my opponent leads the same as well. Annihilate and Sneasler against Kingdra and Gothitelle. But this time, I just don't think that they're going to switch Annihilate out. I just showed that I was willing to Psychic turn 1, and I proved how much I wanted to protect Kingdra. I think they're either going to taunt or use Final Gambit into Gothitelle. And if I'm right, I can gain massive ground. The turn begins, and Gothitelle switches. That means that Annihilate is staying in. I get the rain up and 2 Pokemon Terrastalize. Sneasler to Dark and Kingdra to Stellar. But without the Psychic Seed active, it's Kingdra who moves first and launches a Muddy Water, which misses Annihilate. Oh, Kingdra, why won't don't you hit your moves? Fortunately, Muddy Water picks up a one-hit KO on Sneasler, despite technically being Kingdra's weakest move. And all Annihilate does is taunt Politoed. Once again, I have the Pokemon lead turn 1, and I didn't have to pay a hefty price for it. Tyranitar comes out, and just like last game, I switch Politoed to Gothitelle, who goes down to a double up. I send out Politoed once again, but this is different than last game. Because although I've already used my Stellar Boost on water moves, meaning that Weather Ball can't KO Annihilate anymore, they've already terastallized as well. And that means that this no Protect Tyranitar is a sitting duck. Maybe that's not a great metaphor because ducks like water. They switch Annihilate out to Indeedee, but I'm going after Tyranitar, and Kingdra's Weather Ball picks up a one-hit KO. Politoed uses Perish Song. Indeedee is now on a timer, but as Annihilate comes back in, I don't even bother waiting for the timer to remove Indeedee, because even without super effective damage or the Stellar Boost, Weather Ball is still a clean one-hit KO. Annihilate launches a close combat, but it doesn't knock out Kingdra, and Politoed goes for another Perish Song. Up 3 against 1 with a Perish counter active on Annihilate, I win game 2 and the set. I've made it to the semi-finals. At this point, there's only 4 players left in the bracket, and the 2 players on the other side are 2 players I am quite familiar with, Geo and Marco. If I can just win one more match, I'll either be getting the 3rd Wolfey Cone Perish match or a tournament deciding set with my friend. But that's a big if, because my opponent in the semifinals is Chuppa Cross the 4th, the defending champion of Toronto. This is an absolutely stacked semifinals. And the bad news is that Chuppa's team is the exact same one I just played. Wait, why is that bad? Wasn't the matchup in my favor? Well, there's this weird phenomenon that seems to happen in competitive Pokemon. A built-in comeback mechanic that happens when you play the same person multiple times in the same tournament. See, normally you would think that if 2 players play for a second time, the player who won would have the advantage. But actually, often that's not the case, because the player who won not only has no incentive to change their strategy, but they also have no way of anticipating how the opponent will adjust. On the other hand, the player who lost has a very good guess of exactly what the winner will do, the same strategy that got them the win, meaning they can plan for it. This is even worse here because even though I just played this team, I haven't played Chuppa, so I have no read on his tendencies or the way that he pilots the team. And Chuppa is friends with the player that I just eliminated. They work together on this team, so he'll have heard exactly what I did to win. This is going to be a very different set. Both semifinal matches will be streamed, and Geo versus Marco is up first, meaning I have some extra time to work on a game plan. But it's so hard. I just have no idea how Chuppa's going to approach the matchup. I see a couple of different ways that he could try and get through my Kingdra, but unfortunately, I have no idea which one he'll go with. Worse, there's the volatility of the stupid lead. Annihilate and Sneasler against Gothitelle and Kingdra just has so many different ways that it can play out, and getting the early turns wrong can quickly spell disaster. I try and come up with a new plan, but against the Pokemon that I think Chuppa's gonna bring, there's just no other option. Incineroar and Amoonguss are too risky in the lead if Annihilate is there, Archaludon can't do anything in this matchup, and Politoed can only really be safely brought in once I can guarantee that Tyranitar won't be shutting it down. I've got no choice. It has to be Gothitelle and Kingdra. Marco vs. Geo is in game 3 now. I take a break from my preparation to watch, as Marco brings it home. I'm sad for Geo, but also his performance was so good that he's nearly guaranteed to qualify for Worlds, which was his goal coming into this tournament. So still a huge win from the weekend. But the match being over means I have to play. I head backstage and run into Geo. We chat a little about the set. It's bittersweet. He had an incredible run, but it would have been amazing to play in the finals, especially because since he's moving, I probably won't get to see him again until Worlds. Geo wishes me luck, and that's it. It's time to play. I head to the stage, exchange team sheets with Chuppa, and start the match. As we begin, I once again am bombarded with memories from Louisville, and I can only assume that this is happening to remind myself that no matter what happens, I shouldn't throw the game away on an aggressive prediction. I can be better. The battle begins, and immediately, things are different than my last set. Chuppa has learned my strategy from the quarterfinals and adjusted accordingly. It's Indeedee and Sneasler staring down my Kingdra and Gothitelle. However, this Indeedee is Choice Scarf and can't switch out. I don't need to make a gutsy prediction here. I can just protect with both of my Pokemon. And this not only shows what move Indeedee's locking into, but also reveals that Choppa has immediately terastallized Sneasler. Choppa's learned from my last couple sets, and he has no intention of letting me get one of those cheeky psychic KOs that I've been using to steal games. With Incineroar waiting in the wings, I would much rather deal with Expanding Force than Trick. Kingdra is far too important to let faint. I switch it to Incineroar, who takes a Dire Claw, which doesn't get a status condition, while Indeedee goes for Expanding Force, doing a bit of damage to Gothitelle. Gothitelle sets up Trick Room. While it's terrible for Kingdra, it opens up my other 3 Pokemon to be able to move first. And Kingdra wasn't outspeeding Sneasler anyway. Incineroar can now safely KO Indeedee, who can't Terra, Switch, or Protect. If I can take 2 KOs, I don't need to use Kingdra to win. I can do it with Perish Song. There's 2 problems. 1, Incineroar might just go down in close combat, and 2, Gothitelle has nothing to do here. I can't damage Sneasler, Trick Room is already up, I'm not needed for the Indeedee KO, and Fake Out not only isn't active, but Psychic Terrain is up. So the only option I have then is to Protect, right? But I don't want to Protect. I just have a gut feeling that I've got to save it for next turn. To keep Incineroar safe, I Terastallize it to Ghost, and KO Indeedee with Knockoff. Gothitelle goes for a Psychic into the Dark-type Sneasler, which I guess is just a wasted attack, but Sneasler fails a close combat into the Ghost-type Incineroar. Terastallization is certainly an interesting mechanic. I think it's cool. I'm now in the lead 4 against 3. Tyranitar comes out. The obvious play here is to go for a Parting Shot into Tyranitar and to Protect, bringing in my Politoed. But I think that Politoed's HP is kind of important here, and bringing it in against what is likely a double attack is a little bit risky. So I'm going to make this a little bit harder for Choppa. I don't think he's going to target Gothitelle, since it doesn't have anything to do here except for Protect. This is why I use Psychic for no damage last turn. If I'd protected instead, Choppa might take advantage of Gothitelle being vulnerable and launch an attack into it. But now he knows that if he launches an attack into Gothitelle, it's probably just going to get wasted. So I switch Gothitelle out and Protect Incineroar. This is an extremely tricky move. I've used the implied pressure of Parting Shot to create a spotlight on Incineroar, luring my opponent's attacks in. Protect blocks both Knockoff and Dire Claw, a perfect turn. And with Trick Room still up, I'm in the driver's seat. I could go for a Perish Song and a Parting Shot here, but I think that I can do better. Gothitelle's weak to Knockoff, and I'll still take a ton of damage from one, even after a Parting Shot. So I don't want to go for a Perish Trap right now, because Choppa has already Terastallized. But because Choppa has already Terastallized, I have another way of applying pressure this turn. Thanks to the Trick Room, Incineroar moves first and uses Knockoff, removing Tyranitar's Assault Vest, and Politoed moves next. And without Assault Vest and with the rain, Weather Ball is a one-hit KO. Because Tyranitar can't Protect, this move was super safe, as even if Annihilate switched in, it would have lost most of its health. This is the reason why I wanted an attacking move on Politoed. You just never know when you're going to need it. Sneasler goes for a Dire Claw and paralyzes Politoed, but there's still one final turn inside of Trick Room. Annihilate comes out. Trick Room finally ends, but the damage is done. Politoed gets paralyzed next turn, preventing Protect, but Rage Fist doesn't KO, and the Perish counter falls to 2. This game is 100% over. With all 4 Pokemon left and all of them having access to Protect, Choppa can't take enough KOs before the counter hits 0. Though actually, I don't even end up needing to use Perish Song to win. Kingdra KOs Annihilate with Weather Ball as Sneasler's counter falls to 1. Choppa forfeits, and I win game 1. The good news is that I won game 1. But the bad news is, in this matchup, there's really no other lead that I can use. Choppa tried something different this game, and it didn't work out great, so I think he'll go back to the Annihilate and Sneasler lead, and put us back into this awkward turn 1 once again. The game starts, and unfortunately, I'm right. It's Sneasler and Annihilate. I'm up a game, I know that there's no safe play, so I decide to make a read. I think Indeedee's coming in here. In my last set, I switched Gothitelle to Politoed in game 2 and picked up the KO on Sneasler right away on turn 1. If that happens again, I will probably win, because remember that last time I missed Muddy Water on Annihilate and still won convincingly. Given this, I think that Choppa has to bring Indeedee in to activate the Psychic Seed and save Sneasler. So I all in on calling it out. I'm going to use Muddy Water and Trick Room together. Ideally, two-shotting Indeedee and getting good damage on Sneasler. The turn starts, and there's no switches. Instead, Sneasler terastallizes to Dark and launches a Dire Claw into Kingdra, which gets a paralysis. And Annihilate taunts Gothitelle. Kingdra is fully paralyzed, and Gothitelle fails to use Trick Room. Almost undoubtedly the worst turn 1 possible. A turn 1 so bad, there's probably no way for me to recover. And now, for the first time, I'm on the back foot against this team. I did exactly what I said I wasn't gonna do. Go all in on a prediction that could lose me the game on the spot, the same way that I was eliminated in Louisville. This game is really, truly, probably over, but I'm not gonna give up just yet. Even if I probably can't win, I can still make this harder for Chuppa, and maybe that'll help me in a game 3. Given how far behind I am, I think that the only way I can win is if I get very lucky. So I decide to rely on the move that can sow more chaos than anything else I have on my team. Muddy Water. I haven't gotten any crucial accuracy drops yet this tournament, but if there was ever a time for it, it's gotta be now. The problem is that Sneasler can KO Kingdra, even through Intimidate if it uses Close Combat. But I don't think that Chuppa's gonna use Close Combat. He's not gonna expect Incineroar to switch in here because that would activate Annihilape's Defiant ability. And given that, why use Close Combat and lower Sneasler's defenses when Dire Claw will do enough damage? So I switch Gothitelle to Incineroar, activating Annihilape's Defiant, but weakening Sneasler, who does go for a Dire Claw, which Kingdra barely survives. Rage Fist hits Incineroar but does very little damage. And Kingdra hits through the paralysis, connects with both Muddy Water targets, and gets a double accuracy drop. Kingdra? Hello? If anything could bring me back into this game, that's gotta be it. The issue is that now Annihilape is at +3 attack, and Kingdra just knocked itself out. I go into Gothitelle, and I think that the only way I can win this is if Annihilape misses. Kingdra did absolutely everything that it could to keep me in this battle. I've just gotta hope that it's enough. Incineroar fake out Sneasler, and Rage Fist misses Gothitelle. Kingdra's final gift pays off, and I fire back with a Psychic, which doesn't KO. A huge blunder. If I'd gone for Trick Room, I'd be back in this, but I was worried about Taunt, and I truthfully thought that Psychic would KO. I'm probably gonna need another miss, but if Trick Room goes up, I could actually have a shot at this, but I don't think that Chuppa is gonna let me go for it. So rather than bank on the lowered accuracy of the ape for a second turn in a row, I try something tricky once again. I'll use Protect this turn on Gothitelle and try and KO Annihilape with Incineroar. The turn begins. Gothitelle protects and Close Combat hits Incineroar and KOs? I didn't even realize that was possible after Intimidate. It was almost definitely a damage roll that just didn't go in my favor, but I guess this is a price I pay for having so much special defense on Incineroar. Now, this game is actually definitely positively over, right? I'm down 2 against 4, I've lost the Weather War, and I still haven't even dealt with this Annihilape. I'm forced into Politoed. And yet, despite how doomed this absolutely should be, I do technically see one very small chance to win. I Terrastalize Gothitelle to Dark. Dire Claw hits Politoed but doesn't get a status condition. And Annihilape launches a Taunt and misses again. Politoed's Weather Ball KOs Sneasler. Psychic finally finishes off Annihilape, and suddenly it's a 2 against 2. And I have no way of dealing damage to Tyranitar or Indeedee, the 2 Pokemon Chuppa has left. However, I don't necessarily need to do damage to them. Remember, when all Pokemon faint from the Perish Song at the same time, the slowest Pokemon wins. Right now, this is the speed order, meaning if either of my Pokemon are the last Pokemon standing when we reach the end of the song, I win. The turn begins and I protect Gothitelle. Unfortunately, Indeedee uses Trick. It doesn't do any damage, but it takes away Politoed's leftovers. More importantly, it forces my frog to wear the Choice Scarf. And that means that Perish Song will be the only move that Politoed can use for the rest of this battle. It also means that when the Perish counter hits 0, it'll be faster than Chuppa's Pokemon. I can no longer win with it. So now, if I lose Gothitelle, I will lose. Tyranitar goes for a Rock Slide, hitting Politoed, but it doesn't really matter because the only Pokemon that can win me this game now is Gothitelle. Perish counter falls to 3. If I attack this turn with Gothitelle, the counter will be at 2. Then I can protect and the counter will fall to 1. But then I'll be vulnerable to attacks again. And I don't think that Gothitelle can take 2 rounds of attacks from Indeedee and Tyranitar. But I can rely on a gamble that I haven't taken a single time this tournament. The double Protect. Protect cannot be used successively safely. If you use Protect 2 turns in a row, it only has a 1 in 3 chance of working. But I have 2 chances of a double Protect. So my odds aren't a third, they're 1 minus 2/3 times 2/3. They're 55%. I have a 55% chance to win this game. I try my first attempt at a double and fail. Politoed Perish Songs for an audience that's heard it all before. Indeedee launches a Terra Blast, and Tyranitar lands a super effective low kick. But Gothitelle survives. Perish counter falls to 2. I have a guaranteed protect this turn, and Chuppa uses the opportunity to KO Politoed just in case. The perish counter falls to 1. I'll win if I can just get a double protect. Now a 1 in 3 chance. This is it. There's no more room for strategy, for tactics, for baits and switches. I've done everything that I can. I've clawed this game back from the brink of defeat. The rest is up to fate.
Oh no.
Gothitelle fails. Indeedee and Tyranitar work together to finish off Gothitelle, and despite the perish counter being at 1, Gothitelle faints before the end of the concert, and I lose. But that was only game 2. I still have one more chance. One more game to keep myself in this, to make it to the finals. There's only a few minutes between games. I need to recenter. I effectively lost that game on turn 1, because I did exactly what I said I wasn't gonna do. Gambling hard and coming up short. Unfortunately, I don't think that there's much of a Pokemon adjustment I can make when it comes to tactics. I think Chuppa is going to do the exact same Pokemon again and put us both in that horrible turn 1 mess. So the adjustment that I need to make is mental. I am not going to make another gamble like that one. And if I lose, I'm okay with that. At least there'll be something new that I can learn from. Game 3 starts and it's just as I feared. The same dynamics from before are in play once again. But I'm thinking about them differently this time. The main thing on my mind here is whether or not Indeedee is going to switch in. If it doesn't, I can just make my huge play with Kingdra, but if it does, I'd rather focus on Gothitelle. Is this just another guessing game? Well, it might turn into one, but it's not one yet. I don't need to fully commit to anything this turn. I can protect both of my Pokemon and see if Chuppa shows his hand. The turn begins and Annihilate switches, bringing in Indeedee as Sneasler terastallizes. And this huge commitment is met by my passive play, gaining Chuppa very little ground, but not no ground, because unlike in game 1 where I could scout for Indeedee's move, this time I've already protected. I am almost positive that Indeedee is going to use Trick here. Expanding Force was so bad versus my Incineroar in game 1, Trick just makes so much sense. Given that, there's a few ways that I could punish. Switching to Politoed, attacking with Kingdra, but if I'm wrong and it just attacks with Expanding Force, I'll lose Kingdra for no reason. But then again, he's got a Trick, right? He has to. But I just promised myself that I wasn't going to lose this game because I got a hard read wrong. So, against every instinct in my body, I don't predict the Trick. I switch to Incineroar, who eats a close combat from Sneasler for a huge chunk of its health. And Indeedee uses Trick into Incineroar, not Gothitelle, who I was expecting. Now, I've got Choice Scarf Incineroar inside of Trick Room and a Gothitelle who can't do much damage to either Pokemon. And this Indeedee has Protect, so I can't just go for a knockoff safely and hope to trade 1 for 1. Unfortunately, it's a mind game. Is Indeedee gonna Protect? Is it gonna attack? I do not want to gamble, and so I ignore it. And unfortunately, Indeedee doesn't Protect. Psychic does about a quarter of its health, and Incineroar's Parting Shot hits Sneasler and forces me to bring in a Pokemon who is certainly going to be taking a hit. I go into Politoed. I cannot lose Kingdra here. Expanding Force does a huge amount of my health, and Dire Claw drops Politoed even lower. A terrible turn. And Indeedee could still Protect. I protect Politoed and go for another Psychic into Indeedee, dropping it to half health, and Expanding Force and Dire Claw hit Gothitelle, dropping me below half health, activating Citrus Berry, and getting a poison. This is really bad. 3 of my Pokemon are at low HP, I've burned most of my Trick Room, and I haven't taken a single KO. I switch Politoed back to Incineroar, but once again, Indeedee doesn't Protect, despite the threat of a Weather Ball KO. An Expanding Force hits Gothitelle as Dire Claw KOs my Incineroar. There's 1 turn of Trick Room left, 2 turns of Rain, and things are looking bleak. Incineroar is down, Gothitelle will faint to 2 turns of poison, and Politoed's taken a ton of damage. But this game is not over. From the outside, it probably looks like it would take a miracle to win this, but it won't. Because I've been playing this game extremely intentionally, and even though it certainly hasn't gone perfectly, this is still within my calculation. Indeedee is at low HP. Sneasler has lowered his special defense once and is at -3 attack. Kingdra still has full HP. And Gothitelle has just enough health left to pull this off. It's not much, but I have enough. The turn starts and Chuppa protects Sneasler, sacrificing Indeedee to Psychic. Pokemon count now at 3 apiece. Gothitelle barely survives the poison, but will faint to it next turn. Choppa goes into Annihilate, who can't protect, and I can still Terrastalize. Of course, I'm in danger of losing the Weather War. If Choppa has Tyranitar as his last Pokemon, even if I KO Annihilate, without the rain, I'll lose nonetheless. And that's exactly why it is so important that Gothitelle is still alive. I don't need it for Shadow Tag or for Psychic or Trick Room or even Fake Out. I need it as a sacrifice to ensure that Politoed is the weather setter that ultimately comes out on top. I switch Gothitelle to Politoed. This seems strange on the last turn of rain, but ensures that I'm the one who will win the Weather War, even if Tyranitar switches in this turn. And Kingdra Terrastalizes. Dire Claw hits Kingdra, but doesn't get a status. And Weather Ball fires into Annihilate, picking up a one-hit KO. The rain finally ends, and Choppa sends out his final Pokemon, Tyranitar. And this is why I saved Gothitelle. I protect Kingdra and I switch it back in, and Gothitelle faints immediately, which gives me a free switch right back into Politoed. Rain is active once again. I've won the Weather War. But I could still lose this game. If Dire Claw rolls asleep or gets a paralysis into a full paralysis, Kingdra will fail to KO Tyranitar and I will lose. A critical hit could also do it. In the end, just like last game, the winner of this set will be determined by how the chips fall, something ultimately out of my control. But the odds are way more in my favor this time around. And even if there is some luck in the end, I didn't gamble with my plays. No matter what happens this turn, this is a run that I can be proud of.
On this turn, it can do so much. Dire Claw comes out. This is going to be the moment. No status comes on through. Weather Ball now into the Tyranitar. One hit KO, and only one Pokemon remains in Wolfey to secure him in our finals.
No status at all means that even though this Weather Ball might not KO Sneasler here, the Kingdra will easily be able to finish it off on the following turn.
Down 1 against 2 with only Sneasler left, Choppa forfeits. I win the set and advance to the finals. And it finally starts to sink in. I could actually do it. I could win my 10th regional. I've been chasing this goal for so long, I almost forgot that it could ever actually happen. Winning even one regional is a tremendous accomplishment. And I think that a part of me felt like it was almost greedy to want to win as many as 10. But I'm here now. There's just one opponent standing between me and victory. A victory I could achieve using my single favorite strategy. Obviously, I want to win, but truthfully, I never really thought that I'd be here. As evidence, the return flight that I booked already left an hour ago, so I'm gonna have to figure that out later. For now, I need to start preparing for the finals against Marco Silva, the person that people are calling the best player in the world right now, for the second time this weekend. Just like my semifinal set versus Choppa, the dynamic here is totally flipped from our earlier set. Marco has likely spent a lot of time already reflecting on the set that we played yesterday, and may have even had his friends working to figure out the matchup overnight while we all slept, running game plans, testing flowcharts. I have no idea how he'll adjust, and even if I did, there isn't enough time for me to plan. The finals are starting now. In 2 or 3 games, we'll say goodbye to this format forever with one final champion crowned. Before I know it, I'm whisked onto the stage. And just like yesterday, I realized I have this weird feeling. Yesterday, I was reflecting on getting to feel like an underdog again, but that's definitely not what's going on right now. What is up with me? And why can I not stop thinking about my last tournament when I lost in Louisville? This is weird, right? For this whole weekend, I've been getting bombarded with memories from that set. Losing my Ursaluna's Flame Orb to knockoff before I could get it online, setting up Tailwind as my opponent set up Trick Room. But I've already reviewed, analyzed, reflected on that set. Why then can I not get it out of my head? Is it my brain trying to tell me to slow down, to not make risky moves? No, that's not it. Wait, I know why. I get it. All of this time, I thought that this was about the way that I lost, but that's not it at all. I can't get Louisville out of my head because I need it to win this tournament. Let me explain. This is Marco's team, and this is my Louisville team. At a glance, they might not seem super similar, but look a little bit closer. Porygon 2, Ursaluna, Incineroar, all the same Pokemon. Tailwind setting flying type Pokemon whose ability boosted speed. Upper middle speed offensive special attacker that blows things up and takes advantage of weather. These two teams are more similar than they are different. And some part of my monkey pattern recognition brain realized that. I can use the painful lessons that I learned by losing in Louisville against Marco. I can target the exact pain points that knocked me out of my last tournament in order to win this one. And now it's time for the final set to begin. I am going to need to use what I've learned from Louisville, but also from my previous matches against Marco to bring this one home and show the world that Wolfey Parish is truly a force to be reckoned with. I am not going to change my Pokemon up. The onus is on Marco to show me how he's going to get past my Gothitelle and Kingdra lead. Unfortunately, he's found the right combo, Incineroar and Jumpluff. There's a lot going on here. First, there's two fake outs active, but Jumpluff has Covert Cloak, making it immune to flinching, and Incineroar is faster than my Gothitelle, so the only Pokemon I can really fake out would be their Incineroar, which is kind of risky. So their Incineroar could go for a fake out into Kingdra to play it safe, but it could also go for knockoff or parting shot into either slot as well. Jumpluff could set Tailwind if it expects me to protect, go for a Sunny Day if it thinks Politoed switching in, or risk a Sleep Powder if Marco is feeling risky. Kingdra's best move depends on what I think Marco is doing. Without Fake Out, I could bring in Politoed and launch a Terra Stellar Draco Meteor. If I expect Tailwind, I could Trick Room with Gothitelle and protect Kingdra. There's even more options than just these ones, but in just 45 seconds, I can't possibly think through every branching path. So I select a play that is relatively safe and try and gain as much ground as I can. I switch Gothitelle to Incineroar. This covers for both Sleep Powder and Knockoff and Fake Out into the Gothitelle slot. Jumpluff is the next to move. It sets up Tailwind, not wanting to risk a Sleep Powder into a Protect. Incineroar moves next and launches a Knockoff into Kingdra, doing decent damage and removing the Life Orb. And lastly, Kingdra launches a Draco Meteor into Jumpluff, not getting the KO, but doing decent damage nonetheless. Losing my item, dropping my special attack, and letting Tailwind go up are all not great outcomes. But here's the thing, neither Jumpluff or Incineroar are very offensive Pokemon, and Marco needs to do as much as he can to take advantage of Tailwind before it ends. Really, his best way of doing that is with Ursaluna. He can't afford to take it slow because Jumpluff is now in range of Knockoff, and once it goes down, he won't get another Tailwind or a water resistance until the next game. So he's got to find some way of bringing Ursaluna in. And I remember clearly how dangerous it is to switch in Ursaluna in the face of Incineroar. The question is, which Pokemon is going to switch out? I'm threatening a Fake Out on Incineroar, which is a reason for that side to be the Ursaluna swap. On the other hand, maybe that's too obvious. Maybe it'll be Jumpluff who switches. Which one should I predict? I think it's gotta be Incineroar, because my Incineroar could knock off the Jumpluff slot to either get a KO on Jumpluff or to get the Flame Orb on Ursaluna. In other words, if I knock off into Jumpluff, I always get something out of it. Using knockoff on Incineroar, on the other hand, is way riskier, as it won't be nearly as useful if it stays in. I remember that when I was using Ursaluna, I wanted to bring it in on the side that seemed less likely to be attacked. I think that Marco is gonna do the same. The turn begins, and Jumpluff connects a Sleep Powder onto Kingdra. Marco's Incineroar moves next, using Parting Shot and lowering my Incineroar's attack, and bringing out Ursaluna. Knockoff rings true, and Ursaluna loses its Flame Orb before it can activate. This is just like what happened in Louisville, except this time, I'm the one smacking the bear. That was a huge portion of Marco's damage that I just removed, because not only is Guts not online, but Facade is cut in power beyond that too. Now though, my position is a bit awkward. I really need Kingdra to wake up, and I also need to save Incineroar. I've got to buy some time. Marco switches Jumpluff into Porygon 2. He's left Torkoal behind, and Ursaluna terastallizes to Ghost, just in case Kingdra wakes up. I terastallize Incineroar. I just can't afford to lose it yet, though I do lose over half my health to Headlong Rush. Kingdra wakes up after just one turn and launches a -2 no item Draco Meteor, not doing much to Porygon, but importantly, exiting Napland. And Incineroar launches a Parting Shot into Ursaluna, cutting its damage output even further. I send out Gothitelle, trapping Porygon 2. Tailwind will end next turn. There is a very real chance that Trick Room is going up. My first priority here is to get Kingdra off of the field. I gotta get rid of these stat drops. The question is, what should I do with Gothitelle? Should I fake out Porygon? Should I Trick Room? Here's the thing. I don't think that Ursaluna is gonna switch here. We know that Jumpluff and Porygon 2 positioning is awful in front of Gothitelle, and Incineroar has to be worried about the Rain duo. But what then is Ursaluna gonna do? It's not threatened by anything right now, so it's probably not going to protect. But Earthquake is weak and damages Porygon, and Facade is actually even weaker. So I guess it has to go for Headlong Rush, which drops its defenses. Marco might be expecting me to go for Trick Room, but Gothitelle can do more than just play support. I switch Kingdra into Politoed. I can't risk losing Incineroar yet, and Ursaluna uses Headlong Rush, dealing 45% to my frog and dropping to -2 special defense, which means that Gothitelle's Psychic does a ton to Ursaluna, easily putting it in KO range of anything else on my team. But Porygon 2 has yet to move and decides to twist the dimensions. But the problem is, this Ursaluna is speed sandwiched. I brought in Politoed so that, if Trick Room didn't go up, Politoed could KO Ursaluna before it could attack. But if it did go up, Gothitelle could do the same. Ursaluna is a sitting duck, and Porygon 2 with an attack boost isn't doing much better. Even better, there's an opportunity here. For the advanced technique, Personal Concerto. I don't need to take 2 KOs with Parasong right now. With Ursaluna already on borrowed time, I can take advantage of Marco's lack of offensive pressure and put a timer on Porygon 2 to get rid of it right now. Marco protects Ursaluna, blocking Gothitelle's Psychic. Terra Blast hits Politoed, dealing decent damage, but not stopping the Parasong. Unless Marco can get rid of Gothitelle quickly, that Porygon 2 will be gone in just 3 turns. Ursaluna switches to Jumpluff, and I switch Politoed into Incineroar. Psychic drops Jumpluff to red HP, and Terra Blast hits Gothitelle as the Perish counter falls to 2. Now I have a 100% safe play. I can fake out Porygon 2 and Psychic Jumpluff for the KO. I'm up 4 against 3, but the Perish counter on Porygon 2 is at 1. Incineroar comes out, and I have a choice to make. Can I save Gothitelle here? It is also affected by the Parasong, so if I don't switch it out, it'll faint. Actually, maybe the question is, should I save Gothitelle? And I think that the answer is actually no. Politoed and Kingdra can close this game out on their own. With Porygon 2 fainting and the Trick Room ending, Gothitelle has already done more than enough. I protect Incineroar and let Gothitelle take a double attack before fainting to a Perish counter that's just hit 0. Along with Porygon 2. I'm up 3 against 2 as Trick Room ends and Marco is forced back into Ursaluna. Kingdra comes back out. I switch Incineroar into Politoed, and I'm not messing around with Muddy Water. Weather Ball KOs Ursaluna, Life Orb not needed, and Knockoff fails to finish off Kingdra. Up 3 against 1, Marco forfeits, and I win game 1. I am now 1 game away from winning the entire tournament. Feel my heart rate increasing as adrenaline pumps through my body. This is it. I can see the finish line. Celebrating before you finish the race is for those too young to have been taught some hard lessons. I am up against one of the best players in the world. If I give him any slack, he could turn this whole tournament on its head. Lock in, Wolfe. I need to think about game 2. I'm pretty sure that Marco's going to bring the same Pokemon again, and if I'm right, that means no Torkoal. Last game, I led with Gothitelle, but was forced to switch it out right away in the face of Marco's lead. Maybe I can do better. I wanted Incineroar on the field on turn 2. Why not just start with it on turn 1? The battle begins. It's my Incineroar and Kingdra against Marco's Jumpluff and Incineroar. This is what I expected. But just like last time, this turn 1 has so many different ways that it can play out. Protects, fake outs, switches. It's a total mess. I'm really worried about Ursaluna coming in and getting the Flame Orb right away, but truthfully, right now I am way more scared of Jumpluff. Even though it can't do damage, if it lands a Sleep Powder on my Kingdra, things could get really dicey really fast. Last time, I left Kingdra wide open turn 1. What if he puts me to sleep? I can't risk it. I protect Kingdra, and I block Incineroar's fake out as Jumpluff goes for Tailwind. I knock off the Covert Cloak with Incineroar, but this is bad. Really bad. I told you earlier that with this team, I often can't even afford to make neutral plays, that the margins for error are so small that even plays that are okay in general can actually be game losing here. Here, I made a totally fine, normal play, protect and knock off, but I fell super behind because of it. Because now my Kingdra can't protect itself, and that matters because Sleep Powder is on the table. If I could protect, I could Parting Shot to bring in Gothitelle safely, providing me cover with Fake Out now that Covert Cloak is gone. But that's not happening here. I don't have Amoonguss in the back, and Incineroar is already on the field. With Tailwind up, I can't bring Politoed in to let Kingdra move before Jumpluff. In other words, there's nothing I can do that can save me from Sleep Powder, aside from hoping for a miss. Sleep Powder comes out and connects, and Incineroar knock-offs my safety goggles. Now my Incineroar is vulnerable to Sleep Powder too. Kingdra takes its mandatory turn of sleep, and I bring out Gothitelle. I could fake out either Pokemon, but doing so is risky. Hitting Incineroar lets Jumpluff use Sleep Powder, but hitting Jumpluff lets Incineroar use Knockoff, or worse, Parting Shot to bring in Ursaluna. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. I fake out Jumpluff. I just don't want to fall asleep. And Marco goes for a Parting Shot into his own Jumpluff to guarantee that I can't block it with Protect. Ursaluna comes out. Kingdra tries to go for a Muddy Water, but takes a second turn of sleep. And now, things are looking dire. Ursaluna's threatening a KO on all of my Pokemon. I can only see one way out. I'm pretty sure that Terra Stellar Weather Ball can KO Ursaluna even through the Ghost Terra, based on our previous set. Kingdra has a 50% chance of waking up here. If I can get the wake up, I can bring Politoed in, outspeed Ursaluna in Tailwind, and KO it before it can move, bringing me back into this game. The turn begins. Politoed switches in, and Kingdra terastallizes. But Jumpluff moves next thanks to the Tailwind, and goes for Sunny Day, shutting off my Swift Swim and turning my Weather Ball to a Fire-type move. That lets Ursaluna move next, and Earthquake does a huge amount to both of my Pokemon's health. And even though Kingdra does get the 50% chance to wake up, Weather Ball fails to do anything meaningful to Ursaluna. The Tailwind finally ends, but with Politoed already on the field and the sun up, it's one turn too late. This game is probably over. Politoed and Kingdra just lost too much of their health. I have no answers to Ursaluna, and I can't stop Jumpluff from setting Tailwind up or using Sleep Powder. I don't really see a way that I can win. But if I am going to come back into this game, I have to save Politoed and Kingdra somehow. So I double switch, and Tailwind goes up again, as Earthquake nearly KOs Incineroar and smacks Gothitelle around too. Now, Ursaluna could Ghost Terra, become immune to Fake Out, and Earthquake for a KO on Incineroar. But then again, I could just as easily go for a Fake Out into Jumpluff if I want. Ghost Terra seems really safe, but also Marco might not feel like he has to go for it because, yeah, like it's so obvious. Of course I'm not going to fake out that slot. But I'm so far behind, the only way I can see myself getting back into this game is if I make a risky prediction and I get a little lucky. There's one play I can make that, if I get it right, means that I can get Trick Room up without losing anything. And I'm going to go for it. The turn starts and there's no Terra. Fake Out hits Ursaluna. But that means that Jumpluff is free to use Sleep Powder, which misses Gothitelle. Okay, well, that was the one thing that can happen that would kind of bring me back into this. I set Trick Room up and suddenly I am actually kind of back in this game. The problem is that my Incineroar lost its safety goggles, so I can't ignore Jumpluff's Rage Powder and take out the Ursaluna. But the good news is, this Ursaluna will faint to 2 more turns of burn damage. Knowing this, and knowing that I still have Kingdra in the back, I protect both of my Pokemon. Ursaluna will faint to 1 more turn of burn. There's only one option for me now. I double Jumpluff, knocking it out, as Earthquake KOs Incineroar and drops Gothitelle to red, though Citrus Berry heals it back up. Tailwind ends and I send out Politoed as Marco sends out Incineroar and Porygon 2. I'm up 3 against 2, but all of my Pokemon have such low HP, and both of Marco's are still healthy. Fake Out pressure is currently active, so I protect both of my Pokemon. Incineroar goes for a Fake Out, and Porygon 2 reverses Trick Room. Wait, hold on a second. I could win this. Politoed can Encore Porygon 2 into Trick Room and basically keep it stun locked, using Trick Room over and over. And with that, I can then get Parasong up, and maybe I could actually do this. All I need is to get this 1 Encore off. My Politoed has outsped every Incineroar for this entire tournament. But even if Marco has a weirdly fast Incineroar that's actually faster than Politoed, which I think is unlikely, I don't think Politoed's currently in range of a knockoff. If that's right, I can win. This is it. Incineroar terastallizes to Ghost and attacks before Politoed? Knockoff KOs and Politoed goes down. Oh no. Porygon 2 uses Terra Blast, dropping Gothitelle to red HP, who fires back with a Psychic and gets a special defense drop. That sucks. Not only is the Incineroar super fast, but I think it's extra offensive as well. If it had either been slower or less offensive, I would have been fine, but now this is looking kind of dire. I'm forced back into my red HP Kingdra. But even though this game does look bad, and I will give you that it looks quite bad, it's not over. Because remember, Gothitelle got that special defense drop on the Porygon 2. Now, as you might recall, Kingdra went for a Weather Ball earlier after terastallizing to Stellar, but that Weather Ball happened when the sun was up, meaning it was a Fire-type move, not a Water-type move. Meaning, the Stellar boost is currently active for both Muddy Water and Weather Ball. I can't afford to use Weather Ball as I don't have the health left to win, even if I do end up taking a KO, but where there's a Muddy Water, there's a way. I need to hit both Pokemon with Muddy Water, and I probably need a critical hit in Incineroar or some kind of accuracy drop shenanigans. It's not a good out, but it is technically a way that I can win. This is it. Muddy Water comes out, and barely doesn't KO either. And there's no accuracy drops. And that means that both of Marco's Pokemon can finish off both of mine. I lose game 2. This whole tournament is going to come down to game 3. My heart is racing. I do not want to lose here. I've come so close, but the pressure is making it hard to think. There's the lights, the crowd, the knowledge that my matchup is good, and the weight of knowing how bad it'll feel if I lose. I know that from experience. Why couldn't I have just closed this out in 2 games? Why did I have to let it go to game 3? Hands going numb, mind going blank. It's all too much. Well, that might be how you would expect me to feel. And at times in the past, yeah, that is how I felt in these tense game 3 tournament deciding situations. But not here. Not now. Because even though those thoughts are present in my head, there are some other thoughts that are far more interesting, that are taking precedence. And they're stemming from something that isn't a thought at all. Over my 14 years competing in this wonderful game, I've noticed this strange thing that happens to me that only happens every once in a while and I can't control at all. I simply call it intuition. And while the name isn't flashy, the effect certainly is. Sometimes, in between games of a tense set, intuition activates, and it tells me exactly what my opponent is going to do in the next game. This doesn't sound very fancy, but what's interesting about intuition is that it's never been wrong, and it's active right now. What it's saying is simple. Next game, Marco is going to lead with Jumpluff and Incineroar with Ursaluna and Porygon 2 in the back. This might not sound like a huge revelation, of course. He's done that twice this set already, except it actually matters a lot. I've been trying to cover for Torkoal coming to the battle, and if I'm completely sure that it won't, I can change the order I can use my Pokemon in. And intuition is telling me something else. On the first turn of the battle, Jumpluff is going to use Tailwind no matter what. Marco will not use Sleep Powder. I can't tell you how I know, but I'm sure of it. And so, in the minute we have between games, my mind starts racing. Intuition has literally never been wrong. And knowing this, I can build a new game plan. The more I think about it, the more I understand it. Jumpluff needs to go for Tailwind on the first turn, because if it goes for a whiffed Sleep Powder or a Sunny Day, then on the second turn, I can make that same switch to Politoed and Terra Stellar Draco Meteor play that I used in set 1. If that happens, Jumpluff has no defense. And we saw what happened in the first set when Kingdra had free reign without Jumpluff to stop it. But the only way that Marco has of stopping the turn 1 Draco Meteor and switch play is to lead with Incineroar. Ursaluna is his best way of dealing damage to my team, and with just 1 Pokemon left, Porygon 2 makes way more sense to open up a Trick Room mode against Kingdra compared to Torkoal, who can't do anything in the rain and is just a free KO. I messed up last game because I was afraid of Sleep Powder, but now I understand. Time's up. I have a new plan. It's time for the final game of the tournament, the final game of the format. Incineroar and Jumpluff once again, against a lead that I haven't used once in either set. Kingdra and Politoed. This lead is abysmal if Torkoal is waiting in the wings, so I never considered it before. But here, with my confidence that the tortoise has been left behind, it's exactly what I need. Incineroar has to fake out Kingdra, otherwise any of my moves will take a KO and he can't afford to fall behind with Perish Song on the table. Jumpluff, in theory, has 3 moves it can go for. 1. Sunny Day to turn off the rain. 2. Sleep Powder to try and disable a threat. 3. Tailwind. But I don't think that Marco can Sunny Day, because if I've led Politoed as a bait, and I switch to Incineroar turn 1 to get a Sleep Powder immunity and get Politoed off the field, Jumpluff using Sunny Day would be a wasted move, and open Marco up to a big Draco Meteor on turn 2. Same deal with Sleep Powder. If it misses, or if it hits into a Protect or an Incineroar switch, I'm getting a KO on the following turn. So, Marco has to Tailwind, and I think he probably has to Fake Out too. And knowing this, I can go for a hyper-specific call-out. I protect Kingdra. This time, I can afford it. And just in case I am wrong about this play, I don't want to take a Sleep Powder. Jumpluff moves next, and sets up Tailwind as I expected. And that means that Politoed can use Encore, locking Jumpluff into a move that's completely useless for the next 3 turns. I used my understanding of Marco's team to totally flip the dynamic of the first turn. Tailwind being up normally allows Jumpluff to shut down my rain or put Kingdra to sleep, but not when it's affected by Encore. The beauty of this play is that it also covered for both Sunny Day and Sleep Powder, as all cases result in a Jumpluff that's exposed to Kingdra on the second turn. Now I'm in the driver's seat. Kingdra outspeeds Incineroar even with the Tailwind up, and I'm threatening some massive damage because of it. The most obvious play that I can make here is Muddy Water. If Jumpluff doesn't switch, well, it can't do anything. And we already know that Marco doesn't have any other water resists. Muddy Water will also KO Incineroar, but that's only if it hits. And I am not willing to gamble on a miss here in Game 3 of the finals. Marco switches Jumpluff into Porygon 2, getting an attack boost from download, and Incineroar terastallizes to Ghost. This is the best play that Marco can make to make sure that I don't take a KO, but it comes at the cost of the Terra. Incineroar does barely survive the Weather Ball and uses Parting Shot to weaken Kingdra. Marco would love to bring in Ursaluna inside of Tailwind, but he can't risk switching it into a Weather Ball, so he's forced to go back into Jumpluff, who does in fact take the ball. So despite my great offensive positioning, I didn't end up taking a KO, but that's completely fine. Not only did I burn a turn of Tailwind, but I also stuck Marco on the field with 2 defensive Pokemon, preventing him from making use of his speed control. On top of that, I was able to force Incineroar to Terastallize. Now, Ursaluna will spend the rest of this game susceptible to not only my water moves, but my fake outs. I do have to dance around this Jumpluff again, but it's feeling a lot less threatening than it was 2 turns ago. I do not want to mess around with Sleep Powder. Right now, my goal is to stall Tailwind and then finish with Kingdra later on. Now's the time to take my foot off of the gas and slow the pace down while I reposition and aim for checkmate. So I switch Kingdra into Incineroar, getting the sleep immunity on that Pokemon, but Marco switches Porygon 2 out, learning from the last set that he can't allow Porygon 2 and Jumpluff to stick on the field together, and Ursaluna hits the field. But I Terastallize Politoed to Grass, blocking Marco's Sleep Powder, and Politoed goes for Perish Song. Oh my god, I can hear it. This is it. Okay, what is going on? Well, I have within my arsenal one singular ultimate technique. A technique so advanced that I have never actually pulled it off, either in testing or in tournaments. A technique that I've been aware of, but I have never dared attempt. Because it should never, ever work. It's too specific, it's too difficult. It's more of a theoretical technique than something you could actually use in a battle. I'm using it here, in Game 3 of the finals. With my 10th regional win on the line, this is the time to surpass my limits and use the technique that I never thought would be possible. So, when I was talking about the advanced techniques, I gave you a list of conditions that needed to be met in order to use them. But here, I can't do that, because the conditions themselves are so technical, I myself do not know them. The only condition that I do know is simple. This technique is only possible against the highest caliber of opponent. Here's the situation. Ursaluna with full HP and burnt. Jumpluff, mostly full HP. Incineroar, Politoed, full HP. Neither player still has Terastallization available. Perish counter at 3. I want to bring in Gothitelle, trapping both of Marco's Pokemon on the field and letting me KO them with Perish Song, something that's only possible because Ursaluna cannot Terra. However, I have a problem. Incineroar can fake out Ursaluna, which would let me bring in Gothitelle, but it's an obvious play. If Marco predicts it, he can Sleep Powder the Politoed slot as it switches, and then Facade Gothitelle the next turn as it sleeps and can't protect itself. Alternatively, I could switch Incineroar into Gothitelle, but Marco could read that too. And if he does, he can KO Gothitelle with Facade. I have no safe way of bringing Gothitelle in, but I don't think that Marco can afford to switch on this turn. If he switches Ursaluna, he loses his only offensive Pokemon and exposes Porygon 2 to a Perish Song, or Incineroar to being knocked out by a Weather Ball. If he switches Jumpluff, he can't Sleep Powder Gothitelle switching in. If he switches both, he's likely to let Porygon 2 get trapped, resulting in a death sentence. So, Marco cannot afford to switch this turn. He's got to try and make up some ground. And knowing this, I can do something strange. The turn starts and I fake out Ursaluna. Jumpluff goes for a Sunny Day as Politoed's Weather Ball, now a fire type, hits Ursaluna. leaving it at just above half health after the burn, and the perish counter falls to 2. Without me having brought in Gothitelle. Now, the question is practically shouting at both of us. Which Pokemon is going to switch into Gothitelle? That turn was cute, but surely I have to bring in Gothitelle now, right? On my end, this is my final turn to trap these 2 Pokemon. Bring Gothitelle in safely, and I can trap one or both of Marco's Pokemon for a KO. But if I mess it up and lose Gothitelle carelessly, suddenly this game can flip on its head. I need Gothitelle to beat Porygon 2. Losing it here would be disastrous. But on Marco's end, he has gotta be feeling the pressure too. Ursaluna is his most important Pokemon, but it's already lost half of its health without doing a single point of damage. Marco needs to take a KO this turn, and ideally, he's gotta guess which Pokemon Gothitelle is coming in for. That's his way back into this game. Yes, in theory, he could switch and cleanse the perish counter, but he worked so hard to get Ursaluna in safely in the sun, not threatened by Kingdra. If he doesn't take advantage of it now, he might not get another chance. The turn begins, and Jumpluff switches to Porygon 2. This way, even if Marco guesses wrong about which Pokemon is switching to Gothitelle, he'll only lose one Pokemon. But Jumpluff is the only Pokemon switching, because both Politoed and Incineroar are using Protect? What? Incineroar blocks Facade. Marco was betting that it would be Incineroar switching to Gothitelle. But wait, what is going on here? The perish counter is at 1. I did all the work of setting up Perish Song and stalling the counter without bothering to finish the job with the most important part, trapping the opponent on the field. What was the point of it? Ursaluna is free to switch. Gothitelle didn't make it in time. With the perish counter at 1, Marco can just reset Ursaluna and try again later. Except he can't. Well, I mean, technically he could, but he won't. Because although it doesn't look like it, Ursaluna is trapped on the field. Think about it. If Ursaluna switches out, what happens? Porygon 2 uses Terra Blast for 30%, Jumpluff or Incineroar come in, but then what? I won't lose any Pokemon, I'll barely take any damage, and the next time that Ursaluna comes out, how threatening will it even be? I have 2 Fake Out users still alive, both with full HP, and Ursaluna can no longer Terrasilize. It's getting real close to being in range of a Psychic from Gothitelle. It's got to worry about Kingdra. Inside Trick Room, it's slower than Incineroar and Gothitelle. Outside, it's slower than Politoed and Kingdra. It'll be nearly impossible to get another Tailwind up safely and to use it there. Ursaluna is trapped. Not by Shadow Tag, but by the knowledge that right here, right now, is probably its last chance to actually do damage. If Marco switches out, he might not get another shot. This is why I thought that my ultimate technique would never work. Trapping a Pokemon, your opponent's most important Pokemon no less, without using Shadow Tag when they have 4 Pokemon still left, should not be possible. But it's happening right now in front of my very eyes. Of course, my Pokemon are affected by the perish counter too. I do a quick calculation. I need to make sure that if Ursaluna is getting an attack off this turn, that I don't lose too much ground. Politoed switches to Gothitelle, and Marco does switch his Porygon 2 into Jumpluff. Ursaluna stays in and goes for an Earthquake, knocking out my Incineroar in 1 hit and activating Gothitelle's Citrus Berry. But Ursaluna's perish counter hits 0. Melody of Chains complete. But this battle is not over. With 3 Pokemon left apiece, there's still Pokemon left to be played. I send out Kingdra and Marco goes into Incineroar. And I'm once again reminded of Louisville, where I clicked Tailwind the same turn my opponent clicked Trick Room, and it ultimately eliminated me from the tournament. I think Marco wants to Tailwind here. The position might look very different from the start of the battle, but it's still his only real shot at stopping Kingdra the next turn if I protect on this one. Incineroar switches into Porygon 2, and Jumpluff goes for Tailwind. Kingdra's Draco Meteor hits Porygon 2. And now it's time. Trick Room goes up. Tailwind has completely backfired. Jumpluff cannot protect, and even though Kingdra's at -2, it's still a threat here. The problem is that Draco Meteor missing could be devastating, but I don't need to go for Draco. I can use Marco's own Sun against him. The turn starts. Gothitelle's Psychic drops Jumpluff below half HP. That's right, I use Marco's Sun to turn my Kingdra's Weather Ball into a Fire-type attack, finishing off Jumpluff without needing to risk a miss from Draco Meteor. Kingdra takes an Ice Beam, but it survives, and Marco is forced into his final Pokemon, the Ghost-type Incineroar. I want it gone. Fake Out stops Gothitelle from moving, and now, for the last time, I need to rely on Kingdra. Draco Meteor is selected and connects. Incineroar survives, and Porygon 2 finishes off Kingdra, but it's done its job. Incineroar is now in range. I'm down to my final 2 Pokemon, Politoed and Gothitelle, 2 of my favorite Pokemon. 2 Pokemon I bet on despite the fact that they haven't been getting results, that they haven't even been getting used. The 2 Pokemon I used to win my first ever tournament with Perish Trap, with me once again as I try and bring home this one to claim my 10th win. Psychic comes out and KOs Incineroar, and Weather Ball puts Porygon 2 into red HP, but Recover heals it back up. One final Pokemon stands between me and victory. And as if to say, thanks for bringing me along for the ride, Wolf, Politoed lands a critical hit Weather Ball. Trick Room ends. And with one final Weather Ball, I win the set and my 10th regional championship title. The final seal on the tournament, the acknowledgement of your opponent's efforts and of your respect for them. And suddenly, the last tournament of Regulation H is over. I turn, facing the crowd. I raise my fist, my acknowledgement of my own efforts and of the victory that they've brought. I did it. The award ceremony, the presentation of the medal, people in the crowd asking for signatures, then a rush back to my hotel to figure out a new flight. There's one tonight, so I head to the airport with my friends who stayed to watch the finals, and in what feels like no time at all, I'm on the plane home. Oh, what a tournament. Truthfully, even now, writing the script, watching all the footage back to put this video together, it still doesn't feel real. 10 regional wins, my 16th major win, and I did it with the hardest strategy. No, with my favorite strategy. A common trope that you hear a lot when you're a competitive player is that you should try to win with your favorites. But at the top level, that's just not always possible. Some Pokemon are just stronger than others, and if you really want to do well, that often means having to use Pokemon that you might not be so attached to. This might sound like a bad thing, but many of the Pokemon that have become my favorites are Pokemon that I initially used in tournaments. Pokemon that came through for me when I needed them most, like Exeggutor, Cofagrigus, Emboar, Amoonguss. But here, I was able to use my favorites. And not even because they were thought to be especially strong, but I believed in them in large part because I like them so much. Just being able to keep up with more modern threats is one thing, but to win the entire tournament when half of my team wasn't even being considered by the field? Pokemon is not a game where you can always win with your favorites, but I bet on mine here, and it gave me a tournament run that I'll remember forever. And this journey that truly started on a whim has culminated in me achieving one of the goals that I've been chasing for the longest time, my 10th regional win. I set the goal when I reached 5, but honestly, I never really thought that I'd be able to get there. Even when I was in the finals, a part of me just felt like it would be too much to win. I think that people would say it was impossible to do if I hadn't already done it. And honestly, I wouldn't even blame them. I thought it was impossible too. To pull back the curtain just a little bit, I've been doing some reflecting. My one goal in competitive Pokemon was to win the World Championships, but I achieved that almost 10 years ago. I think that ever since then, there's been this part of me that feels like, isn't it kind of greedy to ask to win more? I've been so blessed to have so many wonderful experiences, to accomplish my dream, and to meet so many incredible people. I think a non-small part of me kind of felt like it was almost in bad taste to try and get more. Like I should be happy with what I have. But after Worlds this past year, my mentality shifted. Something changed inside of me. Because I realized nobody gives you a tournament win. You're not asking for anything. You're taking it because you're the best. Every one of my wins I've earned myself, with the help of my friends. And as those of you who watched the Worlds video know, this year my run at Worlds got cut short in a way that I think was a little premature. And that kind of lit a fire in me. And it changed the way that I've been thinking about all this. I stopped feeling like it would be greedy to win again and began feeling like winning Worlds again was only a matter of time. 10 regional wins was a stretch goal. It was something fun to chase that I truly never thought I would reach. But I'm still growing, I'm still changing, even after 14 years of playing this wonderful game. There's this implied question, right? What's next? I reached this goal, so what's the next one? I'm not gonna sit here and tell you I'm gonna get, 15 regional wins or 20 regional wins, but I can tell you something else. Despite all of my accomplishments, despite 16 major wins, despite winning the World Championships, despite winning every level of tournament, despite 10 regional wins, I am still getting better. I am a former world champion, and I have not reached my peak yet. What's next for me is simple. I'm going to continue to improve, and who knows what that will lead to. But unfortunately, I have to end this video with some sad news. This is probably farewell to my favorite strategy of all time, and it might be years before I can use Perish Trap again. Urshifu's coming back, Calyrex and Fluttermane and Chi-Yu are coming back. I just can't see Perish Trap keeping up with Pokemon like these. Even for me, the best Perish Trap player of all time, it's not going to be possible. But if I'm not going to be able to play it again for a while, then I'm happy to have given it one hell of a send-off. Farewell, Perish Trap, and thank you. I hope that the next time I see you won't be too far away.